And g'day, battlers, and welcome to the 2023 Asia Pacific Continental Championships, the last ever Asia Pacific Continental Championships for the Silph Arena. I'm PvP Steve, and I'm joined by a cast of some fantastic Aussie humans that I'll just let introduce themselves. And first up to my very this way, Debbie Pebble. How's it going, Debbie? What's going on?
Very good, Steve. Thank you for having me here. For those that don't know, I'm Debbie Pebble. I have played Silph previously as well in a few tournaments. Didn't do very well, but we won't talk about that. But it's a pleasure to be here.
No, absolutely. And I mean, I was going to say we could just go left, right, but let's switch it up. Let's just do the whole clockwise shenanigans. Fishy legs. Hi.
Hi, g'day. How are we? I'm Fishy Legs. I've been doing Silph now for 3, 4 seasons, and I'm really excited to be able to be here to commentate this APAC Continental Championship.
No, absolutely. Trotter. I mean,
Steve,
not your
what's
first
going on?
Continentals radio, but
No, but unfortunately, I hate to say it, it will be our last, my friend. Um, so yeah, ever since we didn't do season one because that was like not in an APAC. We didn't get one, but we've done all the others, so it's been brilliant. Everyone who doesn't know me, Dr. Trotter, washed Silph Battler, now commentating and caster, hopefully extraordinaire. Lovely to see you all.
no, absolutely. And I guess I didn't say anything other than the fact that I am PvP Steve, but I'm just gonna run with that. I was maybe good once back in season one, but it's been a long time since then. But today we are here for the APAC Continental Championships, but this is the third in a series of the sort of four. First up, we had the European, the EMEA Continental Championships, which was like about not 12 hours ago. It was about 12 plus 7, like 19 hours ago or something. And then we just had the North American Continental Championship that was about 12, 11-ish hours ago. So I guess first off, we have to sort of congratulate who did really well in the North American Continental Championships. Again, the last ever North American Continental Championship. And we do have right here Dialap taking out the number one spot and sort of keeping the crown as that North American Continental Champion. Sort of interesting with Dial-Up being at number one is that 2 seasons ago, back in season 3, we had Shady Equation taking out the North American Continental Championship. The two of these guys being incredibly tight through Deoxy's Alberta form. I've seen plenty of memes between the two of those two in the last couple of years. But of course, we have a couple of other sort of big names on here to shout at as well. I mean, Fisher Legs sort of want to take us through.
Yeah, we can see second place, Magic Mason, another very talented battler from the US. Had a lot of battles won there. You can see 18 battles. He must have really pushed through an impressive tournament there. And then we have Wadaj in third, another amazing battler from the US. Those two have always been sort of at the top of the Silph leaderboards and really making themselves a name for worlds to come.
Yeah, absolutely. And so the way that these continental championships are working is that the top 3 are progressing through to the Silph World Championships in about 2 weeks' time. Now, it is worth noting as well that the top 2 ranked players globally will also receive invitations to the World Championships. And currently, Jay's fan is actually in quite a strong position to be able to get one of those invites as well. So it might be sort of a top 4 situation out of this continental championship. But of course, some other really strong battlers in there. DeFi actually coming in just out of some eye surgery as well. So it sort of had to come in and out, do a bit of battles, and then let her eyes rest. So a really incredible performance all around. But I mean, also worth noting that Dialap actually lost his first round in the Continental tournament and then sort of just swept his way right through till the end with a tiebreak scenario. But I mean, with that said, I mean, that's 2 Continentals down. We have 2 Continental champions, and today we're going to be crowning the one for APAC. Now, I think the tournament might sort of be starting in the background, but Trotter, have you got sort of any predictions as to sort of how this might go?
Well, I think having looked at the Silph factions and how some of the Indian teams have been performing there, you'd barely be remiss to not at least consider one of those top Indian battlers from taking it out. But in saying that, there's plenty of other amazing battlers from all over the region. So we've got Indonesia, obviously Australia. I don't believe there was a New Zealander in the lineup yet. They didn't do as much Silph, I don't think, which is sad. But yeah, there's heaps. There's a few from Japan. There's a few Japanese. I really feel like with the Japanese competition, they're very unknown factors, but we know how good they can be. So it'd be really interesting to see really who rises up early, and if there is going to be a Dilap who loses the first round and then sneaks their way up and in and takes out the crown.
Yeah, I will say there is actually Clunk NZ who has come in from New Zealand that's on the roster. But we also have, as you said, a lot of really strong battlers from all over. But it's worth noting that the first ever APAC Continental Champion was from Japan, Meron P32, back in Season 2, famously sort of pushing through the APAC tournaments to become that first APAC representative and one of the 4 competitors at the time competing in the World Championships. But of course, we have some sort of legends closer to home. I mean, who are you sort of looking forward to seeing today, Debbie?
Look, being Australian, I'm really hoping for like one of the top Aussies to get there. But yeah, it's such strong competition today, and like Trotter said, it's such a strong, dominant field with the Indians as well. So I'm really just looking forward to seeing like how it all pans out. I honestly don't know when it comes down to it. They're all so talented.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And I mean, speaking of talent, also in this tournament is last year's Silph Arena World Champion. Vroom Vroom Pow is coming back at it again to sort of try and keep the crown. I think he actually already has an automatic invitation through to the World Championships. So he's really just here to sort of try and take an extra title to put underneath his name. Not only the 2022 World Champion, but the 2023 APAC Continental Champion as well. I think that last year he ended up coming in 4th in Continentals and then was able to sort of push through to that World Championships. So, it is worth remembering that it is not only that sort of first placed position that matters in this tournament. You're really just trying to do as well as you can, because both of the last 2 Continentals have gone down to a tiebreaker. We have not had anyone sort of sweep right through without any losses. So we have sort of a lot to look forward to. But Trotter, we've had this meta out for a little bit, and this is the meta that is going to be used for both the Continental Championships as well as the World Championships. Can you just sort of give us a little bit of an insight, a little bit of a highlight as to sort of the basic structure of how the meta is sort of built out in terms of what the meta is?
Yeah, so we've gone for that classic slot meta in this one. So we have the 6 slots. You aren't allowed to pick a Pokemon outside of their slot. Without breaking it down too much, we've got slot 1, which is your starter Pokemon, and then slot 6, which is your legendary Pokemon / mythicals, and then slot 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 are ones from all these different metas, and they've sort of got a list that you can pick from. We won't go into the detail because we'll get it wrong. But
details can get a bit long.
Yeah, but you've got essentially a whole different ways you can pick your teams. You can go, oh, I like my starter is Squirtle, so I'm going to run a Blastoise, and then build your team around that. You can do the classic thing, which you go, okay, I love my Umbreon, whatever core. Umbreon is its core, and it's not that bulky, and then work around that. Or you can just go, look, Mew is my Swiss Army knife, and I'm going to run it, and then go from there. So there's just so many different ways you can really attack this meta. I went for I'm picking a Venusaur because I liked Venusaur, and then I just prayed I didn't come up against people who like Charizard.
Yeah, I mean, it is sort of a classic Silph Arena trait. And I think that's the thing that sort of has set Silph Arena apart from Go Battle League and the Play Pokemon tournament circuit as well, in having these sort of constant, sort of well-developed metas that sort of can sort of go into that thing that's a little bit more complex than you can get from blind threes or the like, with having to build out into slots. And so it's sort of an interesting meta that they've sort of built out here, while also being a bit of a throwback. Now, Fishy Legs, I know that you've sort of had a little bit of a look at the meta yourself. Are there any sort of not diving into slots too deeply yet, but are there any sort of highlight picks in your head that are something that we might see a fair bit of today?
Yeah, from earlier practice tournaments in the season, such as the Australia Shield, we've seen that Pokemon like Lickitung are super popular. Umbreon as well, being that really bulky, safe Pokemon that matches up super well regardless of type matches. Starter picks are often flipping between that Swampert and Charizard, depending on where you like to lay your cards. And for the legendary mythicals, I'm seeing a lot of Deoxys or Cresselia, those bulkier psychic types that people are really relying on just to sort of play through those neutral matchups. And I think that'll be a lot of what we're going to see today. But I would love to see some spice picks, something like maybe like a Vigoroth or a Bastiodon. That could be pretty spicy too.
Hopefully not in the same battle, because that might be over pretty quickly. But I mean, Debbie, look, there is certainly some picks in this meta that are performing pretty well. And just for like one little sprinkle of statistics, I was sort of looking at the comparison between the European Continentals and the North American Continentals. And one Pokemon in particular that was on the winning team in Europe spiked up in usage. And it happens to be one water fairy type that we all love. Now, any guesses what that might be?
Water fairy.
It's actually two.
Two? Okay. I'm guessing, I'm trying to read Steve's mind, and I'm guessing this is Tapu Fini that we're talking about here. And Tapu definitely has been a strong pick, looking at even both across NAIC, the North Americans and the Europeans as well. So I think it just has that bulk. It has that has a lot of play, and I unfortunately still don't have one because I can't roll it under 1500. So I'm very jealous, and I'm also very happy for anyone that brings it in, because always a fairy type. I'm always happy.
Yeah, exactly. As the fairy queen herself, it's like, obviously, we're going to have some happy smiles here. Now, I haven't looked at sort of the numbers in this tournament. Hopefully, we'll sort of have those numbers as we go through the tournament a little bit later. But I can say that both Azumarill and Tapu Fini usage increased going from the first tournament through to the second. So we'll see if that trend sort of increases. But there is sort of another Pokemon that is quite possibly one of the sort of most used in all of these tournaments. Actually, that's a little bit of a lie as far as in all tournaments, but it was by far the most used in the last tournament in the North America, and that was Galarian Stunfisk. Apparently, even in a Silph arena sort of closed meta, Stunfisk is just not a Pokemon we can get away from. And I mean, Fishy Legs, there's a clear reason, right?
Well, who doesn't love a good pancake, eh? It is such an oppressive Metamon with that ground steel typing, access to Rock Slide and Earthquake. Like, even in its bad matchups, it still has plenty of play against things. Like, even a Swampert doesn't want to take an Earthquake from a Galarian Stunfisk. So it's definitely one of those meta picks that people will have to be accounting for, which might be a reason why Tapu Fini is doing so well with that water damage coming through. But yeah, that Galarian Stunfisk, we just can't get away from it, hey?
Regardless of the meta. I mean, it was like a very large pick in the Silph Arena that one time with the Sunshine Cup in particular, where it was definitely one of the sort of best Pokemon to be able to use. But I think we've sort of blabbed on enough at the start here, because we are getting ready to jump into the first round of the tournament. We are looking at a 7-round tournament. So we'll say hooray to the two handsome gentlemen below me. Trotter and Fishy Legs will just run off into the distance for a little bit, and we'll head into me and Debbie taking through round 1. Now, Debbie, we do have a little bit of a treat on our hands, because in this very first round, we're going to be able to see the Vroom Vroom Pow, the world champion, sort of had to fight through so many streamed battles last year, and now is just starting off in the exact same way with Vroom Vroom Pow coming in. We can see, we can bring up the teams. I think we're going to have Vroom Vroom Pow versus Shrike Tail. Vroom Vroom Pow coming in from India, Shrike Tail coming in from, I think that's Nepal? It's the Philippines, actually, I think. My mistake. Yeah. Now, I should probably know my flags a little bit better, but Debbie, can you sort of take us through the teams here?
Yeah, absolutely. We won't do any flag tests for you there, Steve, but we can see that both teams are running the starter Pokemon with Shadow Swampert. and then also both of them are running Cresselia as well. But I'll go through Vroom Vroom Power's team. So we have the Noctowl, we have the Shadow, Alolan, Ninetales. We do have that oppressive Galarian Stunfisk, and a Pelipper as well. For Shriketail, we have a Medicham, Jumpluff, and also, again, Galarian Stunfisk and a Pidgeot instead.
Yeah, some very interesting picks on Shriketail side when compared to the last two tournaments. I think that Vroom Vroom Powers is a little bit more stock standard. We actually saw at the very end of the North American Continental Dial-Up performing incredibly strongly with, actually, I think I'm getting my things mixed up. I think it was the European Championship where Pelipper was actually an incredibly oppressive threat coming from the brand new European Continental Championship. Someone who has a name that I really like, and you might be able to tell why. PvP David, 7, can you believe it? Something about that PvP and the number 7. It turns out pretty good. But he was running Swampert, Altaria, Umbreon, Galarian Stunfisk, Pelipper, and Tapu Fini, which is definitely giving me some similar vibes out of Vroom Vroom Power's team. Pelipper was a Pokemon that sort of helped to dominate in the last sort of stretch of the tournament. Vroom Vroom Power has instead opted to go for a double water strat instead of a triple water. But if we sort of compare these two teams, what's sort of standing out to you, Debbie, at what Vroom Vroom Power might be able to use against Shriketail's team?
Oh, look, I think having that, there are some similarities, but definitely the difference between the two is that I feel like with Vroom Vroom Powers, he does have the double flyers. So we do have the Pelipper, we do have the Noctowl. So I feel like that Medicham might not have much play. However, there is still the Alolan Ninetales and the Galarian Stunfisk. I'm not, you know what? I'm not sure, but yeah, it's definitely some things to think about.
Yeah, I mean, as you're right, the double fly strat is definitely something that should make Shrike shake in his tail. The Jumpluff is not going to love the flyers, and neither is the Medicham. Medicham does have access to Ice Punch, which can fight back pretty decently against the Noctowl and even to some extent the Pelipper, but it is not loving the flying damage that just keeps being oppressive and coming back to it. And so I'm just not sure. Shriketail's really only answer to the flying types, a really strong answer. And I mean, I was going to say a strong answer to both, but that's not quite the case, is the Galarian Stunfisk. And actually, it's not that great an answer to either of the two picks now that I think about it a little bit more. Obviously, Galarian Stunfisk versus Pelipper. While you're doing a lot of damage with those rock slides, those water weather balls seriously do start to add up because of that ground steel typing. So you can't take too many of those, and Pelipper, definitely a Pokemon that can run away with energy a little bit. And the other one being Noctowl. And Noctowl versus Galarian Stunfisk, as I think Swag Tips has sort of made quite clear to everyone, is that certain IV combinations of that Noctowl will actually be able to beat the Galarian Stunfisk, especially in that one shield. I know personally, I do have one of those attack breakpoint Noctowls that are just built specifically to take down those Galarian Stunfisks. And when you're approaching a meta like this one, I think that might be something that you want. When Galarian Stunfisk is on, or in North America, it was on 55% of teams. And when you've got a Pokemon that's that huge, I think that bringing in a Noctowl, specifically targeting those, can definitely be quite strong. But something else that I'm sort of seeing that could potentially be a little bit useful is that Alolan Ninetales. Depending on the moveset, it could be Charm or Powder Snow. It could do very well against that Jumpluff with double super effective damage with the Ice Weather Balls onto that Grass Flying typing, as well as the ability to do that big fairy damage onto the Medicham and not do too bad across the board. But Debbie, what are you sort of thinking on Shriketail's side? What is sort of might Shriketail be able to use to try and force their way through the double flyer strat? Or is it really just that Galarian Stunfisk?
I think it's going to be a little bit difficult with the double fighters. I mean, Shadow Swampert itself could definitely put that oppressive damage. I mean, it gets so quick to the Hydro Cannons itself.
Oh, we're actually jumping in to the first battle, Debbie.
Excellent. And now we've got Vroom Vroom Power with the Cresselia into Shriketail's Galarian Stunfisk. Now, both are staying in at this point in time. And yeah, well, we can see that Vroom Vroom Power is starting off with the Grass Knot here, where Shriketail is just leaving it not shielded, as we know that it's not going to take too much damage there.
Yeah, this is a relatively neutral matchup where they're both relatively bulky and can take a lot of hits. This Earthquake will definitely hurt the Cresselia, and it is actually just going to take it, but going to be able to take it and still get a few moves off. Now we can see Vroom Vroom Power's back line does have that double flyer strategy, and Taraktail's got his Stunfisk out in the lead. So his sort of main-ish flying counter is sort of stuck in a matchup that is not against either of the two flyers in the back. So this could be something that Taraktail is going to have to force themselves through. It looks like we've actually got a CMP with the Stunfisk getting the Earthquake off onto the Cresselia. And Vroom Vroom Power, again, wanting to conserve the shields, letting it go. So I guess maybe happy that Taraktail might let this one go as well. And that seems to be what's going on here.
That is a very tanky Moonduck, and it can hold on after that match through there. Now we've got like Vroom Vroom Power swapping into his Pelipper here, and the Galarian Stunfisk going for that Rock Slide. This might hit quite hard.
Yeah, that's really unfortunate for Vroom Vroom Pow. Definitely hoping that he could have taken that Stunfisk out, but just barely surviving there and getting that Rock Slide through. Pelipper now really, really low, and a Grass Knot from Cresselia is going to be quite devastating at this point. Would have been really nice if he had full health, but going for that big old Hurricane, and we actually get a shield from Shriketail, calling that it was going to be that big nuky move, and now Vroom Vroom Pow has to face down this Grass Knot that is going to come through. Pelipper, not a very tanky Pokemon, so unfortunately is going to get KO'd there. And now it's going to have to be Noctowl pushing through both this Cresselia and the Swampert, but does have the shield advantage. So potentially we still have some room here to grow.
Absolutely. With two shields, it can do quite well against this Cresselia, but with that Swampert in the back, it's going to be a bit difficult given how quickly those Hydro Cannons will come out. We see that Shriketail, going for that Moonblast there, and Vroom Vroom Power finally using its first shield.
Yeah, potentially a little bit scared of an Aurora Beam that would be super effective, so deciding to shield up. Landing the big Shadow Ball onto that Cresselia is really nice, and an attempted catch into Vroom Vroom Power's own. Oh, we actually got it! We got them! Oh no, it's a Moonblast catch. That is so much energy. That is such a brilliant call from Vroom Vroom Power. That could potentially swing the game in his favor. Cresselia now potentially in a farm down state with a ton of energy going into this Swampert. This has gone from a little bit bad to actually really, really strong for Vroom Vroom Pow. Going to be able to really put on the hurt with these Sky Attacks. Look how much damage that one does. And there's only still one shield left on that Swampert side, Debbie.
That's right. And now Shriketail going for its first Hydro Cannon here, where Vroom Vroom Power opting not to shield. The Noctowl's in the yellow, but it's confidently still got two Sky Attacks there and using its last shield.
Yeah, Vroom Vroom Pow, definitely a master of counting moves, so he is going to be able to quite confidently get a few more wing attacks here, potentially farm all the way down, and is now going to be able to throw back-to-back wing attacks, the first one being able to take the shield, and the second one will be enough to KO this Cresselia. Vroom Vroom Pow has got this first game in the bag, unless he for some reason just puts his phone down and goes and has a sandwich a little bit early, but it looks like he has gone for the money, and this Sky Attack will be enough to KO that Cresselia and seal game one in this best of three set.
Absolutely. A comfortable win there, and sandwiches all round for Vroom Vroom Power for that one.
Oh, I mean, in the World Championships, we did refer to Vroom Vroom Power as the pizza man because he always delivers, and that is definitely still going on right now. Vroom Vroom Power coming in with the game one win, and actually just really working well with that strategy. Having that double flyer with the Pelipper and the Noctowl, looking really, really strong up against Shriketail's team. And Shriketail, unfortunately, with that Galarian Stunfisk in the lead, it looks like it might have been okay when Shriketail was sort of able to weasel their way through with that one little sliver of HP on the Stunfisk to get that Rock Slide onto the Pelipper. Because as we sort of said before, that put it in that range where a single Grass Knot from Cresselia was going to be enough. But Debbie, I think the one thing really sealed the deal, and it did have to do with the catch.
That's correct. So, the catch on the Moonblast onto the Cresselia was definitely like all that heavy energy, and landing straight on that really turned the tide in the battle.
Yeah, it was pretty devastating because that is a lot of energy to just be thrown away. So the question now becomes, how does Shriketail need to adjust to try and take Vroom Vroom Pow off his mark and get 2 wins in a row? Obviously, I think it's actually quite likely that Vroom Vroom Power is going to potentially stick to that double flyer strategy because they really do look so strong up against Striketail's team. And so in my mind, it becomes a little bit of a question of how do you maneuver your team a little bit better to try and take down those flyers. I mean, what do you think, Debbie? Do we move the Stunfisk to the back? Do we just try and cram in some? Actually, it looks like we don't have any time to figure it out because they're going in, and we have Flyer v Flyer with Noctowl versus Pidgeot in the lead, but Vroom Vroom Power still packing that second Flyer in the back. So it looks like Shriketail has opted to fight Flyer with Flyer.
That's correct. And like, you know, if you haven't got something for it, why not a flyer? So now, opting for the sky attack onto the Pidgeot here, and the Pidgeot's building up so much energy here and going for the Feather Dance.
Yeah, Vroom Vroom Power calling the bait though, letting the Feather Dance come through will not do much damage at all. If that Brave Bird went through, it would have been terribly scary, but Vroom Vroom Power making the confident call there and now getting to another Sky Attack, and Shriketail actually just going to let it go. Not going to be enough to KO though, but there will be another decision as to whether to shield or not coming up very shortly, Debbie.
Exactly right. Opting going for that nuke of that Brave Bird, and Vroom Vroom Power opting not to shield.
Oh, that's really going to hurt.
And the Noctowl goes down. Now we're going for that quick switch out. We have Pelipper into Cresselia, both farming up the energy. Oh, and now switch. We've got Cresselia versus Cresselia, and it's going straight for that Grass Knot there. That won't do too much damage. So it was an excellent catch on Vroom Vroom Power side.
Vroom Vroom Power, the master of catches, or maybe just his Cresselia seems to be doing all of the catching work, but now going to take a Grass Knot. It's just straight from Shriketail, calling the bait, and then is going to be throwing a Moonblast back at Shriketail, trying to do that big damage to take it down. And of course, I mean, Enhoff's in the chat. There is that chance of the debuff, but we'll have to just wait and see if that does go through, taking it down into the yellow, and we do not see the debuff this time. But, you know, there's two pretty bulky Pokemon. We've still got another few chances.
Absolutely. There'll be a few more Moonblasts to go through this like Moonduck versus Moonduck battle. So we're going to sit tight and see if we do get that debuff that comes through.
No debuff again, but Vroom Vroom again, a master of counting, knew that he could confidently get a few more Psycho Cuts through before throwing the final Moonblast here. This will be enough to take it down into the deep red, but actually, we make for the combo play. Bring in the Pelipper to go for that Water Weather Ball that will be sufficient to take out this Cresselia, putting so much hurt onto Shriketail, trying to pressure out the shield, but Shriketail does not want to go down to the 2-0 shield disadvantage at all, but he might just be forced, Debbie.
You might be forced as well. We've got that Weather Ball again, and it has been shielded there, so protecting that Pidgeot, and now going for the Feather Dance once again.
He really needs to get these two shields off of Vroom Vroom Power, but Vroom Vroom Power, man of steel, taking that Feather Dance to the face and now looking down this Swampert with no shields. Now, Debbie, I don't know about you, but if I had a Pelipper with two shields against a Shadow Swampert that had no shields, there's only one move that I'm about to be going for, and I think we're going to see it in about, little do I know, I thought we were going to go straight for the Hurricane, but looks like instead we're actually going to go for the Water Weather Ball. Potentially trying to farm up a little bit more. And interesting.
Yeah, going for the Grass Knot here. Obviously, we'll take out this Swampert through here and possibly wanting to just line up that Cresselia with the Pidgeot.
Yeah, this is sort of a little bit rough for Vroom Vroom Power because he is giving that Pidgeot a chance to get a little bit of energy. It looks like Shriketail was potentially hoping to be able to farm down to throw the move onto the Pelipper in the back. Unfortunately, is getting this Grass Knot. So I feel like Vroom Vroom Power played it a little bit more risky than he had to. But regardless, Vroom Vroom Power is taking out that 2-0 to take down the first round. And of course, securing that round 1 win. But this is Silph Arena. This is a little bit different to play Pokemon Circuit. And here, every battle does count. Because if we get to that spot that we've seen in the last 2 Continentals, where we see a tiebreak scenario, there is that chance that every battle is really going to matter to see whether you get that World Championship invite or not. Although in saying that, I suppose in Vroom Vroom Power's case, seeing as he already has that World Champion invite locked in, he is really just trying to push through for that big title. And it is still important. It's not just a case of everyone that sort of left at the end with a 6-1 potential score does sort of go through. If you're sort of in the top echelon and there's a sort of a not even divisible by 2, well, by the power of 2, 2, 4, 8, 16, if there isn't an even one of those numbers of competitors, then the top players do get a bye through to the next round of the tiebreaker. So it's actually still really important to try and get yourself as high up on the leaderboard as possible, because every round you can skip is a round that you're not going to lose. So Vroom Vroom Power definitely going to try and get as many 3-0s as possible. And Shriketail, on the other hand, going to be looking to try and get that sort of win back, try and make it a 2-1 so that he's got that win in his pocket just in case he gets up for that tiebreak before. Because again, because of that tiebreak situation, Shriketail not completely out of the woods yet. But I mean, Debbie, we've seen 2 games in a row now that Vroom Vroom Power has brought that double flyer strategy going into game 2, swapping up the order. What do you expect that we might be seeing going into this game 3?
I think it's still going to be quite difficult for Shriketail with his team, but I think he's just going to have to change it up. Both times he's brought in his Shadow Swampert, which I think is still a good choice. However, it just seems to be not quite landing where it should be in his setup at the moment. I think the Galarian Stunfisk definitely has to come out in some sort of way. Not sure whether at the front, but maybe possibly in the back, just so that he has it for the double flyers.
Yeah, look, I think it is a case that you're really going to want to try and bring the Swampert and the Galarian Stunfisk. Use them both to try and win a war of attrition against the 2 fighters. But we're not going to have to wait for long, because we're now going to be going into game number 3. Vroom Vroom Power trying to make it a really clean 3-0 start and going in with the double flyer versus flyer again. Pelipper going into the into the Pidgeot this time, sorry. And so we'll see if we do see some Weather Ball spam, or if we might see, actually, we're not going to see a catch into Cresselia this time. There's no Cresselia on Vroom Vroom's side.
So yeah, we've got that Weather Ball that's going straight through, bringing the Pidgeot into the yellow. Now the Pidgeot, I believe, I think it was a click. I think this is a Brave Bird.
Oh my gosh, the last minute shield from Vroom Vroom Pow, recognizing or just mind reading apparently that big old nuke was coming through, but now Pelipper stocking up to that Hurricane and swapping out into Galarian Stunfisk. And I really like this play, Debbie, because what it means is that instead of sort of instead of wasting the Hurricane on this Cresselia that would be quite easily able to take it, he's saved up that Hurricane for something that it might do a lot more damage later. Like, for example, the Swampert, where it could absolutely annihilate, or even just be able to try and get some back-to-back Weather Ball action to try and take out 2 lower health Pokemon. But now the Galarian Stunfisk in here is going to be able to throw the Earthquake to try and bring down that health on the Cresselia. But again, it's still a bit of a lengthy matchup here.
Absolutely. That Moonduck is very, very tanky, so it's going to be a fair few back and forths of this the charge attacks coming through, opting to go for the Grass Knot there that will take it into the red.
Yeah, getting very low, but those Psycho Cuts are not really adding up. So actually going to be going for the Rock Slide here, trying to get a shield out of Shriketail, but Shriketail does not shield. Calls the Rock Slide, and Cresselia now going to be able to survive there, and is now going to be trying to, not deciding that he couldn't fast move down and going for that Grass Knot that will be enough to KO. I mean, obviously, any move would. A blow of wind would.
Now we've got the Pelipper back out, just taking that Cresselia down with lots and lots of energy. So it'll be interesting what Shriketail brings out here to try and combat this Pelipper with energy.
Yeah, it brings in the Galarian Stunfisk, and this is sort of what we were saying earlier, how Galarian Stunfisk, as much as it is a flying type counter, it does not love taking those water Weather Balls, and we've already seen Pelipper up to 2 Weather Balls now after already throwing 1. So we're really going to see a lot of shield pressure being put onto Shriketail, because if he lets both of these Weather Balls go through, that Galarian Stunfisk is gone, and he's just going to be down to that Pidgeot. But now we actually see the swap out into Flyer number 2, Noctowl coming in, and I feel like at this point Shriketail is just staring at the screen going, oh, how do I get out of this one?
Absolutely. I think it's a tough hill battle, but it's still pushing on and landing that first Rock Slide through onto that Noctowl. The Noctowl still safely takes it and it's still in the green. Now the second Rock Slide's going through. It is in the red, but that Noctowl has plenty of energy.
Yeah, we do see a swap out from Shriketail into the Pidgeot, potentially trying to soak up all of this energy. No, actually trying to come in for a move. So shielding up the Sky Attack and now potentially going to try and get to it. Unfortunately, that Noctowl just has too much energy and this Pidgeot will still go down, which means that Shriketail is completely putting all of their chips on this one little pancake with spikes that will be able to farm up a fair bit of energy before this Noctowl. Oh, I actually see the Sky Attack come through. I'm not sure if that was a miscount or just a hope that he could take this and then Mudshot all the way down and then try. Actually, it looks like we will be able to see that. Are we going to see a Mudshot down?
Not quite through there. Now going for that weather ball. That should safely just put the pancake back in the kitchen, I believe.
Oh, wash up that food mess. Unfortunately, not going to be enough there. I do really think that it was a case that Vroom Vroom Power sort of made the heads up play. That if I leave this Pokemon in and I potentially get Mudshot down, we'll then sort of be playing with that with the potential of a CMP tie that could go the wrong way. And so Vroom Vroom Power sort of recognizing that potential lose con, quick swapped through the move, as we actually saw a little bit earlier with the combo play, to just sort of force that Glaring Stunfisk out of there, even though it had that Rock Slide in tow. So, Shriketail played as well as they could. If I'm being completely honest, I do just feel that he was at a little bit of a team disadvantage. I mean, that Jumpluff was just completely useless when you've got Vroom Vroom Power bringing in 2 flyers every single game. Like, there's just nothing you can really do there, especially when Vroom Vroom Power not really leaning into that Swampert. If Swampert was coming for the ride as well, you could potentially go for some sort of just pray and go for RPS scenarios, just try and land the Jumpluff onto the Swampert, try and land things up. But with Vroom Vroom Power not playing that way, it was definitely just going to put him in a little bit of a tough situation. But, Shriketail still putting on the best performance that they could. And again, not out of the tournament.
No, not out of the tournament at all. We've got plenty of rounds and, played to the best of his capabilities with his team as well. But Vroom Vroom Power, like you said, the pizza guy, he just delivers.
Yeah, he's got that world champion difference for sure. But let's bring back Dr. Trotter and Fishy Legs to sort of get their views on what we just saw with Vroom Vroom Power taking it out. Welcome back, gentlemen. How is that? I mean, Trotter, Pizza Man delivers, right?
I mean, it delivers on the wings of those birds, right? That Pelipper was just, it had such nice matchups everywhere. It was really tough there for Shrike to sort of fight back on it. And when you've got a dominant Pokemon like that and a dominant player like that, they position them in the positions that are going to get them the 3-0s. And I think that's what we saw there. It was really hard. Even the GPS, it kind of pressures with the Rock Slide, but when we saw, like in that last game, how much energy the Pelipper had, it was just nothing you can do. It was just too strong.
No, absolutely. How about you, Fishy? It seems pretty clear-cut to me.
Yeah, look, that was just a masterclass by Vroom Vroom Power there, just playing really clean battles, getting his counts right, making great catches, and just really mastering all the technical aspects of the game to come away with that lovely 3-0, on top of having that team composition advantage. But even if you're coming up against a player like Vroom Vroom Power, team comp isn't always going to get you out of trouble. He's just so calculated and so aware of what's happening within the game that he's always going to be a tough nut to crack. So I think that the Shriketail played really well, considering all of the I'd say disadvantages he had with that team composition.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I've actually just pulled the sort of tournament page up in the background, and do you want to take a guess as to how many players in this entire tournament brought in a Jumpluff? And I'll give you a hint. It rhymes with 1.
Is it none?
I think that one person in particular is going to hope it was none. But unfortunately, the one Jumpluff player getting locked into a double flyer team, Shriketail definitely sort of getting as unlucky as possible. Not only being put up against a double flyer team, but also getting put up against last year's Silph Arena World Champion. It doesn't get much unluckier than that. So Shriketail definitely still has a lot of room to sort of prove themselves through. But I mean, while we sort of got you guys back, Trotter, how are you feeling about the team that Vroom Vroom Pow sort of brought in with that Swampert, Noctowl, Alolan Ninetales, G-Fisk, Pelipper, and Cresselia in the back? Did it feel sort of well constructed? Do you like how it's built? Do you see the sort of strategies that are built in there?
Yeah, I think it's a very familiar team, I'm gonna say. So it's that very those key. I think there were those 4 particular mons in. So the Pelipper, the G-Fisk, the Noctowl, the A9, and then I think the Cresselia and the Swampert potentially being ones that they've tacked on to the team. But they've got that core team that they know how it functions and what it needs to do, and then just other things that help complement it. Especially around that bulk, like that Cresselia was really used as just the soak to soak up the time for the switch timer, the energy of your opponents, and when there's nothing that can do super effective damage to the Cresselia on the opponent's team, why not use it like that? Like that's super calculated, just brilliant play.
Yeah, the master catcher Cresselia. Just I feel like it was just a magnet for charge moves. It was like if there's a charge move coming, then Cresselia just moves in and sort of came into the way. But it is really that bulk. And I think that's the other thing about Vroom Vroom Pow's team is that compared to some of the other teams that we saw in previous tournaments, he doesn't actually have a lot of bulk built in there. We have the Cresselia, we have the Noctowl, Galarian Stunfisk has a little bit of bulk as well. But the Swampert is a little bit on the squishy side. Lola Ninetales a little bit on the squishy side. And Pelipper as well, sort of a little bit squishy as well. So he sort of maneuvered himself a little bit quite well. And I'm sort of interested to see how Vroom Vroom Pow might take on other teams that sort of don't have those same disadvantages where Vroom Vroom Pow is sort of has an easier time in being able to figure out what lines the opponent might run. I'd sort of like to see him sort of have to take on a little bit more of an attack-weighted team, something that you sort of get a bit more pressured to use shields against. But of course, we still have a long tournament to go to see all of that action. I mean, Fishy Legs, is there any sort of Pokemon that you were sort of hoping might come out in those battles that sort of just never really saw the light of day between Vroom Vroom Pow and Shriketail?
I would have loved to have seen the Alolan Ninetales come out from Vroom Vroom Pow. Just because that thing is really so much fun to use, especially with the shadow form, those weather balls coming out at the speed of light. It's a really good answer for the Pidgeot, which was coming every game, and you can even flip the 2-shield matchup against the Galarian Stunfisk, so it's not to be underestimated in these battles. So I think I would have liked to have seen the A9, but clearly Vroom showing that he doesn't need to use it. But then on Shriketail's side, I just don't think there was really much else that he could have been doing, unfortunately.
Yeah, it was very much sort of locked into the lineup. But let's take a little bit of a dive into the meta a little bit, and let's look at the sort of first slot of the meta. So the first slot in this sort of Continentals, in this championship meta, is the starters slot. So you sort of have to bring one of the starter Pokemon. It could be a Bulbasaur if you'd really like, but probably recommended that you go for one of these ones that's been given a Community Day move or 2 at some point. So, I mean, Debbie, sort of looking at this slide that we've got here with those statistics straight from our favorite human being on the planet, PV Poke. What sort of, give us your sorts of thoughts on the starter slot in this meta.
Look, I think everyone has a little bit of a favorite, I suppose, when everyone started with the starter, right? So I think there's going to be a little bit of the heartstrings being pulled in one direction when it comes to picking your starter. However, in regards to Pokemon PvP, I think the Swamperts, as we've seen already in the previous game, has definitely been a strong pick. The shadow form of Swampert is very, very strong. Charizard also something that is definitely has been picked, and I've seen in a few groups as well. And also non-shadow and shadow as well. And if you're really spicy, a grass pick. Not as common, but definitely up there as well within the picks.
Yeah, I mean, there is sort of some very top-weighted picks, I think, in the Swampert, the Venusaur, and the Charizard definitely taking up the vast majority of the picks. Actually, in the last 2 Continentals, those 3 picks combined took up over 90% of the teams. So there's definitely some very, very heavy top weight. Apologies to Samurott, Empoleon, Meganium, Chestnut, Blaziken, and Typhlosion, but there's not a lot of love. But Fishy Legs, have you sort of got a favorite pick in the starter slot?
Well, if my name was Stumpy2517, it would be Typhlosion. However, I really like the look of Samurott because it's just got that unique anti-grass coverage with those bug type moves, the Fury Cutter, the Mega Horn. And it just hits so hard and it's so spammy, and it's really good into the Swampert, into the Charizard, even though those fast moves are resisted. And you can always take a shield off something like an Umbreon as well. So I think it's like a bit of an underrated pick in my mind. But obviously the top three are top three for a reason.
No, that's exactly right. We've actually got the statistics just on the back end. Between the sort of three continentals, Charizard usage has been steadily decreasing. It was 41% in Europe, it was 34% in Charizard, and then it's down to 27% in the APAC region. So Charizard stocks are definitely starting to slip. Meanwhile, Swampert sort of coming in to sort of pick up all of those loose percentage points, starting off in 30% and now up past 40% in the APAC region. So Swampert is definitely sort of the big pick to beat, which is why those sort of grass picks do have that little bit more play, with Chestnut in particular packing not only the Frenzy Plant to be able to take care of those Swamperts that are running around, but also bringing in that superpower for picks like Lick Tongue. But Trotter, how's your sort of vibe as far as the starter slot? Like, is the bulk mindset of Swampert being the mega pick to go for the way forward, or are people sleeping on the real winner here?
Oh man, 100%. They're sleeping on my boy Venusaur. It's there to take out Debbie's fairies. It's there to squash Fishy Legs Samurott. Like, what's not to love, right? I mean, even the Typhlosion. Does Typhlosion want to take a Frenzy Plant? No, it doesn't. It's gone. Doesn't have to worry. Man, Venusaur all the way, and you just pray that you stay away from the Charizards, from the Powder Snow Alolan Ninetales, from the Pidgeots, from the Pelipers, from the Noctowls. But I just think that poison typing, it lets you fight back against your popular picks like your Medicham. It can do quite well against your G-Fist. Don't want to eat an Earthquake, but it's one of those backwards and forwards shield battles. If you shield the Earthquake, you're just so gravy with that. Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing, right? So Charizard stocks are going down. So you assume Swampert stocks are going up. Man, that only sees my Venusaur taking more and more wins.
Yeah, and I mean, interestingly, by saying that, Venusaur stocks are also technically on a really slow rise. It was 21% in the European continentals, up to 22% in North America, and now it's at 23%. So it's making a very, very slow crawl. Maybe it'll even be 24% by the time Latin America comes around. So, it's staying steady, I guess, is the sort of more accurate way to put it. It's around, and definitely when you are matched up against those teams that might be a little bit less built to take on Venusaurs, maybe, it's Venusaur's time to shine. Now, I don't think we've seen any Venusaurs in the finals yet, but hey, there's a first for everything, right?
Just like gold, mate, its value only goes up.
Look, I mean, Swampert's going up a little bit quicker, but, Venusaur's all right. And in saying that, that is all the more reason why Venusaur is just becoming slightly more useful, and Charizard, maybe not so much. But, and I think in this tournament in particular, it still stays true that we're well past the sort of 90%. But I think this tournament actually does have a few selections in there that sort of make it a little bit more interesting. I am seeing a couple of Meganiums being thrown in. I think probably the most Meganiums we've actually seen in any tournament, which is quite an interesting pick in that it has that access to Earthquake. Earthquake, obviously a really nice move to be able to land on Pokemon like the Galarian Stunfisk, for example. But again, you're getting very, very, very stuck when you face something like a Noctowl. You have absolutely nothing to throw. And when Noctowl is also sort of one of the major picks for the slot too, it's a little bit scary. And, you just have to pray that you're not landing into the Vroom Vroom Power double flyer team, because otherwise I just don't know what you're going to do. But regardless, we are definitely seeing a fair bit of variety in that first slot. And I think that Vroom Vroom Pow has sort of shown, I mean, he's fought back against the Swampert. He didn't have to actually use his starter at all. So I don't know if he really solved the Swampert, or maybe it's just working there as that bench pressure. Maybe that's what everyone's using it as now. But regardless, we are going to be sort of seeing a bit more variety as we sort of go through the tournament, I think. I'm very much hoping... Actually, here's a question that I'm not sure I'm confident of the answer to in this meta. Do we go for wing attack Charizard, or do we go for a bit more classic, like years old fire fast move? Like, is there any reason to ditch air slash, or are we just all in on energy all the time these days?
Wing attack it out, baby. That's what I say.
There's a reason even Noctowl went from to like one of the most dominant Pokemon in all of Pokemon. Is from the wing attack buff. The buff it got was huge. Unless you need to be double super effective against an A slash with the fire spins, stick with wing attack.
I mean, I
tend to agree.
We are in the presence of someone who, like, literally 2 days after that wing attack buff came through, qualified for the Play Pokemon World Championships. So, I guess we do have an expert in the room.
Look, Noctowl is very meta these days for a reason. And I think Charizard with wing attack, like just spitting out blast burns like nothing else, it's really hard to pass up. The Spire Spin is only good into its type advantage matchups, whereas the wing attack allows for a lot more neutrality, a lot more opportunity to spam those hard hitting moves. So I think generally that's the way you'd want to go.
I mean, I do hear you, but there are over 20% of teams running that Alolan Sandslash. So, like, you've got a 1 in 5 shot that fire spin would be real nice. But, obviously, you're not getting to those blast burns as fast. When shields are key, maybe it's not the be all end all. But I mean, Debbie, tell me at least there's like a slim chance that someone doesn't run air slash.
Sorry. Unlikely. I'll put it in the unlikely category. How about that?
Okay, we'll take.
Sorry to crush your dreams, Dave.
About as unlikely as a
right.
Samurott team.
Oh, come on now. Samurott has its uses, I'm sure.
Well, you've got Megahorn for things like Cresselia that are running around. Defense
That's
Deoxys,
right.
another pick in that slot 6. So it can do something.
Yeah, I'm sure it can do something. Doesn't want to see any grass types really though, even with those Megahorns. Like, it just takes a little bit too long and takes a little bit too much damage, unfortunately. But it is a cool Pokemon and I wish it was coming more.
I mean, coming more, I did just control effort and it did come up with a number that rhymed with 1 that was not 1.
Maybe Latin America will have a little bit more guts in their picks, and we'll be bringing some Samurott.
I thought that there were Samurotts in the last 2 regionals as well, but it seems like that might not have even been the case. Surely there haven't been no Samurotts ever. Okay, there was 1 Samurott in Europe.
Was it Stone Collection?
It was from Jack Rowe 92, and global ranked 156. So someone's looked at Samurott and been like, "This thing's going to be useful." And then
That's right.
Someone.
Person. Someone. I mean, hey, they actually they got 3. They went 3-4, so they didn't quite go positive, but they got some wins in. Were those wins because of Samurott? I think we can only assume so, right?
Most definitely.
100%.
I'm a believer. Regardless, though, I think that, actually, there's one thing that there's been no love for, and that's the middle stage evolutions. So surely we're going to see some, like, Ivysaurs come in. I think this is sort of long past the days of the start of the Silph Arena, where I think for Season 1 was when PvP was fresh. We didn't have returns of Community Day moves. I remember quite fondly having someone have to trade me the Blast Burn Charizard so I could actually use one in the Rainbow Cup. So I think that's sort of a question to ask because, again, this is the last ever Continental Championship for the APAC region. What is your favorite meta from that first 2 seasons of Silph. So season 1, season 2 was 2019 through 2020. What sort of like the first meta that you could sort of played with that sort of sticks in your mind? I mean, Trotter, you were day one, all right? Or day one, month one?
Month one, day one and month one. However,
Oh?
I built everything for the first 2 tournaments, but I ended up having to do other things for work, and I wasn't able to attend Boulder, and I think it was Twilight was the second one, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, so I missed those 2, which is very unfortunate. But my favorite of all of the cups was actually Jungle Cup, and it was for purely selfish reasons because that was the first ever cup that I swept. And purely sweeping because of an old YouTuber, Hero Vange, who put out a video about how to successfully beat a Noctowl swap into a Vigoroth. And so being able to then do that to get switched back in my favor was pretty much the main strat I used to sweep way back then when I was a young tacker and was still not sure about all moves that were or weren't super effective.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of Hero Vange, I sort of remember in the Jungle Cup, he had that GIF that was going around of him doing the sort of Vigoroth dance that I sort of kept seeing on Twitter for the next couple months. I'm really hoping that it's still out there somewhere in the internet verse because it's a really good little clip. But, you know, I actually have the reverse memory of Jungle Cup in it being like a really bad one in my head. Not because of the meta, not because I performed poorly, but because I was on vacation during the Jungle Cup. I think I was on a cruise, and I had some YouTube videos sort of set to release like while I was on vacation, and I was like, all right, we've got our content ready to go out. While I was away, first off, they introduced Charm into the game, where I believe that was the meta that all of a sudden Wigglytuff became an absolutely massive shout out Debbie. No reason, the major reason why she's playing PvP today, because Charm was released in the Jungle Cup. We're writing that into the wiki. But so, you know, that was a release. And it's like, okay, the meta's shifted, so all of this content a little bit out of date. Then, during the same month, I believe that it was that month that they changed how the switch mechanics worked. And they made it so that you clicked the switch button, your Pokemon just was withdrawn, sort of a bit more like the main series, and then you had some time to pick the new Pokemon to throw in. And obviously, that changed things quite a bit. And they reverted that within a couple of days. But again, I was like, oh man, I edited the video descriptions being like, this is using the old mechanics. And then they reverted the change 3 days later. It's like, oh, okay, we removed that disclaimer. It's the current mechanics again. But it was a lot of effort from my side. And that is cemented Jungle Cup is like, oh, painful in my head. But Fishy Legs, what's sort of your favorite Silph meta been? And please don't say Jungle Cup.
I never played Jungle Cup, so that is not an option. I started in season 2, and my first cup was Voyager, actually, the first one I ever played, and the first one I ever won was in Forest Cup. So I've got some fond memories of some of those old metas and running Blaziken, which is something we also haven't seen much of today. It's definitely one of those harder Pokemon to run, given how squishy it is, and having Metacham around as the sort of premier fighter. But I sort of came into the whole Silph scene when COVID had struck and we went remote, and I have still yet to this day to have participated in an in-person Silph tournament. So it's sad now that that's all wrapped up and I won't actually get a chance to, given that we're in the championship series for the last ever season. But I love it nonetheless, and it really sucked me and got me right into PvP that first couple of cups that I did back in season 2.
Oh, absolutely. And it certainly was like the in-person vibe is definitely something hard to recapture. So definitely sort of a lot of fond memories in that department. But I mean, Debbie, you've also got sort of a scattered Silph history through the years. I mean, have you got a cup that sort of sticks out in your mind? And I've got half of my mind that's saying, is she just going to say Innocent Cup because it was all about the fairies? I don't know.
I mean, we could talk about that, but like, I mean, my memory is a bit hazy these days because, getting older. But the one I remember fondly is actually Rose Cup. And purely because the little badge from it looks really cute, and I was like, oh, that's a really cute badge. I'll participate in that purely because it's a cute badge. All for the aesthetics. And I can't remember what team, but I remember building a promo pass. And I was just like, yes, mustachey. Just purely for the fun of it. And then I believe like this was when like not the early stages of PV Poke. So I just remember at midnight still searching for something, going, what do I do? I get the Poliwrath. Like at midnight, just before the in-person tournament. And back in those times in Perth, we had like quite large groups that would participate. So we would all meet or try and time it before a community day, a couple of hours before community day. So we'd get that tournament all done and dusted, and then we would just play community day afterwards. So it was really great times during that period of time. And then obviously COVID happened, all remote from there. And yeah, life just got a bit hectic. So really fond memories of Silph, and yeah, just really sad to see it come to this point, but also very happy that, you know, we're here to celebrate it today.
No, absolutely. And I think it was actually Rose Cup that was sort of one of the biggest get-togethers for Silph Arena of all time. There was a mega tournament, I want to say in Portland, but it may not have been. It was, I think it was titled War of the Roses. I remember watching For the Battles' YouTube video sort of her running in that tournament, because she did incredibly well. And I went back and watched it a few months ago as well, just for the nostalgia. But it was one of those things where just like, you know, so many just people came to this tournament, all of these sort of big names that people had seen on the internet sort of all coming together to just battle with their Pokemon on their phones, which is just like, it's a wild thing to think about, and it's something that Silph Arena has really done to sort of bring us all together over the years. Certainly a little bit jealous that we never got a mega tournament like that in Australia, because as sort of they were introducing battle towers, and there were just like a few of them, obviously the pandemic came on through and unfortunately sort of nipped that bud. Which is pretty sad, but of course, plenty still going on. And we have the APAC Continentals now to sort of bring us through into some more battling with sort of the broader APAC community. Now, on the back end, I think we are actually into round 2 now. So we're just sort of waiting for confirmation on sort of who we're going to be bringing on screen. But in the meantime, I'll say that my favorite meta is actually completely in line with Dr. Trotter, not in it being Jungle Cup, but in it being the first one that I swept, which was happens to be a meta that people did sort of broadly enjoy. So maybe it's not only because I swept it, it's the Twilight Cup. Now, the Twilight Cup was that February meta, sort of very classic. I've told the story many a time, but I literally I had no one to practice with. I didn't really know anyone yet. And so I looked at this meta simplified graphic from Lawman96, who had sort of, you know, drawn the Pokemon with all the slots. I just went, all right, I'll pick one Pokemon from each of the slots. I had one slot on my team left over, so just went, Spiritomb, PR, into the team. Not good in Twilight Cup, by the way. And, you know, ran into it and sort of, again, to put the crown on my own head, swept the tournament. So it was a lot of fun in the Twilight Cup, and it was definitely sort of the moment that I sort of got hooked into the PvP scene, into Silph Arena, and here we are years later talking on the internet about some of the best players in the world competing for that Continental Championships and the title through to the World Championship. So it's really exciting to sort of be involved in here and just see how the Silph Arena has developed. They've done sort of so much over the last almost 5 years now, which is sort of wild to think about. That, I mean, I was 5 years younger, so what? That's probably like age of 8 looking at me. But it's been a really fun ride, and I'm very much glad that Silph Arena sort of been here to be that cornerstone in the PvP scene. But you know,
Silph is the cornerstone, Steve. There is no, like I said, there is no PvP. There's no PvPC without Silph. Then none of this would have happened. None of the stuff would have. It just would have been you battling occasionally against your mates, and then you know, grinding. And for those of us who've adopted the PvP as the main modality of playing the game, without Silph, I'd say I'm going to throw out a guess, a number 70% to 80 to 100% wouldn't be playing anymore. You know, PvP has completely revived Pogo for me. And I know many others out there as well. And there are other aspects of the game which are really fun and people enjoy them, and that is absolutely awesome. But for a lot of our community, it's really this. And without what Silph have done, I don't know. It just wouldn't. It wouldn't be there. There wouldn't be as many people doing the now new series of stuff that's coming out. People wouldn't know as much. People wouldn't be as in depth. Like, oh, there was one turn desync. I need to dispute. This isn't unfair. The games wouldn't be that 1 millimeter close. It'd be like 2 shield wins everywhere. Everyone would just play RPS. No one would be talking about ABA, ABB, ABC teams, whatever it may be. 2 shield, just win switch, and then just Bastion wins in the back line, whatever it might be. None of that would exist without essentially all of the pre-work and everything, and that has gone through the Silph Arena and everything, and all of the all the content creators and everyone who made things and got into the nitty gritty and it gave that to the rest of the community. Those gifts to the rest of the community wouldn't even be there. So we would be much less rich in who we are in our battles and everything. And I personally just think we all owe all of that to Silph and all the people who've done all the work around it.
Couldn't agree more.
In saying that, it looks like we're actually getting ready to go into our second round battles. So Debbie and I will sort of run off into the sunset, and Trotter and Fishy Legs are sort of going to take over and bring us through into the second round of the last ever APAC Continental Champions. Take it away, fellas.
Fantastic.
All
Thanks,
right.
Steve. Well, we have got Inner Bloom 94, a Australian battler who we know very, very well, right, Fishy?
Absolutely. Very well known in the Australian scene, Inner Bloom 94, as one of our top Silph battlers. He's always been consistently at the top of our leaderboards, winning and sweeping tournaments, and has done really well in these continental level tournaments before as well.
Very well. And no slouch on the other side. Prologies, if I get the pronunciation wrong, is it Wasp has come in there on the other side, hailing from India. And look at these team, Fishy Legs. We've got the Venusaur. Like, I'm not saying I predicted it and called it, but there it is, brother.
Yeah, look, we've got 2 Venusaurs, one Shadow, one Regular on Inner Bloom 94's side, and as well a few other interesting little spice picks going on from Inner Bloom with the Quagsire and the Shadow Dragonite too, which we are yet to see today. But I really like it as an oppressive, heavy, fast move pressure Pokemon.
It is heavy, but there are 2 Mons on Wasp's team that resist it, that Alolan Sandslash and that G-Fisk. But looking at both of these teams, there's a lot of opportunity for chip and dip side of strategies coming here. So both bringing in the defense form Deoxys and with that Dragonite, the superpower dip, I think this could be a really fast-paced, dynamic kind of game. And it'll be very intriguing to see if one person is playing that style, if they're going to go for those aggressive swaps and those aggressive plays, and if the other person can keep up, or if the other person is going to try and hold their resolve on those things, or maybe we'll just play it out ABC.
Yeah, I mean, looking at this matchup, the Dragonite really only has the Altaria as fast move pressure, which is always good for Dragonite because it's so squishy. It likes to avoid any sort of fast move pressure coming its way. So even with the steel types there, it can always superpower and do the old dip into a safer pick like the Deoxys defense, which looks quite safe here as well for Inner Bloom. So Wasp's going to have to really adjust his strategy to try and figure out what playstyle Inner Bloom is going for here. Does he go for some of the more neutral picks, such as the Deoxys himself, even the Pelipper looking fairly safe, and that Altaria looks a little bit hard to bring with the Shadow A9 and the G-Fisk on the other side there.
I mean, even the Quagsire, right? Those Stone Edges will do large chunks of damage from a set start. Sorry, you're okay because you can eat one. But I really think Wasp is going to play a lot of Pelipper there. I think you nailed it earlier. There's a lot of neutral play there. But I guess there's not a lot of super strongly positive farm down play. But that people who use Pelipper know that it's squishy. It doesn't necessarily dominate all 3 Pokemon in another team, but it can do and function really nicely. So it'll be interesting to see what Wasp pairs that Pelipper up with, because I really see that coming out quite strongly.
Yeah, I think it's going to have to be paired with something that can beat the Dragonite, because that's probably its hardest matchup to play because those weather balls really just don't add up as much as that Dragon Breath, Dragon Claw combination coming from that Dragonite. And even the Venusaur, you do have to land a Hurricane to win that matchup, so it can be quite tough there for the Pelipper. So with that in mind, we're maybe seeing the Sand Slash and Pelipper combo making a fairly strong call here for Wasp. Then he'll be left with the choice of, does he go for an ABB strategy, something like Pelipper Double Steel, or does he bring something more neutral like the DD back?
Yeah. And what's going to be interesting is what moveset is Inner Bloom running on that Alolan Ninetales, because it really changes the dynamics of the battles a lot. Obviously, the Powder Snow looks really nice for the Altaria Venusaur. A-Slash doesn't really care about it. Powder Snow going to be better for the G-Fisk and potentially for the Pelipper. But in later matchups, sometimes it's nice having just something that you can just two-shield and charm your way to victory.
Yeah, you're 100% right there. Like, if Inner Bloom senses that there's no Steel types coming and he's got Charm on that A9, he may decide as a Game 3 last-ditch effort to go for that two-shield Charm strategy, just to absolutely overwhelm Wasp with that heavy Charm Shadow damage. But once again, we do see a few resistances with the Double Steels and the Shadow Venu. But I really like the Venusaur here if it can dodge those hard counters, such as the Dragonite. But the Dragonite doesn't want to take a Sludge Bomb, that's for sure. And even still, with the Frenzy Plants, they add up a lot more than you'd expect when it's Shadow on Shadow. So it's definitely not going to be a safe matchup for that Dragonite.
No. And so what we're seeing here is Venusaur is definitely not the safe swap option for Wasp, but everywhere else apart from that Dragonite, it can do some work. So we've identified Pelipper and Venusaur on Wasp's side as potentially dominating Mons, but then you're leaving yourself really, really exposed to that Shadow Dragonite that we've been talking about. So you've got to have some sort of coverage there. So G-Fisk A-Slash is really the most ideal combo to cover against that Dragonite. What about on an Inner Bloom side? What is he going to be running that's really going to set his himself up for victory?
Yeah, like you mentioned, I think the Shadow Dragonite has a lot of play if it's put in the right spot. I mean, depending on whether that Sand Slash is Powder Snow or Shadow Claw, you can definitely stay in there, match up for a little bit to get a superpower off before it runs away. So I think Dragonite is definitely viable here, and once again, the Deoxys defense doesn't really have a hard answer, and with those Thunderbolts, it's still going to be putting a lot of damage into the Pelipper that resists the counter, and the same into that Altaria as well. So I think if Inner Bloom was wanting to play this matchup fairly neutrally, he'd probably be looking to run something like Dragonite, DD, maybe Stunfisk in the back to, with a shield advantage, just clean up the match.
Yeah, DD has the ability to deal super effective damage everywhere, but it looks like we are ready with battlers locking in their teams, so we might be jumping straight into this first battle shortly. Here we go.
Here we go. We see the Galarian Stunfisk mirror. This is one of those matchups that you really just never feel comfortable in, because do you bait? Do you go for the Earthquake? Do you shield the first move? All these questions run through your mind because it really makes an impact on how you play the battle out. As we see Wasp going for the Rock Slide and Inner Bloom electing to no shield.
Yeah, I believe Wasp threw that one move early. They were not quite at the Earthquake. So this has now put Bloom in a really strong position here, and out comes the Earthquake and gets shielded.
Yeah, so this is an interesting spot now because you're down a shield as Wasp, but you do have that energy advantage. So now it's a choice of whether do you go for another Rock Slide, but you see here he's going for that Earthquake, hoping to get a shield parity once again. But Inner Bloom letting it go. Wow, big damage.
That is huge damage. And now we're into this sort of weird DD matchup here. And we see the Rock Slide, so not running the Thunderbolt on Inner Bloom side. And an attempted catch into their own DD.
Yeah, unsuccessful catch, but it is a much safer matchup for the defense Deoxys to be in the mirror as opposed to that Galarian Stunfisk. And we see the difference in movesets here between the Thunderbolt and the Rock Slide. interesting choice by Inner Bloom to be running that rock slide, perhaps expecting to see more Altarias than perhaps other flyers.
Yes, though I feel like you actually don't mind the rock slide in this matchup because it's going to do more to the Altaria and the Pelipper. But let's focus on what we've got in front of us here. This DD Mirror, they both seem to be happy just to slug it out here, saving 2 shields for this Dragonite in the back. If this DD can get rid of the other DD from Wasp's side, if Bloom can take it out, especially if it has a little bit of health, it'll be sitting nice and pretty.
Yeah, you're
Oh, and
absolutely
the
right.
Thunderbolt.
Yeah, Thunderbolt coming off last second here by the DD will be taking out the opposing DD on Inner Bloom's side, and we see now that Shadow Dragonite has come to the stage, up 2 shields and with plenty of health. It's going to be really tough for Wasp to take this out now without that shield parity. So what does he decide to do? He's come in with that energy-loaded Stunfisk.
This is tough. You're going to have to sacrifice both shields here and still need to get to those superpowers. Or is this within Dragonclaw range for this Shadow Dragonite?
You know what? It could be very close to a Dragonclaw range because there is so much damage that this Dragonite puts out. But we see now Inner Bloom having to use his second shield, and Wasp all of a sudden is up with a shield advantage, and Inner Bloom really reaching for that next move, but an attempted catch from Wasp unsuccessful into that Pelipper.
None successful. But, I mean, this is still a really positive position for Wasp to be in. Has a shield in the back, eats this first one.
Wow.
Ooh, are they going to get to the? Are they going to get there? Oh no! It's a fast move down. The Dragonite is there. Oh, but they got a fast move through. Is this range for Rock Slide? This non-stab Rock Slide from this bulky Mon G-Fisk? Will this take out the?
Oh, we see Inner Bloom just getting to the Dragon Claw, but only just missing it, and the Rock Slide now coming through. Will this be enough to KO? And it does. Wow. Close game there, really coming down to the wire.
So they are one. One Dragon Breath away from being able to CMP tie that Rock Slide. And, I mean, Bloom played that as close as you can get. They were having to throw the Dragon Claw to take out the Pelipper, and then they got the farm down, so they had everything possible, but just one turn separated this game. So if there was one turn lag anywhere, that may have made the difference, but it was such a close, amazing matchup. Wow, Wasp really turned that one around with the DD Mirror. I felt like that was the defining moment.
Yeah, I think winning that switch advantage there, saving energy onto that Galarian Stunfisk was probably the key point. Instead of wasting it into the DD, he elected to save it for the back and then bring his own defense Deoxys in to really soak up all of that charge attack pressure from the Deoxys defense on Inner Bloom's side, and then being able to also take switch, preserving that energy really came in handy at the end there.
Yeah, so I think what we're seeing is both defense Deoxys have the ability to do a lot of damage to the other team. But then looking at Bloom's team, for instance, we had the G-Fisk and the Dragonite. And there was just a little bit there for that Pelipper and the G-Fisk. Winning the G-Fisk in the lead was the big part of that game too.
Yeah, it's always a tough matchup, that G-Fisk Mirror. You're never really quite sure what you should be doing. Do you throw the Earthquake or the Rock Slide, as I mentioned earlier? But we saw that Wasp actually threw the Rock Slide early, letting Inner Bloom no shield, and then throwing the Earthquake, knowing that it would now KO, as opposed to one Earthquake, which does not fully KO a Galarian Stunfisk. So perhaps that was intentional.
Interesting. The old mummy daddy ball straight down the middle, fooling all the opponents. That's a tennis reference for those that don't play tennis. So Bloom, I really feel like, if Bloom had a shielded that Earthquake, would have had so much opportunity to farm up even more energy and still be not in even footing. But here we go. It looks like we're getting into the teams. Back to the teams. And yeah, I'd love to see some Quagsire action. I'm just going to put it out there. I'd love to see Quagsire.
Well, if we look at Wasp's team from game one there, with the Galarian Stunfisk and the Pelipper, the Quagsire definitely has some play. I mean, it's absolutely hard countering that Stunfisk while also having the super effective Stone Edges for that flying type Pelipper. So definitely an option, but you have to be so careful of not getting lined up against that Venusaur. And even into the DD matchup, that's fairly good for Quagsire because it only has either resisted or self-debuffing moves to throw back into that Quagsire.
Yep, and with that buff that Mudbomb got, it's really elevated Quagsire up there. And Quagsire pairs really well with that Shadow Dragonite. It covers all of the things that cover the Shadow Dragonite. You just really need to be careful, like you said, of that Venusaur, because you can almost vine whip that whole way down there. You just hate to see that for such a beautiful aquatic Pokemon.
We can see now that the trainers are locking in their selections for this game too, so we'll be getting underway just shortly. And here we go, Stunfisk into the Deoxys defense. Take it away, Trotter.
Now, this is one of those intriguing battles. It's not as one-sided. Oh, but Bloom is well out of there. Is predicted that the the Stunfisk will be more useful in the back, and Wasp is just comfortable staying in with his Thunderbolt Defense Deoxys.
Yeah, staying in here with the Deoxys, now actually going into his Altaria, which is an interesting call because that Rock Slide is available to the Deoxys on Inner Bloom's side and can put a little bit of hurt onto this Altaria, even though it's super bulky.
Super bulky, but now that DD is preserved on Wasp's side, and we know that DD with energy just has ability to do a little bit more than a lot of the other Pokemon. It's just got so much flexibility with that moveset. And here comes the Moonblast. This is going to do a ton. Oh, and can we get to another Rock Slide here before it gets down? Oh, wow. Bloom choosing to go for the self-debuffing move of the Psycho Boost. Now, this will do a reasonably large amount of damage into the red there.
That does a good chunk there, but with having two Mudshot Pokemon in the back, it's going to be a tough ask to actually get rid of this Altaria without throwing a move. So we may actually see here another move coming from Inner Bloom to take out the Altaria as the Moonblast comes in to attempt to get a bit more damage off and perhaps a debuff into that G-Fisk. And we don't see the debuff, but now the Deoxys does come in. We'll have to either eat or an Earthquake or use a shield. Wasp electing to no shield.
Now, this is actually really nice for Bloom's G-Fisk because all of this energy that this DD has stored up is so ineffective against the steel ground typing. So it's just going to be able to soak and hoping to set up this Quagsire in the back who looks to have what is a pretty good matchup to me.
Definitely has a good matchup in the back. The Rock Slide going to be KOing this Defense Deoxys. I'd expect now that Wasp is going to bring in his own Galarian Stunfisk to either try and get a farm down or get rid of this Stunfisk as quickly as possible to avoid taking too much damage itself.
Oh, it's going there. Oh, and baiting and throwing the bait. Will this be called? This is a huge no-shield call. If this is a no-shield. Oh, can't hold this resolve. Gets the shield.
He definitely thought about it there for a second, but he's throwing his own Rock Slide. Inner Bloom recognizing this isn't going to do much damage and elects to let it go, saving both shields for his Quagsire. Bringing it in now and going to start spamming those Mud Bombs really quickly.
Yes, those Mud Bombs are definitely... So there's obviously an opportunity for a catch here to get Wasp back into it. We'll see if Bloom is going to be able to hold their resolve and hold off on those moves, and we'll use the shield. Oh, Earthquake, and Earthquake gets shielded. Oh, that is defining.
That is a big call there from Inner Bloom, really making the most of those shields. He's been waiting all game to use them, and he's finally decided that this is the time. We see an attempted catch here from Wasp, unsuccessful, going for the Mud Bomb, knowing that it will take out this low health Altaria and saving plenty of energy still for that Stunfisk at the back.
Yeah, just needs to get to the two Mud Bombs here. And there we are. There comes another Earthquake. Quagsire does win the CMP tie, gets the shield, and knows at this point, even if it's a Rock Slide, will be confident in shielding. Or do they go for the disrespectful no shield, save the one shield? No. Bloom, respectful young gentleman.
Bloom, yes, respecting the Earthquake, knowing that he will be able to comfortably get another Mud Bomb off in time before he eats too much damage. And
Whoa.
actually going for the undercharge is a little bit of a last-minute BM, shall we call it.
Well, I mean, I saw the finger hovering over towards that stone edge, but I think they thought better of it in the end, and ties it up 1-1.
Yeah, going for a decisive game 3 now. This is really coming down to it. What will our trainers decide to do to try and gain an advantage for this third game?
Well, I think that really puts that pressure on Wasp nicely. That Quagsire play really just I think that's going to change the mentality. It really brought out such a strong position, dominated against that G-Fizz. I mean, it had plenty of opportunity against the Altaria as well, but only needed a Bum Bomb to KO. So do we see some Venusaur action in response to that Quagsire? And then does Bloom then predict, the mind games within my games we have here, Fishy Legs? It's just racing.
Well,
my mind's racing.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you look at the team that Inner Bloom just ran, it did have 2 of those ground types in the Galarian Stunfisk and the Quagsire, as well as the Deoxys Defense, which does need to use a Psycho Boost to put any sort of damage up against that Venusaur. So perhaps that was a strategy from Inner Bloom to try and bait out the Game 3 Venu, and he now decides that, you know what, I'm going to run A9 and Dragonite and just really hard counter that Venusaur if it does come.
Yeah, but I mean, then do you have those little doubts that creep into your mind saying, we've had G-Fisks run both games, can I run double weak to G-Fisk? And I mean, that's up to the individual to make those decisions. But the one thing I know is if you're worried about being double weak to something that's been in both games, don't run ABA weak to it, right? Consider having a counter for it, whether you're ABB strong or ABB weak.
All right, third game, decisive game 3 starting now, and we see the Deoxys Defense into the Pelipper. This is a new lead switch up here from Wasp as he comes into this Pelipper, knowing that there's no Thunderbolt on this Deoxys Defense. He has a little bit more survivability in this matchup.
Yes, indeed it does. And Bloom is throwing the Rock Slide before they get to the Hurricane here. And this is going to be really important. Wow, that does a lot of damage. And in comes the Hurricane. Now, this is where we see the resolve of these battlers. Would you shield Fishy?
Knowing that it's a tanky mon, I'd be no shielding, but Inner Bloom respects the Hurricane and gets the call correct. This is putting him in a really good spot here, despite being at a shield disadvantage. He has so much health on this defense Deoxys, and it's going to be really hard to take out.
Oh, and his shield coming out here for that low health Pelipper. Wants to get that second shield with the Hurricane. And a catch!
Oh!
Wow! It's
What
a
a
slam
great catch
dunk.
there by Inner Bloom. All this energy resisted into the Galarian Stunfisk, does barely 25% health, and is now met by the Mirror. And being perhaps slightly ahead on energy here, Inner Bloom may get that Earthquake off first. And he does. Will Wasp respect it. And he's not respecting the Earthquake. He's no shielding. This is going to do so much damage.
Oh, wow. And I feel... and it's a Rock Slide bait. It's a Rock Slide bait. I feel like after landing that Earthquake, you're comfortable letting this go.
Yeah.
And the Rock Slide comes through.
Inner Bloom reading that he doesn't need that extra Galarian Sunfisk anymore, and he's happy just to let it go, but where's the bait instead?
Yes, wearing the bait. That was really nice. And leading this go actually is really good too, because he's got energy coming in with whatever Pokemon they want to use. And he does choose the DD. So keeping that Quag in the back hidden. This DD comes out. We know Pelipper's dry. Pelipper will just be used there as potentially a third shield, or rather a catch, I should say. And out comes the Altaria. And here comes the first Rock Slide. No shield. No shield on the first.
Recognizing that this won't KO, Wasp is electing to no shield here. Does less than 50% damage, and is just going to try and get as much off. Oh, that's a great catch on this Rock Slide.
What a catch. Really important. We said earlier that that's what that Pelipper had to be used for. And often people wait until right at the end to use that as their catch. And now we've got a Quagsire coming out into an Altaria.
This game is
goes
far
unshielded.
from over.
This is on a
Moonblast now
delicate knife
getting.
edge.
Yep, we see now the attack drop did not proc the Quagsire. Going to have to load up on a lot of energy here if it wants to take out this Altaria. Altaria correctly shooting the Stone Edge. Will Quagsire be able to make it to another move before this Altaria can take it out?
Well, Quagsire has a shield, so it's got to be down to fast move damage, and there it is. The Stone Edge. How much does a Stone Edge do from a non-stab Pokemon like Quagsire? You'd think it's got to be pretty close to taking it out.
And
There
it does.
goes.
Inner Bloom securing the 2-1 over Wasp 13. Really close battle there. Could have gone either way towards the end.
No, incredible play from both battlers. It really just, oh man, who would have thought so many games coming down to how the G-Fisk mirror match gets played out? And the first time it looked like Bloom had played it better, but then he didn't shield the Earthquake, and then it's all terrible. And now he doesn't shield the bait, and it goes brilliantly. Oh, it was such a topsy-turvy match. Really, really enjoyable. Well played to both battlers. That was fantastic. Close battles. Well played. 2-1 could have been. I mean, it feels like it should have been 1-1. It was that close and amazing.
Yeah, if we could, we'd have a 1-1 result there or a 2-2. But let's bring back PvP Steve and Debbie Pebble to see what they thought about that brilliant matchup.
Oh man, I mean, Quagsire OP? Is that what I'm hearing?
Of course.
Look,
We
all
love
I'm
a
saying
good
is
Quag.
Quag came in twice, Quag won twice, Quag left.
That is 100% right. So I'm down for Team Quag.
Now, if I'm correct, the Quagsire is the Mudfish Pokemon, and it does have legs, so I'm always going to be on board with Quagsire.
Hang on, the Mudfish Pokemon?
I believe.
Are we going to have to start a debate about what Pokemon are Mudfish instead of Mud Boys? I mean, what do you mean? It's got feet.
It's got a tail, Steve. Axolotls have feet. Are they fish?
I don't think so.
It's the water fish Pokemon.
They're not. They're not.
Any sort of fish.
All of a sudden, I've been put on an opinion that I didn't know I had. But regardless, Quagsire definitely winning my heart. And interesting, I was like, okay, interesting. I haven't thought about Quagsire in this meta before. It's only on 2 teams. And so,
Wow.
Inner Bloom, one of the only people to actually bring it, the other one being another Aussie, coming in and getting some really good success with it in that number 1 seed. So I'm actually suddenly very excited about Quagsire in this meta.
Absolutely.
Quagsire's definitely got. After you say fish.
Take it away.
All right. Quagsire's definitely got a lot of play. I think with that Mud Bomb boost especially, it just neutral Mud Bombs used to be a bit but now they're actually a lot of things can't survive too. Sorry, a lot of the non-bulky Pokemon can't survive too. So it's really got play in there, and just those Stone Edge for that flying coverage now. It's just elevated it. It used to be the Earthquake nuke. It was just a nuke. You had no real other options. And sometimes those nukes didn't one-hit KO. But now it's just you've got a bait with it. It's such a nice... And it's a little bit bulky. It's not as squishy as you expect. Like, that Moonblast was barely 50% HP to that Quagsire.
Oh, absolutely. I think that Quagsire is I feel like it's been underrated. And it's certainly when they did bring that Mud Bomb buff back into it, I think Quagsire was sort of brought into the conversation a little bit, but I think it's still a little bit slept on. And I think that, again, the power of the Silph Arena, having these not so much closed metas, because this is, on the grand scale, relatively open in terms of the number of picks that are available, but a meta that makes you sort of make different decisions than you might otherwise. It sort of allows a Pokemon like Quagsire to sort of find its way into the spotlight and perform really well against someone who potentially, I don't know if Wasp did any practice against any teams that had a Quagsire in it. I'd guess probably not. But it's one of those Pokemon that can really sort of catch you off guard and perform really well in the moment. Something I sort of want to ask you both is how you felt about the Dragonite play. I mean, Dragonite, another Pokemon that not really on a whole lot of teams in this meta. How did you sort of find it play out?
Yeah, the Dragonite was really interesting. Obviously, in Game 1, it had that set up for the 2 shield sweep, which didn't quite go according to plan, only just missing out that 1 Dragon Breath to get the KO on the Galarian Stunfisk. But it definitely has a lot of oppressive potential. With a lot of those starter Pokemon are all doing somewhat resisted with that water, fire, grass moved attacks. It really could play well later on in this tournament.
Yeah, for me, the Dragonite just has that um, extra ability to take damage from any rock moves, a bit more from electric and things than say your standard Shadow Dragonair. Now the movesets are slightly different, and there's pros and cons for each. But it's one of the few times I'm going to say that the devolved version Dragonair, I personally have my playstyle. I preference it over Dragonite because otherwise they function very, very similarly. I think it's 12 turns to the charge move. But yeah, without that extra resistance being the non-flying type for the Dinair's my boy.
Yeah. Somewhat interestingly, because I was like, oh, I'm assuming it's going to be another single digit. I just Control F'd it again. Inner Bloom is the only person in this tournament to bring a Dragonite. Like, just the only one. So he's gone out there and been one of the only two with Quagsire. And now he's come out being the only one person, one human being to bring the Dragonite into the tournament as well. And I mean, there was no Dragonites in North America. In Europe, we did get one Dragonite. So, there's only been 2 Dragonites in the entirety of the Continental circuit so far, 75% of the way in. And Inner Bloom coming in and actually doing a pretty decent job with it. And again, sort of a Pokemon that has a lot of play when there's sort of lots of Lickitungs and Umbreons sort of running around. But just going back to the sort of point about Quagsire, we can take a little bit of a look at slot 2 of this meta where Quagsire sort of resides, where slot 2 was sort of that slot in your team that was based on that first season of Silph Arena, the 2019 slot, the season 1 slot. So there's sort of lots of Pokemon that were really good back in those early metas. For example, on the slide here, we've got like Bastiodon and Altaria, 2 picks that were really strong in the Kingdom Cup. As many might remember, struggling to find their way into getting a Bastiodon with enough candy. We've got picks like Noctowl, Medicham, Azumarill. Like, there's so many sort of core PvP picks. And even picks like Skarmory that are in here that, like, we all have those faint memories of it, Skarmory being really, really strong in PvP, almost entirely because of those early days of the Silph Arena. Certainly these days, there are a lot of Pokemon like Galarian Stunfisk that didn't exist yet that really have helped to push Skarmory out. But focusing back in on this meta, I mean, Trotter, what are you sort of, what's catching your fancy in slot 2 of the meta? Noting that Quagsire is on the board at number 8.
Look, I mean, it's pretty hard to go past Medicham. Like it's basically the best Pokemon in the game, right? It's got the typing that helps itself. It's got moves that really cover itself. They had to buff the crud out of Noctowl with Wing Attack, and they had to buff all of these other things to try and stop the Medicham sort of train from chugging on into town. And it's still such a dominant Pokemon that when I'm thinking about team picking, I'd have to look at that slot, and it would really take a lot of effort to not pick that Medicham. And look at its win rate. In the One Shield, 61.1% against the entire meta. It's just sitting so nicely for me.
Oh, I mean, absolutely. Although I will state again, well, not again, for the first time, that while Medicham was actually on more than half of teams back in EMEA, it's been one of those stocks declining actually with Pokemon as we've gone on. It slipped down from 52 down to 43% in North America. And now that we're in the APAC region, it's hanging at about the same at roughly 40%. So it's had a little bit of a drop from over half of teams, but definitely still the most oppressive Pokemon in that slot too. And it's definitely a pick to be scared of. I mean, what about you, Debbie? Is there a Pokemon that's sort of on this graphic for that slot too that's catching your eye as something that's sort of can perform really well in this meta, or something that's done well so far?
Look, I think obviously we can go through the favorites, but I think for nostalgia, I would probably go with Whiscash. Just purely, it did so well back in those times, and yeah, it's just one of those that I think a lot of people that have played have a lot of memories around Whiscash, or Daddy Cash as they called it back then.
Yes, the Daddy Cash coming in as another mud boy, and I would be much more happy to call it a mud fish. Very much more fish-like to me than Quagsire, but that's just me. But definitely in the same way, the Quagsire's got that power with the mud bomb spam. Whiscash has got that in spades, plus that Blizzard to really threaten those flyers, like the Altaria that was sort of running around a little bit. I mean, Altaria, another pick that is in this slot too. I will actually just, before I just read off the numbers, I mean, Fishy Legs, other than sort of Metacham and the sort of slightly more mud fishy Whiscash, is there a pick that's sort of standing out as like a really solid pick to you here?
Yeah, this is one of those slots that's really hard to make a decision on because there are so many great meta options in this pick. Obviously you got the top four there with Basti, Altaria, Knockdown, Metachamp, really strong, really great Pokemon. But when I was doing a little bit of team building, having a little bit of look, I really like the Vigoroth personally. Just being able to have a crack at some of those steel types, have a crack at some of the ice types, and still have a lot of neutral play against some of the things that something like Metacham would struggle against, such as Alolan Ninetales and even the Flyers, because it doesn't not taking that resisted. It's not taking that super effective flying type damage. So I think Vigoroth could be a little bit underrated as a slot 2 pick.
Yeah, I mean, there's again, it's another pick that somehow only one person has brought it in the entire tournament, and it's currently it was being run by the Super Nasty, who's currently 1-1 in this tournament after having to face Franz with a Z in round 2. So definitely a pick that can get some big wins through. Has the advantage of not being weak to that flying damage coming from all of the flyers running around. I don't think we're likely to see much of a team that doesn't have flying damage involved, especially when there are all of these Metachams running around. But while Metacham usage, as I sort of mentioned before, is starting to decrease, one Pokemon that is sort of coming up to fill the void a little bit is Noctowl. Now, Noctowl, sort of obviously a very large Pokemon in the sort of most of the last play Pokemon season and through the Go Battle League, but in still a really strong pick here. Only at about 26% of teams, so a little bit over a quarter, but that is definitely a very sort of strong pick that's bolstering itself as a bit of an anti-Metacham pick when so many teams are running that Metacham, having the same slot being used to counter the Metacham, very, very strong. And as we saw in that first round with the Vroom Vroom Pow, also really strong when you're up against one team that has a jump bluff on it as well. But of course, there are some other picks in here as well, like the Azumarill. Azumarill coming in with a little bit over 10% of teams. One of the sort of PvP classics and one pick that was coming in back in the Twilight Cup as well as a really strong Water Fairy type alongside Tapu Fini, both increasing in usage. I think that Azumarill is being a little bit left off where Tapu Fini, because it's in slot 6, that's a little bit less competitive for other really strong picks. I think it's easier to not pick your Azumarill, use something like a Metacham instead, and keep that Water Fairy roll for slot 6. Because as we have on the graphic here, we do have those sort of alternative picks in different slots that really do help with the team building here. So I think that people are more inclined to go for that slot 6 Tapu Fini instead. But of course, there is also the Altaria that's running around, and we've seen it do okay. It's also hanging a little bit above that 10% regime, and it's sort of been around that mark for all 3 Continentals. And it's another Pokemon that we don't really see very often in the Open Great League these days. It does have some bulk on it, and it's got some very oppressive Dragon Breath damage, but, it's a little bit, it's normal. It does some Sky Attack damage. It does a little bit of this. It doesn't do anything super well or super poorly, except to maybe take on a Walrein. But you've also got that Moonblast damage that can do some big damage to the Metacham. Now, Debbie, what could potentially be a little bit of a less used pick that you would potentially like to see get some love here? That I'm already going to predict that a lot of these picks down the bottom probably are sitting at zero usage. But what could be?
Are we looking at the bottom right-hand corner? Is that what we're looking at here? I would love it. I would love to see a Gardevoir or an alternative pick of the Weekly Tough or the Slurpuff, but unlikely. All of them are really... Gardevoir, I love running Gardevoir, especially Shadow Gardevoir, but I think in this meta, it would be too glassy, unfortunately.
Yeah, and look, I don't know if it has a lot of targets. I mean, you've got things like that Metacham that definitely do not enjoy the fairy typing, but something like Gardevoir is still taking so much damage from even like a Psychic from Medicham. So you're in a little bit of a tough spot to try and use something like that. One of the other picks that's actually on this graphic is something that sort of goes down in Silph Arena history, that being the Season 2 World Champion Speediest Chief 2's pick of the Fortress. Fortress sitting in there in sort of 11th place, I suppose. Also a pick that's a little bit tricky to use, I think. You've obviously got access to some bug damage that could do well against Psychic types like Cresselia. You've got access to Earthquake. That's obviously really good against things like Galarian Stunfisk or Bastiodon, but it's a little bit slow, and I think that it might best be left in that Season 2 World Championships. I don't know. Is there any Fortress love with any of you guys, or even the chat? Let us know if there's any Fortress believers. It feels like it's just being slept on in this meta, but I'm not expecting a lot of noise there.
Let's be real. Fortress isn't going to be coming. It's just horrible. Not a believer at all in that Fortress. It's I hate using it. I hate facing it. It's just one of those things I've never enjoyed.
Well, the only surprise to me is that it took Steve this long to bring up the Fortress. Really, he's obviously Speediest Chief's biggest fan. If there's no fans in the world, it'll still be Steve being a fan of Speediest Chief. So, but I mean, interestingly, the graphic said it's got a 55.6% win rate, but I'm getting that's very moveset dependent, and it's got a varied moveset, and the varied moveset needs to land in the Pokemon. And in these tournaments where your moveset is set from the first battle through to the end, I feel like you lose a lot of its ability to really be flexible, and that's why I would also keep it on the bench. But the other interesting thing is down there, Toxicroak, the fighter that generally beats all the other fighters, any Medicham excluded, sitting there on a 52.8% win rate. It's got some play. And its counters do a heck of a lot. It's got that Sludge Bomb to nuke any Tapu Finis. It's got the Mud Bomb for all your Steel types. It's just really sitting there quite nice. But in a slot 2 pick where you've got Altaria, Noctowl, Medicham, I kind of feel like Toxicroak's the downgrade to Medicham and some of those other things. So it's really, you're not going to see it. And I actually think, like Fisher Legs pointed out, the flexibility of Vigoroth to hit back at the flyers gives it an edge over Toxicroak, even if Toxicroak would absolutely wipe it into the ground.
Yeah, no, I think you've hit the nail on the head there, Trotter, in that Toxicroak, it's got some play. It could be good, but in slot 2, there are so many picks that are just better that you're going to pick instead. So you sort of just have to leave it at home in favor of these other picks that have a little bit more play against the Pokemon that have, you've got some more backplay, like the Vigoroth with Body Slam Spam, like the Medicham with the Ice Punch Psychic, or even Parrot Punch, Dynamic Punch. Any combination of moves gives you some level of counterplay that can be quite powerful in this meta and in Pokemon Go PvP in general when combined with Medicham Bulk. But, there's other picks that are sort of less useful, like the Lucario. I can't imagine anyone suggesting, even for half a second, that Lucario is a worthwhile bring when it's so squishy. It doesn't have that great of a moveset. While it does have Shadow Ball, you're going to get to one of them and then you're going to be KO'd if you get to one of them. And they can just shield and take you away with a whole lot of energy. So I don't think that, I think this graphic might be a bit large, might be overly accommodating for picks that I don't think we're ever going to see in this meta. I think you probably could have cut it off at about 5, obviously with the rare occurrence of picks a little bit past that, like the Quagsire doing a really good job there. But again, it's actually a little bit of a case that APAC seems like it might be a little bit more varied than the other regions, just with a couple of extra little spice picks, I suppose you could call them, in that slot too, like that Quagsire coming in. There are a couple of Bastiodons. It's actually interesting that Bastiodon on this graphic is sitting up there as that sort of number 1 when it's not something that's used very often. I think it's used on maybe 2 teams in this Continentals. And it's just if you're going to bring a Bastiodon or a Medicham, which one are you going to bring? I mean, Caleb Peng's not in this tournament, right? Although
that's right.
Caleb did compete in the North American one. Surely he didn't.
That is true. One thing I am noticing though, there is one person running the Shadow Kanto Ninetales. which is an interesting selection as a anti-ice, anti-grass, anti-steel option. Probably is a little bit spicier, but definitely has an interesting little niche if you don't want to bring the Charizard as your slot 1 pick.
This is the way.
This is the way.
Yeah, I mean, there's some of Debbie's favorite picks would do very well against Kanto Ninetales, but some of the others would do quite poorly. Namely, sort of one slot 3 ice type in particular that does have that fairy typing that Ninetales would do quite nifty against. In addition to Alolan Sandslash, so Ninetales definitely something that's got some play and something that's been pretty useful in some other tournaments as well. I have noticed that no one's even said the word Tropius, but that's okay.
No.
Tropius is old news.
The bananas are being left on the kitchen table for Tropius, so no one's brought out the Tropius. I think when we got like the option of another flyer such as Noctowl, and plus also being a regional as well, accessibility might be an issue. But yeah, Noctowl or even Altaria would be the better choice here.
Yeah.
Even
It's
Golbat.
pretty clear cut.
Golbat's varied moveset. The Shadow Ball hits a lot of things really hard. With the Poison Fang buff, it actually does a lot of damage now. And it's got wing attack. So I'd even put Golbat well ahead of Tropius on my flyer list.
Yeah, and even then, it may be a short list, but it's certainly not making top cut. But regardless, I do have to correct myself that Caleb Peng did indeed bring the Bastiodon into his own Continentals tournament. So, he didn't win it. So maybe that's saying something about the old Basti. But regardless, definitely seems pretty clear that this slot 2 is sort of well defined. Now, I do want to talk about this being sort of slot 2 based on the 2020 season. So the first season of COVID, essentially, where we had a couple months there of sort of in-person tournaments were on. And then March 2020, we had some in-person tournaments that then went into the remote tournaments. And we saw a lot of people doing a lot of tournaments when we went inside. So, Trotter, how did your sort of tournament waiting regime increase or decrease? Or did it just stay the same when the sort of pandemic hit and there were so many more online tournaments? And I mean, really, the enabler wasn't so much the Silph Arena. It was Niantic's reduction of the friendship battle limit from 30 days down to 1. I think was sort of the potential real game changer. But how did your sort of schedule change with that change up?
Oh, yeah, that was a huge change up. I believe that was in the middle of Toxic Cup.
Yeah.
Or Toxic was the one following. It was a big difference maker. Unfortunately, it spelt the end for my local community, because that was really it just didn't end up carrying on afterwards, which was a real shame. But I think it really opened up, especially in Australia, in our PvP server that we have, Arena Australis. We really ended up just going absolutely ham. There were the 7-rounders every month. There was lobbies were larger. I think everyone was trying to jump on to do a 7-rounder here or there in other servers and different things. But for me personally, it was a time where it was becoming hard to do that many amounts of tournaments. I think RL was getting busier and busier, and doing all that sort of stuff got harder and harder. It was like every night was spent battling, and then the gym breakers thing, and they just got so busy. Which has led to a slight reduction now into a much more comfortable spot of 2 tournaments a month for this season for myself.
Yeah, I'm definitely one of those who tends to overcommit to too many tournaments all at once. You've got big 7-rounders from across the globe, and then you've got the more local, shorter tournaments, the flash types and factions on top of that, and everything's like, oh, geez, sorry, can't be having a date night with my partner tonight. I've got more battles to play. It's priority 0. So yeah, I've definitely fallen into that trap a few times. I'm like, oh wow, how do I coordinate 7 battles for today?
a mistake and a trap that many people have fallen into, especially through that 2020 season. But of course, it was also an interesting time where I think April, I want to say that regionals was scheduled for April. So obviously there was a little bit of a panic of, oh, what do we do here? The season 1 Silph regionals were sort of done in person. And there were already those plans sort of being cooked up with people ready to sort of like, I think the regional hosts were sort of all given out. So everyone was sort of ready. And then all of a sudden it was like, we can't do that anymore. So there was sort of some quick thinking on Silph's part, creating the sort of online system and allowing that to all go through. I definitely, I can't speak to everyone on the planet, but certainly in my regional, it felt quite connected with everyone sort of all talking nonsense and bantering in the Discord channels. Obviously, you're missing that in-person vibe, but it still felt very, very Silph. To sort of just all be in there, having fun, playing with these sort of random picks that sort of feel all over the place. But we got through it in the end, and it was still a pretty nice time. And I'm pretty sure it was the peak of my regional performance. It never came back. But I think that other people in this call did a little bit better potentially, if my memory serves.
I'm like, who are we talking about here? I was like, Debbie's won a few regionals? No, I think...
Definitely not me.
I think all my Continentals invites were like by proxy, not Proctor. So I think in season 1, I ended up coming second, but the person who placed first, that was back when they were doing in-person worlds. It was worlds, but not Continentals. So I was literally, I think it came down to at the end of regionals, we're all sitting around chatting, and it was like, well, I'm the only one who could afford to go to worlds. It was a bad financial decision, but I could afford to go to worlds. And I think some of the others were like tied victories and things. So I don't think I've swept a regional, but I've definitely won some.
And at the end of the day, that's what really matters, right? You get to update your Twitter bio.
That's what it's really about. Just the Twitter bio. It's not for the glory of that.
Twitter
I just want
bragging
people to think
everything.
Yeah, I want everyone to go to like twitter.com/PvPsteve and just have a look right now.
I mean, you do know that we've got that top 6 Whalmer right in there. I used to carry around the previous world number 2 in Silph Arena because well, I believe it was at the same time that Dr. Trotter became number 1 in the world in the Silph Arena. Nothing to do with being the first tournament in the world of the new season or anything, but it was certainly sitting there in the Twitter bio for ages.
Look, all I'm going to say is get wrecked, Steve. You were number 2. I was number 1. Let's make sure the world knows this.
One day I'll get good. I got close, but just couldn't stand up to the enormous weight of the talent of Dr. Trotter, apparently. Just too good for me. Number 1 in the world. And everyone in this tournament's lucky that Dr. Trotter's here casting and not battling, or else he'd bring that number 1 in the world talent right back at you. So be thankful I'm back.
My Venusaur was unstoppable. And my 1470 CP Tapu Fini that I got from a trade, Debbie.
Oh, rub it in.
Just water up a duck's back.
Yeah, thanks for that.
That's all right, Debbie. We can try and get you a Tapu Fini in Japan this year. But regardless, and I think, look, 1470, we'll let it slide. I think that IVs are something that you're not allowed to care too much about when it's a Tapu Fini, right? You just have to, you've got one, you roll with it.
I won't brag about my Tapu Fini with 1 attack and 15 defense or anything like that.
Yeah,
I see.
Good.
I won't mention it. I'm sorry. I won't go through that.
Yeah, best to keep that one to yourself, I think. Just for good measure.
Do we have a lot of Tapu Finis in this tournament?
Yeah, Tapu Fini is also pretty decently represented, I think. We've got 16 Tapu Finis, so that's about 23%. So sort of almost 1 in 4. It's a little bit lower than it has been in the last tournament. it rocketed right up to like 28% usage, like sort of roughly a little bit over 1 in 4, 1.25. But it's come back down a little bit, and maybe that is purely people have less Tapu Finis here. North America, because it's all sort of a much tighter, closer region. You've sort of got more chances to meet up with other people and trade those Tapu Finis back and forth. APAC region slightly more spread out, so maybe a little bit more difficult in certain communities, or maybe we just really love Cresselia here. It's all about that moon duck, right? It's
Look, if anyone
Is it
wants
a
to,
duck or is it a goose? That's what I want to know.
don't tell me it's like the mud goose Pokemon or something.
I was
Celia.
going to say,
Okay,
if anyone
yes.
wants to come to Perth to trade, that'd be great.
Look, I think we've all glanced over one really, really important fact, that somebody has brought a Galarian Zapdos as their legendary slot 6 Pokemon.
And I believe that's Mikey Morgs, is it not?
It is the beautiful gentleman himself.
Another one of
course.
the people making their way over to Yokohama in August, and is now a local of mine, actually, which is cool. He likes to brag about the fact he has about a dozen Galarian birds in his account, so no wonder he's brought one today.
It's leaning hard into the flex. That's all it's about.
Absolutely.
I mean,
It's just
look,
his spare, really.
It is, yeah, yep.
It's like the Space Saver tire in your car. It's just there.
and Mikey Morgs is happy to let us all know. I've got one Galarian bird in my account, and it's well over Great League. I'm very unhappy about it all. I've not seen one since the Master Ball was introduced.
It's an interesting pick for the meta, though, for sure. It's another one of those fighting types that resists fighting. Plenty of play. Has only hard-hitting charge moves with the close combat and the Brave Bird. Could run Ancient Power for a bit of coverage, but chuck it in the back, let it have shield advantage, and just watch it sweep through a team.
I just enjoy its animation.
The jumping.
I think that's the real reason why Mikey Morgs has brought it, just so we can keep watching it sort of jump forward constantly in the battle. It's just for the vibes. But it looks like we actually have officially wrapped up round 2. We were just waiting on a dispute to sort of figure itself out on the back end, but it looks like everyone has reported. So we will sort of be heading into round 3, not immediately, but sort of, semi-shortly while we get sort of battlers and whatnot sort of set up on the back end. One thing I do want to ask you all, if there is one Silph Arena meta that you could just nuke out of existence, pretend never existed, go back in time and replace it with Jungle Cup maybe, what would that meta be? What is stuck in your head is I
The
did
first
so
thing
badly.
the first one that comes to mind for me is Ember Cup. That was just it was just one of those metas where there was only a certain amount of picks and everything was super squishy and hit super hard, and shield management, energy management, all those things were so crucial, but also extremely hard. You had Piloswines beating Charizards and Charizards beating Poliwrath, and then the reverse would happen the next game, and it's just all over this place.
I mean, it was really unfortunate because, Silph was first using Silph factions, and when they first announced the meta, it was pre the announcement of the PvP updates for December 2022, which is when the wing attack buff came through. So they made the meta, and it looked all right. And then the wing attack buff hit immediately, I think a week, maybe 2 weeks before factions sort of started and wing attack sort of started being used. And then it was like, okay, this meta has all of a sudden become completely built around Charizard and getting in the right spot and whatnot. So it was just a little bit of unlucky timing that this meta just came out at the same time that a move update came out that just sort of broke it apart and made it a very centralized meta. So definitely an opinion that's well shared, that Ember Cup was definitely an unfortunate meta, but it's not one that I'm going to put the blame onto the Silph team for. It looked good originally. It's just unlucky. But what about you, Trotter? Is there a meta that you'd sort of like to pretend never existed in the Silph Arena for the last 4.5, 5 years?
Yeah, I'm literally just flicking through my Silph page now. They're like, no, don't talk about results. Just talk about the ones you did or didn't enjoy. And honestly, there's two for me. So Glacial Cup, I really didn't enjoy. I don't know why, but it just did not resonate with me one little bit. And the other one, which was probably not even seen by a lot of people, was the rehashed Twilight Cup. So once Gardevoir was allowed into Twilight Cup, I think it was in the mirror because there was an extra cup done, the Mirror Cup in season 1 of Silph, and yeah, we did Twilight for that, and I did not enjoy that one little bit.
I mean, the Shadow Charm Gardevoir didn't get you hyped up for the hard mirrors.
I had one there, but yeah, it was not particularly fun. And I think I actually ran Poison Jab Toxicroak just because I was like, well, if I'm gonna die, he's gonna die too.
Well, I think actually, because I was watching the European Continental stream, and I think it was Spleen. I'm not even going to try to pronounce his name. I'm going to call him Spleen. I think Spleen said that his favorite meta was the Glacial Cup. So I do think it's sort of one of those, and sort of highlights the diversity. And like, it's been like 4.5 years. So they've been like 40, 50 metas that Silph Arena sort of put out over those years. Like, and there is so much diversity in the different ways they've sort of built it. There's slot-based metas, there's type-based metas, there's whitelist metas with 100 Pokemon that have 4 legs, or like, you know, there's a long and wide variety of these different ways that the metas have been built. And I think that it's really nice that different people have sort of been able to have their sort of their favorites and their least favorites sort of come up at different times. So if you're someone like me who is really dumb and cannot build teams very well, teams that are a little bit easier to team build sort of line up sort of more positively in my head. Whereas on the other side, you have people who really enjoy that like really nitty gritty, getting in there and building these complex teams in these complex metas, that they've sort of found this strategy, this unique strategy that can sort of help them out and win. That's like, you know, the pinnacle for some people. So there's really just different people's wants that can be met by different metas. And I think that's really, really positive thing that came from Silph. I mean, the season that sort of stuck in my head is Silph Arena Season 3, where we had, I believe that the first meta was the Sunrise Cup. And it was like sort of a meta that was literally built for beginners. It was a lot of top Go Battle League picks like Galarian Stunfisk and Altaria and Skarmory, and like all these mainstay picks were sort of around and relevant. And then as the meta went on, it got more complex and there were more slot-based metas and the like. And so sort of increasing that variety, definitely a really sort of a fun aspect of the Silph Arena for me. But Debbie, is there a meta that sort of stands out as like, I did play that meta, but maybe sometimes I wish I didn't?
Recalling back, I think I just couldn't wrap my head around Toxic Cup. I think I did like a lot of like tournaments with it, but it was just, I just couldn't wrap my head around it. And not that I rage quit, but it was a point where I'm just like, what am I doing? I like spent a lot of dust. I think I made a Worm Madam or something like that. And it was just one of those where I was just like, just, you know, didn't have anything that was my favorite. I wasn't backing behind my team. I learned a lot about myself. So if I gained something out of it, let's put it that way. It wasn't like, you know, we don't lose, we learn, right? So that's what I got out of it.
Fair enough. I mean, we all have that sometimes. And Toxic Cup is an unfortunate one because if I remember correctly, because of the pandemic, it was actually extended out so that I think it was the March meta, and they made it so you could also play it all the way through April as well. So definitely an unfortunate one for you to be that long. But definitely one that I actually quite enjoyed, Toxic Cup, if I remember. And I definitely sort of... I built my Hundo Trash Wormadam, I think it was, which, you know, landed at whatever awful CP and awful stats it was. It joined very nicely in with my Hundo Venusaur that I've been using through the entirety of the Silph Arena ever since the Twilight Cup. Actually, I mean, look, I'm a stats nerd, which should be relatively clear. But I've got this spreadsheet of all of the Pokemon that I've used throughout my entire Silph Arena history, and the one Pokemon that has come up the most times in the most metas has been that Hundo Venusaur. Never built another one. It's been that guy from the beginning, and it's been through the majority of my journey. So shout out Venusaur. You're the real OG.
Always winning those CMP ties, hey?
Yeah. I mean, look, I'm not as much as I'm a nerd on the stats, not when it comes to Pokemon Go PvP stats. Those things are just atrociously high in attack. Like, I reckon I'm winning a lot of CMPs, we'll put it that way. But I'm assuming that I'm a little bit outnumbered. I feel like Trotter and Fishy, you're both hard on the PvP rank.
Oh, not for Venusaur, I don't think. I was using one of the Mewtwo Strikes Back clone Venusaurs there for a long while. I managed to trade under 1500 CP, which was you couldn't rate it under 1500, I don't believe. So it's a nice little flex to have that. And then I've also got a shiny, which has got a bit better stats. So
yeah, I'm mad jealous about that clone Venusaur. I really want one.
On the IVs, especially in Silph metas where you get very condensed top picks, the one Pokemon that actually run with the worst IVs possible is Frostlass. Because winning the Frostlass mirror, you actually come out with like more than half your health anyway, right? So if I can win the Frostlass mirror, come out with a heap of health, I'm sitting so pretty to continue. So I actually run like a 14-7-0 shiny Frostlass. So if you see a shiny Frostlass against me in GBL, it's most likely going to win CMP because it's really up there. And it's so squishy anyway that I really haven't found there's any instances where I die where you wouldn't have otherwise with the normal. So yeah, if you're just getting into any of these closed meta type things in PvP, consider very squishy Pokemon with very high attack stat. Make sure sometimes it can be beneficial that they win CMP.
I just
Yeah,
wrote
and
down
Frostlass.
Trotter's Frostlass down, just just in case it comes up in GBL. Not that I'd meet his elo, but just in case.
We're pretty low.
Hang on,
We're pretty
we
low,
can plug
Debbie.
this into PV Poke.
We got time. We got time.
There she is.
oh, look at it.
Oh, she's beautiful.
And I mean, Frostlass is sort of one of the Pokemon that has defined the Silph Arena in a lot of ways. I think, like, if you had to name 3 Pokemon that defined the Silph Arena, Frostlass is going to be in that top 3 every single time. I've brought this up many a time, but I'll bring it up again. I can't remember who made it, but there was that meme on Twitter with the guy sort of sweating, not knowing which button to press, and it was Silph Arena, Frostlass meta, or Vigoroth meta. Not knowing which one to pick. And certainly, I think pretty heavily through, I think, Silph Arena Season 3 and maybe 4 was definitely the Frostlass Vigoroth Power Hour. Especially, I mean, Vigoroth has been hanging around for a long time, ever since that Jungle Cup. Just that normal typing sneaks it onto so many meta lists. It's insane.
Yeah,
But-
when you're mentioning that top 3 meta-defining or Silph Arena-defining Pokemon, Vigoroth was my second thought there. Frostlass, Vig, and you could pick any number of Pokemon for that third slot, I think.
I've got a thought as number 3. I mean, Debbie or Trotter, do you have a thought in mind as to what that third defining pick might be?
I mean, I'm not going to say what you're going to say, so.
Is this
I was
your
thinking
favorite
about-
Pokemon, or?
It's Wailmer, guys. It's obviously Wailmer.
I think it's Sableye, Steve.
Hypno was
Yeah,
very large through the end of Season 3, I think it was.
Yeah, a lot of Hypno Season 3, a little bit in Season 2 as well. Was very popular. It was actually a really popular pick in the Worlds or Continentals for Season 1. When I was over in South America, there was like everyone was running a Hypno, and I was running a Sableye, which was pre XL, so I think it only got to like 1443 or something. And it was glorious seeing all those Hypnos. It was like, oh, here we go.
I mean, it was one of those Pokemon that I think something that's been lost in sort of recent times is that there's always like a clear, everyone is running this moveset. And I think back when Hypno was sort of king, there was a lot of sort of question marks around what moveset Hypno is running. So I have incredibly fond memories of was it season 2 regionals that Hypno was eligible for? That I think it was Voyager was the meta. So maybe it was season 3. But I was running Focus Blast on my Hypno. And one round in particular completely dominated entirely because of the Focus Blast Hypno. It's like, Focus Blast, Bastiodon, gone. Got to the Focus Blast again, clicked on the Focus Blast. He was like, I don't think he's got enough energy for Focus Blast this time. Boom, Focus Blast, gone. Round 1. And that's a prize factor. It was really fun for me in those first couple of seasons of Silph, when everyone was sort of still a little bit playing around more and a little less confident in this move is the way to go. There's still a little bit of that these days. I think there was some difference of opinion, even in Ember Cup, as to what moveset on Hisui and Quillfish should be. There was some debate on the fast move with Poison Jab and Poison Sting, and there was a little bit of debate on the charge moves as well. But it looks like we're actually going to be... sorry, go ahead.
There was debate? Come on, let's really get controversial here. Like, did anyone actually run Poison Jab? Because Sting is the way.
Oh, I was a jabber from day one.
Oh.
I think I was a jabber as well, actually. No, it's a good thing Trotter's out leaving, because we are actually going to be getting into round 3 now. So Trotter, feel free to go, to sit in the corner, recenter yourself. But Fishy and Trotter will be coming back after round 3. So see you, gentlemen, in a little bit. But Debbie and I are going to take us into round 3, where by the looks of things, we're going to be taking a dive into Nyan Cake versus Beelzeboy coming in. So I'm sure that... we're going to have some different teams coming in. So I believe that Nyan Cake is from Japan, and Beelzeboy is another Indian battler that's coming through. Both very strong in their own regions and bringing in some slightly different picks as well. I mean, unfortunately, there isn't going to be a Tapu Fini, but we are going to see some different legendaries. So if we could take a look at the teams for round 3 with Nyan Cake versus Beelzeboy. Debbie, take it away.
All right, so we've got Nyan Kake, possibly, with the Japanese pronunciation, but we'll go with the team. We've got Shadow Swampert, we've got Noctowl, we've got Shadow Alola Ninetales. This is ringing bells. Galarian Stunfisk, Lickitung, and Defense Deoxys. On Beelzeboy's side, we have the Shadow Charizard, Medicham, the Alolan Shadow Sandslash there, Lantern, Lickitung, and Cresselia.
Yeah, so, instantly, there is so much variety between these two teams. There's only one Pokemon that's on both of them, and it is that Lickitung. And I think that this is a little bit of a factor of how some slot-based metas go, where, for example, if you sort of pick your fighting type, so Nyan has brought in the Defense Deoxys as their fighter in slot 6. You then sort of have to make different plays to fill out your teams. Beelzeboy has sort of put their fighter into slot 2 with the Metacham. So they've had to make completely different decisions as to how to build out their team. We can see that Nyan's got their flyer in Noctowl in slot 2. Beelzeboy's got the Charizard in slot 1, where we are probably pretty confidently going to assume that it is a wing attack Charizard, running it sort of a little bit as a flyer there. So it's sort of a very interesting set, where Lickitung, as the only sort of consistent pick, acts as a little bit of a neutral figure. But Debbie, just sort of taking a look at both of these two teams, what's sort of standing out to you as something that sort of might be handy for either of these two players?
I think on Beelzeboy's side, having that Lantern could possibly just be really helpful, depending on the fast move. If it does run, either way with Water Gun or with Spark, but being on Nyan's side, you've got the Noctowl, you've got the Galarian Stunfisk if it does run Water Gun as well. And then, it's definitely something that we haven't seen a lot so far. So it could be definitely a possible draw card there for him.
Yeah, and there is, of course, going to be that question. Do we see Water Gun Lantern? Do we see Spark Lantern? I think there's definitely reasons to bring both in this meta. Another pick that is definitely going to be quite interesting is that Metachamp on Beelzebub's side, because we're seeing things like Galarian Sunfisk and Lickitung that it performs quite well against. Noctowl is a little bit tricky. Swampet's quite neutral, but the Shadow Alola Ninetales can be really, really deadly depending on that moveset. But it depends on the moveset on both sides. It depends whether we're going to see a Charm or a Powder Snow from Ninetales. But it also depends if we're going to see, potentially we have a Dynamic Punch coming through on the Metacham side. Calling back to my own experience through the Sydney Play Pokemon regionals, landing a Psychic from a Metacham single-handedly won a game onto one of those Alola Ninetales. So even though you've got that Fairy typing that performs quite well against the Metacham, Metacham definitely has a lot of play back. And there is definitely a reason why it's sort of been bring on almost half of teams in this tournament. It is definitely a very powerful pick and one that Nian's going to have to sort of fight back against. I mean, I feel like you just have to bring the Noctowl. Like, how else are you going to be able to deal with the Metacham?
Exactly right. Metacham is so, even if it's bench pressure, it has such oppressive power on Beelzebub's side. So I definitely think that we would probably see a lot of Noctowl being brought out in all the matches. It's definitely a very strong pick, I would suggest.
Yeah, and I guess it sort of brings it back around to you sort of play this like, I bring this, you bring this, I bring this, you bring this vibe, where if you know that we're probably going to see a Noctowl, then how do you counter it? And so obviously there's one pathway where the Metacham does okay against Noctowl still, but you're also going to be looking to lean on either the Alolan Sandslash or the Lantern. But it looks like we're going to be jumping into battle number 1 of round number 3, and we have a Lantern coming into a defense, Deoxys on the left-hand side. And now we're going to see the moveset here, and it is the Psycho Boost Thunderbolt. Very interesting moveset and a little bit harder to use up against some of the flyers, but definitely pretty happy here because these Psycho Boosts are definitely going to start adding up on this Lantern.
Absolutely. Going for the Psycho Boost here, not for the Thunderbolt straight away, and swapping out immediately into the Lickitung to gain some of that energy. Lantern now going for the Surf, and we'll see here if Nian decides to shield or not. Deciding not to shield and landing, because we know that Lickitung is just a big tanky boy and can take that.
Yeah, Lickitung essentially just cosplaying as a sponge here, just soaking up as much damage as possible. And Beelzebub's like, hey, you know what? I'm a bit of a fan of that too. I'm going to try and bring my Lickitung out. So we're in for a very drawn out matchup here. We can see the best buddy ribbon on one side of the battlefield at least, but these two are definitely going to be going back and forth. Body slam spam in action. A terminology that has been used so often since its introduction back in Jungle Cup with that Vigoroth. But now these Lickitungs are just going to slowly whittle their way down until potentially we see a catch here. On the back end of these two teams, we do see the Alola Ninetales and the Deoxys on the left, and we see the Metacham and the Lantern on the right. And to be honest with you, Debbie, I feel like there's a lot of sort of neutral play across all three of these teams. And being topped off by this Lickitung mirror match, I feel like this matchup could go either way.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, we're waiting for the Lickitungs to finish their mirror match through here, but having that Alola Ninetales in the back for Nian, and with the Medicham, we still don't know what moveset it's bringing in yet. So it'll be interesting if it did bring Charm, but we'll see how it plays out.
Yeah, now we finally have Lickitung being Lickadone, so we can bring in the Deoxys and an insta-swap into the Lantern, going for the Surf that is just, again, Deoxys a very bulky Pokemon, going to be able to take this Surf quite well, not even being close to being brought into the yellow. And with this being a Spark Lantern, Lantern is really relying on that charge move damage to bring down the Deoxys' health. So we're seeing it slowly go through. Another Surf isn't quite going to be enough. Deoxys is actually going to be able to get to these two Psycho Boosts before Lantern can get to another Surf. So going for this first one, seeing if we get a shield out of Beelzebub, and we just let it go, which I think is the right play.
That's right through there. Beelzebub dragging out a little bit of the switch timer there, thinking what to change into, but we see on Nian's side, he's pressing on that Alola Ninetales, and it is the Charm variant.
That is so rough. This Metacham Shadow Charm into a Metacham is not something that you are loving to see if you are that Metacham. And Neon's taking no problems here, going for that shield, and will now
I love to see
comfortably
it.
be able to charm all the way down. Oh, Debbie's in paradise right now.
I absolutely am. But yeah, we will see this being charmed down. I don't think Lickitung will get to the body slam at all.
Oh my gosh.
And
Two shields still in tow.
Well, now that has been revealed. So we know now that Nyan has that charm along the Nine Tails. It'll be interesting to see how Beelzebub pivots from this point onwards.
Yeah, it's going to be another interesting little tidbit. I feel like it's something that a lot of people just assume Powder Snow, because I think it's the slightly more common move. But now knowing it is that charm, you have to start thinking, how useful is my Metacham really? I mean, if they're not bringing in both Stunfisk and Lickitung, I'm kind of only using it against one of them. I can, again, try and land that Psychic onto that Alola Ninetales, but you're only going to have one shot unless you're going in up against a sort of a Ninetales while you have a lot of energy in tow. So it's a little bit tricky to try and bring. So I'm expecting that Beelzebub is probably going to leave their Metacham at home, which is a tough one when it is such a powerful Pokemon in PvP. But I think that you just have to make an adjustment here. But the question becomes, what do you bring in instead? Because you still need to counter either the Lickitung and or the Galarian Stunfisk, Debbie.
That's right. I think if you were Beelzebub, I think that Shadow Charizard might be something to bring into, just because, you know, if Medicham is definitely something that's going to be not very well used, I think, coming up, leading into the next battle. Shadow Charizard, even with how quickly it gets to the Blast Burns, it will do really well if brought into round 2. But again, will Nyan be like, oh, well, the Medicham went down so quickly, maybe I'll bring something else and bring in the Shadow Swampert? Who knows?
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of a mind game factor, right? Where the first game, this Alola Ninetales has done such an amazing job in just annihilating that Metacham. So you sort of go, maybe they're going to be too scared to bring the Metacham, so I don't even need to bring the Alola Ninetales, and you just leave it on the bench. And then you can sort of comfortably make that pivot to try and counter the other 5 Pokemon on their team. Potentially, I mean, look, I think you still have to be a little bit careful. You have to bring in either the Deoxys or the Noctowl to try and still counter that Metacham in case it does appear, but you might be able to leave that really hard counter at home. Although, to be honest with you, I feel like there's not much of a need to. I mean, looking at the rest of the team, there's nothing that is sort of I mean, Alolan Sandslash is sort of the main thing that's hard walling the Alolan Ninetales. But we're actually going to be going right into game number 2. Nyan coming up with the 1-0 advantage with a Lickitung into a Lantern. And we can see in the back that we have both fighters in play and the Swampert versus Charizard in the back. So this could definitely be pretty good for Nyan, depending on where Switch Advantage goes from here. But instantly letting the big Nuki Thunderbolt come through onto the Lickitung.
Absolutely. And that Lickitung still in the green. It can take a lot. It's just happily bouncing away and just bounces it straight off him.
Boing. Off goes the Thunderbolt, and the big power whip landing onto the Lantern as well. This is not looking great for Beelzebub, but they're now going for that Surf, potentially trying to get a shield out, or maybe just trying to add up as much damage as possible. Either way, not getting the shield there, and now he's going to have to go for another Surf. Not going to get there before this body slam. So now there is the call. Do you shield and try and win Switch Advantage, or do you let it go and get the energy? And this time, Beelzebub is going for the latter.
Yeah, did have just 1 HP there, but did manage to just get licked down. And from here, we can see the Medicham has been brought out and hoping for a whole counter down, but we did manage to get another body slam off through here.
Yeah, not like it does a ton of damage, but it's definitely nice to get as much damage through as possible, especially when you're looking at a neutral matchup such as this, Defense Deoxys into Metacham. But Debbie, all I'm seeing is that back matchup, the Swampert versus Charizard, is getting closer and closer, and someone in particular is going to be a little bit more happy about that than the other. So we will have to sort of wait and see whether either battle decides to burn the shields here, recognizing the potential danger they could see. I mean, I think that Beelzebub is just going to be expecting that it might be the Alolan Ninetales in the back, so might think that the Charizard is really important to preserve. And here comes the Charizard going for the Psycho Boost first, trying to get some big damage off. Do we see the shield from the Charizard? No shield!
No shield. That is huge. And now that Swampert comes out and just, comfortably just taking all those mud shots and hitting that Charizard. Now Charizard is going for the Dragon Claw bait and Nyan going for the shield.
Yeah, interesting play from both battlers, sort of farming up more energy than they need. Either one could have thrown the first stone, but they're both deciding to commit to burning one shield and then going to try and get that next charge move off. Charizard sitting on it, but the CMP tire comes through and we do get the Dragon Claw coming off here. Does Nyan go for the shield? Are they going to keep this Swampert healthy? They let it come through. Swampert will be able to tank it and get this Hydro Cannon off, and it looks like it is going to really be back down to that Defense Deoxys versus Medicham in the back. Although, Charizard's got a chance to get some energy here.
That's correct. And now with the switch, Medicham just taking that Swampert out, but has a lot of energy there.
Yeah.
And opting to go for the Ice Punch through here, and Nyan not shielding.
Yeah, Nyan really needs to be careful about where they use their shield, knowing that there is a big nuky move from the Charizard in the back. Cannot afford to use it on these Ice Punches that are not going to KO. So has to take the Ice Punch. Deoxy's now going to be able to counter down, throw the move straight away. Then that Charizard now throwing the move. Has to shield. I don't know if that was a CMP tie or if Nyan still needs to click on the move, but needs to throw the Psycho Boost to take this Charizard out. There it is. This will take out the Charizard, and I think we'll still need to get another counter through to take out the Medicham before getting countered down themselves, and after an attack debuff as well. There it goes. Medicham
There we go. Yeah. I was like, oh. But yeah, that was definitely a bit of a whirlwind through there. When we had to look at those back lines, we were just waiting for that for it to appear, and then when it did appear, it wasn't as smooth as I thought it would be. Given that those Dragon Claw baits came out as well, so but it wasn't a clean sweep, but it was definitely a good win.
Yeah, I mean, this is like we were talking about before, where the Air Slash is definitely the move to go for on the Charizard, because you get to farm up to these charge moves so quickly that even against a Swampert, you can really put on a real threat, especially when Swampert's very much relying on its charge move damage. You aren't doing much of that Charizard with your Mud Shots, so you need to get up to those Hydro Cannons and throw them through. And when we got into that Swampert versus Charizard matchups with 2 shields apiece, you really sort of had to make your decisions there as to where you wanted to go and which matchups you wanted to preserve. And in the end, Nyan really heads up play by no shielding the Ice Punches. But it looks like we're actually going to be jumping right into game number 3. Again, every game matters in this Continentals tournaments. And this time we have a little bit of an interesting lead with Deoxys into Charizard now that we know that there is no Rock Slide on this Deoxys.
That's correct. Beals boy opting to shield this Psycho Boost here as well.
Yeah, deciding that the Charizard is going to be really important, keeping that energy for later on. And now we're seeing a Medicham into Lickitung. This is not an awesome spot for Nyan to be in, but again, the Lickitung doing an okay amount of damage with these licks adding up, and the body slams also just bringing that health down further and further and further, while Medicham is almost entirely relying on that counter damage to do the big damage without any super effective charge moves, but is going to decide to let this body slam come through.
The Medicham is into the red, however, has so much energy and opting to just drop the Psychic here, which should do quite a decent amount of damage. Oh, undercharging slightly as well. So, gaining a little bit more damage through there and managing to knock out that Lickitung on a sliver of health.
Oh my gosh, what a wild undercharge. Perfectly getting an additional 2 counters. Able to now get this Ice Punch onto Deoxys and then instantly go down, denying any farm for that Deoxys, and now bringing in the Lantern to fight down this Deoxys. But it is going to be a question of, do we finally see a shield? And no, we're not seeing a shield come through. Wanting to preserve that last shield, does not want to be in a 2-0 shield scenario. And to be honest, I think just wants to keep it for the Charizard.
I believe so as well. Opting to go for the Surf here. It does have 2 Surfs ready, so it will take it out if it does land the both of these moves here.
Yeah, Nian sort of comfortably able to use one shield here because, again, sitting on both of them, but has to be a little bit scared because this Alola Ninetales is now on the little bit of a back foot compared to the last game, where we're looking at an Alolan Ninetales versus Charizard matchup, which is not in Ninetales' favor at all. But look how much damage the Charms are doing to that Shadow Charizard. Charizard already a squishy Pokemon, and that Shadow bonus not making it any easier. I honestly feel like the Charms could do it here, Debbie.
Opting not to shield, unfortunately. That Shadow and Alola Ninetales has gone down, and now this Deoxys is trying to counter down as hard as it can against this Charizard.
Yeah, look, unfortunately, I was a little bit off on the energy on that Charizard, not realizing that there was a guaranteed back-to-back Blast Burn coming through there. Really, Nian's only hope was that Beezer Boy made a mistake and went for a Dragon Claw bait first up unnecessarily and calling that correctly, but playing perfectly, able to just go for the Blast Burn after Blast Burn that would have been sufficient to take out both the shield and the Alola Ninetales, and then comfortably sort of able to finish off the Deoxys that was hanging out in the back as well. But still well played and really nice again, because this isn't a tournament that is entirely based on sweeping all the way through. You want to try and get as many wins as possible, as many round wins, as many battle wins, so that you can try and be up the top in case of a tiebreak. And also because, again, the top 3 competitors from this tournament will be going through to that World Championship. So every point really does matter. But we're going to bring back in our other co-casters, Trotter and Fishy Legs, to ask them if they saw anything a little bit different to us. Welcome back in, gentlemen. Now, Dr. Trotter, how is that last round on your end? Some interesting picks for sure.
I just saw very controlled play from both
I
players.
can't hear you.
There we go. I've very controlled play from both players, I thought. Really amazing read in game 3. They're saving all of that energy and a shield for the Charizard in the back. Might say, a little bit risky, but Charizard with energy in an even footing is just, even against like a Swampert, it's almost unfair. It's so strong. So that was a really nice read and a really nice play there. And on the flip side, we saw a 2-shield charm down in game 1, right? Like that was just, I could see Debbie just so happy there already. It's like, just go watch any YouTube stuff Debbie's put out and you'll just watch things getting charmed down on top lefts everywhere. So it's kind of disgusting, but also like it's strong, right? So play to your strengths, play to win.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And the other thing that I was surprised it took so long to see was the Lickitung mirror. And we haven't seen too many Lickitungs yet today, but they're definitely out and about. And as we saw in that set, there was definitely plenty of Lickitung back and forth action, just being in that bulky neutral mall and able to put pressure on even on its counters. So no surprise to see that in play. And I have to special mention to Shadow Charizard. Steve knows I'm a bit of a fan.
And look, it definitely performed all right here. I mean, getting that big Nuki Blast Burn off. And again, I said it before, but I'll say it again. We're not going to see any fire fast moves coming from these Charizards. It's going to be air slash all the way, just so you can get into these spots where you do get all of this energy and threaten that double Blast Burn back to back to sort of push out any of the Ninetales that might be hanging around. So, fair play.
Now look, Steve, I love you, but I really must tell you that it's wing attack, not air slash. I'm sorry. I know there's probably 20 people in chat, but I only say this publicly because I love you and this is a safe space. But yes, air slash, terrible. Wing attack, good.
Yeah, I doubt we'll see any air slash Charizards today.
You never know. I don't know how I got so far
just nodding politely.
We were literally talking all about the wing attack buff before. How have I gotten so far? I don't know.
Safe space.
You just want air slash to be better. It's terrible. We want it to be better. But yeah.
Maybe the next move update can make flyers better again by bringing in a
That's
whole
what we
new
need.
wave
Yeah.
of flyers. That's
Yeah,
what
we
we need.
definitely-
More flyers. That's
Give
Finally.
more excuses for Lantern to come. Why don't we? You know.
Bring back Lantern Trevenant Noctowl. That's all I'm
That's
pushing
what I'm
for.
saying. Yeah.
While we're there, let's just give Altaria counter and Earthquake, and let's just really.
Yes. Yeah.
I mean, can
And
we
Charm.
stop messing around? Let's just give Chansey counter. It's time. It's time.
Oh.
Okay. Apparently, I'm being disagreed with. Hang on. I'm just hearing in my ear. Never say anything like that again. Okay. Sorry, chat. I didn't mean to let anything like that again. But let's just turn right away from any of that talk about Chansey and take a little bit of a look at slot 3 of this meta. Again, in the sort of slot-based picks, I feel like I made a mistake earlier when I mentioned it, but slot 3, the meta that is focusing in on that 2020 season, season 2, slot 2 was actually on season 1, which I think I said right once and then I said wrong once, so we'll even out the score, I guess. But slot 3 has got a lot of a variety here, including one pick that's at the very top that we're not seeing a whole lot of. I don't know. Fishy Legs, I can't quite read. It's so far away. Can you see what that pick is?
I think it might be a Scrafty. The poor forgotten Scrafty. It's got so much play, but then as a fighter, losing to all the other fighters just makes it so hard to bring, and it also takes a lot of damage from Debbie's favourite fast move, so that makes it even harder to bring again. And you've been seeing it at the top of PV Poke, in the rankings for ages now, being number 3, and it just you never see it because it's just while it has a good advantage into those steel types, it doesn't like to face off against its counters with no sort of coverage moves at all.
Yeah, as much as it's been sitting there at the top of those PV Poke rankings, just waiting for someone to use it. This is definitely not the time for Scrafty when there is so much counterage going on. I mean, we've got the Metachamp as one of the big picks. We have Noctowl as one of the big picks. None of these dudes are giving Scrafty an inch to run away with at all. But Debbie, what else on this graphic is sort of taking your interest as something that could be useful in that slot 3 pick? And I'm sorry, there's no charm. Oh, actually, there is charm. Literally, top right.
There is. So a lot of Ninetales definitely would be something that I would probably lean towards, especially in if it was Shadow as well. I know it took me so long to find a good IV Shadow Alola Ninetales, and it just has so much play. Especially if something like Scrafty and Umbreon are in the top 2 picks as well. So that would be my choice. But I also, at the bottom, in the bottom right-hand corner, not the Graveler, but the Lapras is something that used to be so readily used, and with the legacy moves, it actually does quite well, but something that we don't really see anymore.
Yeah, I think Lapras almost got like a direct 1-to-1 replacement with Warrain coming in with Icicle Spear and Outer Snow. Like, it's just so much faster, almost, not quite, but almost as bulky. And you could argue that Earthquake's like even a better coverage move. So I think we can blame the Walrus for the Lapras being, I don't want to say benched because it's not that bad, but yeah, taking a back seat. And even, on that, like, my favorite pick here is actually the Alolan Sandslash. And it's really made waves with the new update to getting Drill Run, which I feel like it's almost, again, like another replacement for Walrein. Obviously does have a slight disadvantage against the counter users, much more than Walrein. And Fire picks as well, which are slightly less prominent than counter users. But yeah, so, they're kind of Pokemon that have taken over from Lapras, and I mean, Lapras is great on the old Game Boy for surfing around and getting around on the water. But I feel like in Go now, with some of the move updates and things that's changed, it really needs a move update itself to really sort of revitalize it and get it back in that forefront, because it is quite a nice bulky mod. and it does do some things really well, but just doesn't quite have that dynamic moveset anymore.
Something that I'm really liking the look of, which I think is a bit underrated, is the Alolan Marowak. I think it's got a lot of really good play into some of these teams. We're seeing a lot of ice types being picked. We're seeing a lot of fighters being picked, and the AWAC does really well into those picks. Despite some hard matchups, obviously, with things like your Noctowl, which resists all the charge moves unless you're running Fire Blast. And like Lickitung as well is another hard one to fight. But I think it's a bit underrated and could really shine with the right team build.
Are you a Shadow Ball or a Shadow Bone AWAC user?
I prefer the Shadow Bone personally, just a little bit extra spam, but I do respect the Shadow Ball damage, especially on the Shadow. It does a lot of damage.
I mean, I'm definitely a bone connoisseur. I want moves to go as quickly as possible so I don't have to count moves even better. I just want to be able to get those moves out, go, and then maybe I'll just be able to overwhelm the opponent instead of having to actually play well. But one Pokemon that is on this graphic that if anyone sort of looked back at the European Continental Championship, they may have seen a large swath of, that being the Probopass. Now, the unfortunate reality for those that are not educated is that Probopass was not used by anyone in that tournament. However, Alolan Sandslash could not be registered at the time, so they used Probopass as a proxy for the Alolan Sandslash. So while the tournament page does show a fair chunk of those Probopasses being in use, in reality, there has been exactly zero. And to be honest, I don't think there's much of a use to bring a Bastiodon, to bring a Probopass when there's just other Pokemon that do the job a little bit better. I mean, what do you get from Probopass, right? You get some anti-flyer coverage and a little bit of anti-fairy as well, which you may as well just get from Alolan Sandslash, who does the job better and also beats the Probopass back. So, sorry Probopass, but I think that your glorious mustache is just going to have to stay on the sidelines this time.
You're just jealous, Dave, let's be honest.
Even Pokemon can grow facial hair and I can't. It's ridiculous.
Don't worry, Steve, that makes two of us, mate.
Well, that makes me feel a little bit better, but I'm still going to continue to sleep on Probopass. One thing that is interesting here is that the Umbreon, that its stats are apparently unknown. I assume that's just because Silph removed Ferocious Cup from the database completely. They would just pretend this cup never happened and just erase the stats for Umbreon. But it's definitely a really strong pick and one of the strongest in this meta for sure. It was used in Europe, it was on 45% of teams, and then in North America, it was up to 52%. And in this tournament in particular, I've ended up with 20 out of 70 teams running the Umbreon. So we're way down, actually, at 29%. So Umbreon apparently just despised by the APAC community. APAC instead leaning much more into the Alolan Ninetales by the seams of it. So I don't know if it's just we've got a whole bunch of Debbie Pebble converts in here that are just big on the fairy type uses, or maybe they're just sort of seeing these trends. They're watching the Continentals go on. They've seen Umbreon be on over half of teams in North America and going, what can I bring to counter that? Alolan Ninetales. Bring it in here. So maybe it's just that. I don't know. What do you guys think?
I think there's definitely a trend for people to jump on board with what everyone else is doing. And it is hard when they're like top meta picks to really deviate from that. But I mean, Pokemon is all about playing your own way, right? Debbie's charming, right? That's what she plays. That's how she does it. So there's always opportunity to play your own way. Like, looking at the numbers here, like Gliscor has a pretty good win rate in the one shield. Like, there's lots of Pokemon that have good win rates in these one shields. They effectively play well. So if you know how to build a team around these other Pokemon that are slightly, let's say, off meta picks, you can still do just as well. You don't have to play the Lickitungs. You don't have to play the DDs. You don't have to play the Medichamps. Play your own way, but just make sure you balance around those things. And like we saw with Inner Bloom, absolutely dominating with the Quagsire.
Yeah, and Inner Bloom, like not only the Quagsire, but also the Dragonite. And Inner Bloom is currently 3-0 in that sort of top seed as well. So Inner Bloom is performing incredibly well. So I think that's like a brilliant point from you, Trotter, which is so rare. It's...
Well, we can't let this go down that road, Steve. That's going to get real messy real quick.
I was like, do I say it? Do I say it? Yeah, I say it.
Of course, you have to.
It was too funny to not leave on the table. But it is really a good point, and again, something that's sort of highlighted through the Silph Arena. And and there are other picks, on this graphic, like the Jump Bluff, that in theory might perform really well. Obviously, we saw Vroom Vroom Power sort of demolish it a little bit in that very first bracket, but Shrike Tail, definitely has more opportunities through this tournament to try and give that Jump Bluff its time to shine, hopefully against some other non-fly teams. But there's another Pokemon that I think is really interesting and isn't getting used, but I sort of wish that it was, and that is the Beedrill. Beedrill having access to a sort of a litany of moves, which leans itself a little bit more towards factions where you can change your moveset every week. But locking it in for one tournament, it's almost a guarantee that you would bring Drill Run for the Steel types. And then you've sort of got some picks as far as what your second move might be. You could go for a bug move like X-Scissor or Fell Stinger. You could even go for Sludge Bomb to get that really nice fairy coverage going through as well. But unfortunately, I think it's another case where people are just going to opt for the picks that are a little bit better. Like you might go for that Alolan Sandslash, who also has that ground coverage and also fights back against the flyers that are really well used, even though you're losing pretty hard to the fighters. But, things that could have been Beedrill. It was definitely good in a large chunk of metas, but unfortunately, I do not think that this meta is one of them. So, sorry, Beedrill. It's all right. Maybe next time, hey?
Well, there's been plenty of Silph metas. There's plenty of Silph metas where Beedrill has poison jabbed its way through many an opponent, especially that Shadow Beedrill. But yeah, like you said, Steve, this one's one where Beedrill, return, and throw something else at the tail.
That's all right, Beedrill. And there is the Dragonair on here, but it's at a 40% win rate in the one shield. And I just don't think that Dragon typing is that necessary. Now, usually in a lot of Silph metas, Dragon is quite a strong typing. It's very good neutral damage that you can sort of hit against everything. There's barely anything that resists it. But there's just so much bulk, I think, in this meta in particular, from your Umbreons, from your Metachams, from your Galarian Stunfisks even, from your Lickitungs, that just sort of neutralize that ability a little bit. Even though you also get some spammy damage from the Body Slams and the Aqua Tails, I just think that it's a little bit left behind, which, on the one hand, unfortunate for Debbie in the sense that it means that there's less need for fairies to counter the dragons back down. But, it also sort of opens up, I think, potentially Charm to be the big neutral damage play as opposed to anything dragon. Even though, again, we did see the dragon damage from Inner Bloom before, but I don't know.
To refute that point, Steve, is that the Dragonair often plays a lot better in the two shield scenario than the one, and it has because of that Shadow Dragonair having that really oppressive Dragon Breath damage and spammy moves like Aqua Tail and Body Slam. You can actually beat a lot of its counters that aren't fairy types in the two shield scenario, and I think that's if you're the style of player that likes to win hard lead and then sort of develop its backline around alignment, that can be a really successful strategy.
Yeah, I'd say that infographic was your normal Dragonair, not the Shadow. And I think the Shadow Dragonair picks up a few more matchups just because of that stupidly oppressive Dragon Breath damage that it's pumping out.
Definitely.
Yeah, no, that's definitely true. I think that it is for the regulars, so it's not getting the shadow numbers in there, which, again, would actually push even more towards the positive in the two shield, where you're able to add on more of that shadow Dragon Breath damage. I don't know that Dragon Breath is a move that hits attack breakpoints very often, just because, as one-turn moves go, you don't have a lot of room to get to that one extra damage every move, because one damage per move can be massive when it's happening every single turn. So I think it comes at it a little bit more from the charge move perspective. but then also from the lack of bulk perspective, which can in some ways hamper it a little bit. So I'm actually a little bit in favor when running Dragon Breath as opposed to Dragon Tail of actually going for the regular instead of the Shadow. But I don't know. I mean, Debbie, is it rude to ask you about dragons or?
I have an opinion. But yeah, I think Dragon Breath is just when you get stuck with something like that, you can just see your HP just whittle down. You have to make quick decisions. So yeah, that would be my choice if I was running and probably would opt more for the Shadow as well, just to get that pressure on.
Yeah, no, and
3
If I
to
was
1,
running
Steve.
Dragon.
3 to 1, Steve. You're done. It was nice seeing you. We'll take it from here.
Okay. See you guys.
Oh.
That is a nice.
He's just showing off his suit now. That's what.
Yeah. That was the whole point of that. Yeah.
Don't reveal the truckies underneath the suit, mate. Be careful.
Yeah. Look, my legs are quite exposed. To put it that way.
Ooh.
Okay, not that exposed.
So who have we got?
Classic.
We've got how many? We got 6 or 7 undefeated players thus far after 3 rounds. We've got Master MLHLR. We've got Jesus, which is very understandable, being undefeated. Prathamex, Dalnosuke, Inner Bloom, Nyan Kake. Oh, the next one that I can't. That's just there's like one vowel in there. I'm not even going to try and do that. R L
Oh, come
F
on.
Q
Give it a
L
go.
A D L T Y A 23. Congratulations to those players thus far undefeated.
Ruffle Qualtia? Ruff Qualitia 23.
That's
It's
We'll give it our best go. I don't know, Fishy Legs, you want to give it a crack?
look, I'm gonna hard pass. I don't think I can nail that. That's a tongue twister for sure, and not something.
Cowardice. That's all I'm hearing.
Yeah, sorry.
Rolf sounds great.
Yeah, we can
Yeah.
run with that.
We like
sure.
Rolf.
Yeah. And
Okay.
notably, we've got a few on the 2-point totals, such as, Franz with a Z, Green Arrow from Oz, and Harish from India, who is a very well-known, very good player from India as well. So there's definitely still a lot of people up around that high-end mark that will be coming for that final spot.
Yeah,
And
especially when
was
again.
P,
Sorry, go ahead.
was P who went down to Vroom Vroom Power in the first round has actually won their next 2 rounds. So pushing back up there. It's still very wide open. We're only in 3 of 7 rounds. Sorry, there's still 4 more to go.
Yeah, and again, with the top 3 progressing through the World Championships, plus the potential for tiebreak rounds, it is, it's entirely feasible for you, as we actually saw in the North American Continental Championships, where we saw Dialap lose the first round and then just win all the way to the top. And now gets to call himself the North American Continental Champion for life, really, because again, there'll be no more after this. So it's entirely, it's entirely with everyone's potential here. Like everyone that is on 2 wins at the moment also is in with an incredibly solid chance to come through and sort of go through to Worlds and then potentially even become world champion. Because again, Vroom Vroom Pow, he came 4th in the APAC Continentals last year, and so was able to get past the line to qualify and then smashed through the World Championships. So you don't have to win today. Obviously, you'd like to have that continental title, and again, be able to update your Twitter bio. But it's not the sort of be all end all if you miss it by a little bit. Just try your best, get as many wins as possible, and hope that it might be enough at the end of the day to push you through into the World Championships in 2 weeks' time, which I'm pretty excited for. As sad as it's going to be.
Yeah, very sad. But it's also very exciting too for the last ever Silph World Championships. It's something to remember for a long time, that's for sure.
I think it just makes it more special, right? Like, although it's all coming to a close, it just makes this one just like, monumental. So, if you do win, then there's no one that would ever take your spot or place. And as Steve said, goes on your Twitter bio. So it's definitely something to work towards.
It's all for the Twitter.
You never
bio.
have to give the trophy back. The trophy stays on your shelf. You don't have to give it back to anyone. It's always there.
No,
right.
rumor has it that Speedy's chief is just holding onto that thing tight, just refusing to ever send it to anyone ever again. But no, it is going to be a very special thing for someone to sort of be the last ever world champion for the Silph Arena. The thing that started Pokemon Go PvP at all. Like, it was actually insane how quickly the Silph Arena sort of jumped on PvP. Like, it was released in December, and January 1st, the Silph Arena had begun, and there was a leaderboard, and there was like a meta. And like, it's ridiculous how quickly the team behind the Silph Road sort of came to build this thing for PvP. I can't imagine that when they put it together, they expected it to become what it has become over the last few years. The sort of behemoth of PvP that it sort of became. But I'm very glad that they did, and a very big old hashtag thank you, Silph, from me for everything that sort of happened, since then, of course. But even if Ferocious Cup was in that mix.
We'll never know how good Umbreon was.
I mean, because we didn't have elite TMs back then, right? And I think that Last Resort Umbreon was one of the sort of best Pokemon you could get, and there hadn't been an opportunity to evolve a Last Resort Umbreon since PvP, since the Silph Arena had started, I think. And so I actually remember there was someone in my local community who had an Umbreon with Last Resort spare, but it was a shiny. And I didn't have a shiny Umbreon in my decks, and they didn't have enough dust to trade a sort of new dex entry. So I literally had to go out, find someone else to trade me a shiny Eevee so I could evolve that shiny Eevee to Umbreon, so I could then go back and trade for the shiny Umbreon with Last Resort. And that's still being the Umbreon that I use to this day. So, there's a lot of memories built into the Silph Arena, a lot of sort of like, none of that would have happened if it weren't for the Silph Arena, right? Like, I would not have made either of those two trades, just would not have been necessary. No need for this Last Resort Umbreon back in 2019, 2020, back at when Ferocious Cup sort of came into play. So, thanks for having to struggle through, I guess. Thanks for the challenge. But, I'm very sort of grateful for it all the same.
Oh, we've all been there, Steve. the things we had to do to get trades to get certain mons. I think I had to beg a friend to power up a. It was powering up, and then we did a lucky trade as well to get a Dusclops for Sinister Cup way back when. And I had to second move it because I was so dust poor for me. And I think I gave him some he's like, he didn't even care, he didn't even want the Pokemon. It's just nice people helping you out in the community to help fuel my PvP addiction.
I think there's a story around a Tyrant too, isn't there, Dr. Trotter?
No, that's a different format. I don't think we need to talk about that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, right.
I may have had a friend do the. Yeah, if you know, you know. No, I'll tell the story. We've got time, don't we? Story time.
Plenty.
Go for it.
A friend whose name ends in 2517.
Rhyme with Stumpy.
Tumpy. I think it rhymes with. Anyway, did the good thing for me for a factions matchup and powered up a Tyrant for me to pretty close to it, and then traded it to me with the second move. And I was like, oh, wow, that's really nice. I didn't have the candy. I had the dust. I didn't have the candy this time. And then, cool. And I forgot to favorite it. And then at some point in the evening, my son has transferred said Tyrant. And so then we had to do it again. And I think I I ended up having a Tyrant. I used all my rare candy, and I could only get the Tyrant up to like 1386. And let's just say that does not cut the mustard. I used it in the first battle, and then I benched it because it was just it didn't beat anything with that CP and level.
Thanks for all your efforts,
yeah.
Stumpy.
And this,
Aw.
the worst part is, this occurred like maybe 2 months ago, 3 months. This isn't like an old thing from way back when.
No,
This is very recent.
Aw.
We
Yeah,
love
that's painful.
factions.
And then I had to
do.
rename. I had to rename one of my Pokemon as punishment. So my Sableye is now got Stumpy's name on it as a thank you.
Look,
As it should too.
sometimes we might wish we had a child lock on certain things in this game, but I'll choose to blame Trotter not using the favorite button as the big disaster. All his fault.
And that was the common theme, definitely.
Well, yeah. Do you have the Tyrant built now, or is it still sitting at like 13 at 76?
Well, no, I think I ended up building it because the next round of the factions we had it. Oh, there we go, and I've actually named it Lil Stump.
Emphasis on Lil.
Yeah, and it is very attack weighted as well.
If you didn't get value out of that Tyrant and don't continue to get value out of it, imagine all of that work from Stumpy and getting the candy and getting that dust just going to waste. Like it would be cruel to build a good IV Tyrant after that, sure.
Yeah, let's not talk about how little value I'm going to get out of that Tyrant because it's got 0, I think, outside of that factions meta.
I think I had a similar scenario in Ember, also with Stumpy, where he double moved something and powered up for me, which I did not proceed to use.
I didn't realize that Stumpy's account was the one that everyone was just using and abusing, just wasting all of his resources on building these unused Pokemon.
It's his contribution to the team.
If you don't know, now you know, because if you need a trade and you're not sure if you use it, get Stumpy to build it for you.
That's right.
Stumpy,
Hey,
I'm
Stumpy,
going
you
to
got
get
any
in
Tupper
contact.
Finis?
How much carbon candy are you packing, Stumpy? I could really use some. Shout out, Stumpy. It looks like we're actually getting all set up for round 4. So round 4 has officially begun, and it looks like we're actually getting our sort of pair getting set and sorted to go on the back end. So I think that we might pass it over. It looks like we are bringing a Jesus AWC versus Master Mihir 295 in. So I'll pass it over to Trotter and Fishy Legs. Debbie and I will run off into the distance and think a little bit more about what we might want to exploit Stumpy's resources for. But love you, Stumpy. But yeah, all over you, fellas.
All right. So moving on to round 4, we have Jesus AWC versus Master Mihir. Both very well qualified battlers in their own right. Jesus AWC from Japan and Master Mihir from India. What do we know about these trainers, Dr. Trevor?
Oh, I'm really trying to have to recall this. I think Jesus AWC may have participated in a previous Silph Continentals, but that is all I know about these competitors personally. I haven't seen them too much, but given that their current records are looking pretty good, you must assume these are battlers that know what they're doing. And I mean, for Jesus AWC to be running Mew and Obstagoon, it's looking like a fun one.
Yeah, that's some real spice there, and we'd love to see it too. I know that Jesus is actually a member of the Your Bag is Full faction and competed in the Faction Worlds series recently. And Master Mihir also plays for another APAC team, although the name has left me at this stage. But these battlers are both very, very well skilled, and honestly, I cannot wait to see this Mew in action.
Yeah, Mew could be interesting. The move set around Mew is going to mean that it will. I mean, if you're running the classic Surf Wild Charge, it's going to be able to do a bit of damage no matter where it goes. Obviously, does not want any part of that Licker Tongue because those Mew being slightly on the squishy side, the licks will absolutely just wail into its HP bar. But that goon just looks so intriguing to me. Having reasonable play against the Stunfisk and the Licker Tongue and the A Slash, but then
And even
very
Cresselia.
polarizing elsewhere though. Yeah, not bad too bad against Cresselia. Are you an Obstructor goon or?
Oh, I remember when Obstruct first came out. I actually hit Legend with Obstruct Obstagoon the day of. But I have to say Night Slash and Cross Chop are probably my preferred moveset these days. But yeah, I think it's definitely got some play into at least 3 of Master Mahir's Pokemon. The Azu is going to give it a rough time unless it's running Gunk Shot.
Oh, the old gunk shot goon. I mean, I have
Yeah.
unfortunately had in Ultra League my Virizion eat a few gunk shots and then I top lefted. So this is definitely an option. But I feel like in these big Silph tournaments, when they've got their own Venusaur and even Mew can do okay against Azu with the wild charges, it's hard to run those surprising move sets. I mean, you got to be a real player to go in and do that. I mean, Mew, I'm just assuming it's running Wild Charge and Surf. It could be running any other plethora of moves that the Jesus needs to cover whatever its team doesn't currently do for it.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. It could even be doing a Caleb Pang special running Focus Blast for the Lickitung. I think in the single type cup he was running a Focus Blast Mew that was one-shotting Umbreons and Lickitungs left and right. So that could be an interesting little tech there from Jesus AWC. The other thing I'm intrigued to know is the moveset on the Alolan Ninetales, whether that's a Charm or a Powder Snow variant there. Given that you've got that weakness to counter with the Obstagoon G-Fisk, it could be a Charm.
Could be, but if it is Charm, there's only one thing that's going to really be bothering that Charizard, and that's the Azumarill. That Charizard is, if it gets up energy or up shields, it could potentially be all she wrote because there's going to be very little fast move damage coming off of any of these mons that's going to pressure Charizard outside of Bubble, which is still not that amazing.
Unless, once again, we're running something like a Volt Switch Mew, so who's to know?
Oh man, have they been watching Michael Starenka's the video where he was running the Volt Switch Mew?
Yes, that was a little double bamboozle with Rock Slide and Grass Knot. It was an amazing battle.
Yes, indeed. But even there, the Cresselia's got some nice play against Jesus AWC's team as well. Like I feel like this could be one of those to and fro kind of matchups where you really need to pull something off, like a nice catch or just that little something extra to sort of give you that edge rather than just your standard ABB. Draw this out, sweep with that, because it doesn't appear to be that kind of matchup. And the one advantage I think that Master Mahir has is it's got the Cresselia and the Azu that potentially can just bulk up and tank a whole bunch of stuff, leaving that Charizard just to get to work and have that energy lead.
Yeah, you're right. Master Mahir does have a lot of bulk on his side, even with the Lickitung and the Galarian Stunfisk as well. All those just wear moves like nothing. And then you've got that polarizing frail Charizard and Sandslash as well. So it's definitely an interesting team.
Yeah, made extra fair by the deliberately pick of the shadows.
That's
so
right.
It really
yeah.
You've got 4 bulky and then 2 glassy, and then made him even glassier and more like a cannon. So should be great to see these 2 battlers line up. And how it ends up. I hate the word playing out, but how it ends up being maneuvered and the way they go about picking their teams is really, really fun to watch. because we did see, I think in the last game with the other Japanese player, was switching aggressively, catching, throwing moves and energy, and it really, it looked like it threw the opponent off track a bit. Was not probably expecting that sort of thing. And I wonder if Jesus is that kind of player as well, or if they're just going to play it straighty 180.
Well, yeah. I mean, when you're switching a lot, making catches, farming up, dropping out, ducking out with energy, it makes it really hard to keep track of where your energy counts are for the opponent, and you can often get off a few more sneaky baits because people aren't expecting you to have so much energy, or they're not sure how much energy you actually already have. So it's definitely a good strategy, but one that's very hard to pull off, especially in this kind of meta where we're seeing a lot of those stronger, bulkier picks coming along, and not as many of those classic Silph frail metas, things where you've got like Frostlass running around everywhere, or Vigoroth. So I think that for Jesus, it's going to come down to picking some of those slightly bulkier options to really deal with the Shadow Charizard and the Shadow Sandslash as well.
Yep, can't really disagree with that, Fishy, as much as I'd love to. I think you nailed it, nailed it, brother. I mean, do we potentially even see something like a Hydro Pump Azu? Just looking at there's a bit of move flexibility there. Do you really need the Play Rough anywhere here?
Play Rough does help out for your Lickitung and Cresselia matchups, and the Mirror, of course. But Hydro is really interesting for that big damage into Sandslash, whereas all the other moves are resisted. I'm seeing a lot in GBL lately where people are running the Hydro Pump variant of Azumarill for the Shadow Sandslash matchup.
Yeah, it's definitely something that can catch you by surprise, much like a Gunk Shot Obstagoon.
Or a Focus Blast Mew, of course.
Or Focus Blast Volt Switch Mew.
It could be an Ampharos in disguise. It could have Volt Switch, Focus Blast, and something like a Brutal Swing.
Brutal Swing. Does Mew learn Brutal Swing after it's a late comer to the moveset pool?
Perhaps not, but it does have.
No, it learns Dark Pulse. Yeah. Dark Pulse, probably not one that really needs to be played here, although it may help with the Cresselia matchup, but there's plenty of other things to do job there. But yeah, I expect to see the most consistent teams from Master Mahir, in that bulky with the Azu, Lickitung, Cress especially. I feel like the G-Fisk is kind of a little bit risky into the A9. That's sort of the only place it really benefits that much. So I don't expect to see too much G-Fisk here. But I mean, I expect to see a lot of Charizard. That's one thing I'm confident to call. But then again, I mean, that could be the play, right? Where you get the one that looks super strong, so they play to counter it, and when it's not there in the back, and they've played it like it is, you can really swing that matchup in your favor.
Yeah, that's definitely a really niche strategy that a lot of players use to make the most of that bench pressure, I guess we'd call it. And then, if you're not bringing that Shadow Charizard, I think the Shadow Venusaur from Jesus has a lot of playing, especially into those bulky picks that Master Mahir has brought. So it may be an interesting matchup where we see that Jesus AWC elects to bring that Shadow Venusaur and try and dodge the Charizard in the meantime.
Yeah. The only other Pokemon we haven't really talked about too much is that A-Slash. It does actually do reasonably well everywhere except for that Goon, right?
Yeah. The Obstagoon is real bad news because you're triple resisting those Shadow Claws and taking double super effective from the counters in return. So that's something that you really want to avoid. But then if you're confident that he's not going to bring it, go ahead, go for the Sandslash, but definitely a riskier option.
Very risky. It's that old risk versus reward scenario that you really have to kind of weigh up in your head. And especially when you don't know these battlers, it might not be so bad when you're facing your local community, your best friend, and you know, oh, they love their Obstagoon. Like 99% of the time, they lead Obstagoon. So they're going to, you know, lead Obstagoon. So I won't lead this. And you can sort of play around the people, you know. When you're coming up against that unknown quantity of these international battles, you really don't have anything to draw from. So do you play it safe and just play, how about I just even bench Charizard and run Azu, Licky, and Cresselia and just hope I can bulk my way through this whole matchup in sort of semi-neutral scenarios and just get through? Or do I really look to, you know, just drive that sword through the armor, use the Charizard and the A/, and just, really put a statement and dominate? Or that's a playstyle thing, right? Some people like to play that super aggressive, hard-hitting style, and other people prefer the bulky, just get through, make one little catch here, there, and not chip and dip, but chip your way through to a victory.
Yeah, just chipping away bit by bit with these bulkier mons. With, you know, they still have that quite spammy charge moves as well, like the Lickitung, and the Galarian Stunfisk can really throw moves out rapid fire. But we see now that the trainers have locked in, so we are getting into game one very shortly. And here we go. We see Shadow Charizard into the Mew. What moveset is this Mew running?
Let's see the Mew set. It's the standard. It's the Shadow Claw into the Surf. So Surf will be doing super effective damage to this Charizard, and Charizard does not throw the Dragon Claw. Throws the one extra wing attack, not air slash, and shields up the Surf here.
Yeah, it's going to be a really interesting matchup because the Mew is going to be out pacing with those Surfs, but the Dragon Claws are still going to do a lot of damage here from this Shadow Charizard. And we just see Jesus shooting the Dragon Claw, hoping that it would have been that Blast Burn, but now going for his second Surf, getting the second shield off the Charizard.
Yeah, very quick shields too. So Master Mihir has a very deliberate strategy, I believe, here, and is farming up an absolute ton of energy, and we'll be able to get to the second Dragon Claw here. So Jesus is letting this go through, and one would assume this will KO from the Shadow. It does, and we have an Obstagoon and a Venusaur. So this is a great double shield here.
Yeah, this is a really tight spot now for Jesus AWC. Despite being up a shield, he's going to have to invest one, but he chooses not to into this Charizard. This could be a Blast Burn, but makes the call correctly by no shielding, and he's going for the counter down.
And another no shield. This is a great call. Potentially looking at what do I need for the win con, because there's that Venusaur in the back. And is Venusaur going to be able to do enough to sweep? Oh, and in comes an instant swap. And out comes Cresselia, and Cresselia does not have Future Sight.
This Cresselia has no hard charge move pressure into this Venusaur, and is going to have to rely on just chipping away at it. But these Frenzy Plants, wow, they do a lot of damage. That's over 50% right there.
That is a lot from the Shadow Venusaur. And Shadow Venusaur with a shield, able to outpace this Cresselia. Ooh, is choosing to no shield, does not have any fear of Future Sight, sorry. And out comes the Frenzy Plant. This will KO. And now Venusaur still has a shield to deal with this Azu. This is absolute beautiful positional play. Great use of shields. And that Charizard just getting out of the way with that Mew. Wow.
Yeah, that's a great strategy there by Jesus AWC to knowing that once the Charizard is out of the way, his Venu is free to roam, and as you see that, just destroying that Azumarill with a Frenzy Plant, almost one-shotting it and securing game one victory.
Yep. And Venusaur was an absolute key here. So the Charizard ended up being a double-edged sword there for Master Mihir. It looks really strong, but I had to waste both shields to try and get switch. And wasting those shields ended up costing big time. Didn't choose to go try and CMP against the Mew, just chose to try and take it out with the Dragon Claws after getting after going down 2 shields to 1, sorry. So very well played there by Jesus AWC, really exerting a bit of dominance there.
Yeah, look, that was super smart play. it looked really bad for him at the start, but he turned it around super quickly by having that Venusaur right where he wanted it. And Master Mihir must have been a mixed bag of emotions through that battle, going, yeah, I've got a really good spot, I've got energy in my Charizard, I've got switch advantage, and then all of a sudden, 2 bait calls, and I'm in strife big time.
Yeah, we really saw those Shadow Claws adding up into the damage into the Charizard. And even the resisted counters from the Goon afterwards did a lot of damage there. So really expecting next time potentially, if Master P gets in a similar situation, maybe a pivot to your Cresselia or something else, keeping that Charizard a little bit more healthy so it can really do some damage in the back.
Or do we see the Sand Slash now come from Master Mihir to try and double team on that Venusaur, not letting it run free like it did in Game 1?
Ooh, it's those decisions you have to make in the heat of the moment. And I think we are locked in and going into Game 2 here. And we have an amazing lead here, again, for Master Mihir. This is much better than the Mew because you are going to be resisting the counters. But going straight in there for the Night Slash goes Jesus AWC.
Yeah, and because of the squishiness of this Charizard, you still do have to somewhat respect the charge move output, electing to no-shield the first one in case there is the boost, but is now going straight for that Blast Burn. Does Jesus decide to shield?
Ooh, have we? Oh, he does not choose the shield,
Wow.
and that goes through an absolute ton of damage. And out comes the Mew here, which is putting the pressure on this Charizard, and a Blast Burn. This Mew instantly shielded here from Jesus AWC. Really,
1 HP Blast Burn, really getting a lot of value out of this Charizard now. He's maintained his switch alignment, and he's also got shield advantage. We see now the Azumarill coming in to try and absorb some of this energy off the Mew, and the Wild Charge is now coming through. It doesn't get a shield off Master Mihir. This is going to do a significant chunk of damage.
yes, and they have doubled up as well. So, and out comes the second Wild Charge. So, are they going to put it all on? No, all is not being put onto the Alolan Sand Slash. And here is the swap. Now, do they throw the Ice Beam? Ooh, Ice Beam is thrown here and does get the respect of the Venusaur. This is going to be great for that A-Slash, who can now farm up extra energy. They can choose to shield. They can choose to let this Frenzy Plant go. And in it comes. What will they do?
Yeah, they've elected to use their final shield here, knowing that they're in a really good spot because this Venusaur is going to take another 6 fast moves to get to the next Frenzy Plant, and you can just over farm. And I reckon this will just be a one-shot KO. This Ice Punch coming through with the shadows on both ends. It's going to do so much damage. And then even still, the Mew is energy dry, and you're going to be able to punish that as well with this Shadow Claw plus Drill Run damage, and a much more dominant performance there from Master Mihir to make a great comeback in that game too.
Fantastic comeback. And just as you predicted, Fishy, the Charizard with the support of the A-Slash in the back. So instead of going away from that bulk and just going for those monsters, really would be able to do a ton of damage and positioning it perfectly for that A-Slash. So now it's up to Master Mihir to adjust. Sorry, Master Mihir has adjusted well, and now it's almost the pressure's back on Jesus AWC. How are they going to adjust? Do they really need to take that Obstagoon? I mean, there was a Charizard and an Azu for that Goon. They probably predicted the A-Slash in the lead, which is why they chose to opt for that Obstagoon option, but it just didn't really land because that A-Slash in the back could just do so much against both the Mew and the Venusaur, especially when it's up a shield. So dominant.
Yeah, you're 100% correct. And I think it's going to be an interesting decision here by Jesus AWC as to whether he actually brings the Venusaur into Game 3, given that he was hard countered by 2 Pokemon in that Game 2. It is looking likely that Master Mihir is going to be expecting it in Game 3. It makes it quite risky to bring. With that in mind, is it time for Jesus AWC to switch it up and bring his own Azumarill, given that it has some great matchups into the Charizard, and the Alolan Sand Slash?
Yeah, it does. Really, the Azu just wants to avoid any grass moves, right? So the Lickitung and the Cresselia. and we seem to have pushed Master Mahir away from that Cresselia, especially with that Venusaur. So that could be a great call for the Azu, and we'll see if Jesus is able to adjust here as we are starting into game number 3.
Oh,
And here we
another
go.
half lead for Jesus AWC with the Obstagoon into the Azumarill. This is bad news, going straight into that Mew to try and get out of there as quickly as possible.
Yeah, and it's really tricky because what do? You can't throw the wild charge straight away. You're locked in. You'll end up completely debuffing yourself. And that play rough does get shielded.
Yeah, smartly holding that energy until the move gets thrown. Now we see the Cresselia coming in. This is an interesting matchup because the Cresselia is taking super effective Shadow Claw damage, but can fairly take these moves quite well, but does shield the Surf.
Yeah, that's a big thing because now we're looking at getting up to double. Oh, and going for another Surf again. This can comfortably take this and a wild charge. And there it is, a Surf. Will this Cresselia from Master Mahir get a little bit greedy here? Oh, going for the Grass Knot. I don't believe this is going to do enough.
No, I don't think this will KO, that's for sure. Mew surviving with about 25%, and will it get to the back-to-back wild charge? No, goes for another Surf, but it looks like it would be CMP tie.
Definitely was a CMP tie, and Master Mahir holding their nerve and holding that shield off again. And will we see a 2? And the 2 shield comes in from the Mew. This is really dangerous for Jesus AWC with a Charizard in the back, having no shields left.
Yeah, absolutely right.
This Mew out.
This Charizard is really looking primed to run wild here in the back line as the Surf comes through, connecting with that Cresselia, taking it out, but the Azumarill comes back in just to soak some more of that charge move damage.
Yeah, and we know they've seen before that this wild charge does shield. Wow, that is really, really critical here in this matchup. Gets the bubble down. Venusaur's going to come out, is going to eat this Ice Beam, but this is a very risky play because Charizard does not want to eat a Sludge Bomb here.
No, you're absolutely right. The Sludge Bomb would just about KO the Shadow Charizard from here, I would expect. And he comes in to try and snipe, but no, gets the Sludge Bomb just in time. How much damage will this do?
Oh, I think it will just survive.
Oh,
yeah, 1 HP in a dream.
wow.
But these counters are going to add up quick to take this Charizard out. And now Obstagoon.
We're back to where we started this match. Obstagoon on Azumarill, but this time the Azumarill is at just over half health, while the Obstagoon is fully healthy, but I don't think it's going to be enough of an advantage for him to flip this matchup.
Not unless he gets a couple of boosts. There's always the boost con, Fishy. Don't forget it.
Oh, the boost con coming in clutch. But that play rough does so much damage. And coming in for a second Night Slash now. If this one boosts, it could be possible for Jesus AWC to flip this matchup.
It's going to be very close because there's a little bit of counter damage there, and who will outpace to the next move? It's a CMP tie, and the Goon gets there, but this is not going to be enough. I believe they'll need one more counter to KO after this.
As it connects,
no, they'll need KO. 2. They'll need 2, and there's the Ice Beam Master Mahir. Wow. Seemingly coming right back in after losing the first match against Jesus AWC and taking out the undefeated player from Japan. Oh my goodness, what a battle. Congratulations to Master Mahir. Great adjustments after that first match.
That was an amazing set. There's so many mind games being played behind the scenes there with such a dominant Game 1 performance from Jesus AWC, really just sweeping with that Venusaur and trying to pull it back in Game 2 and 3, but just being unsuccessful, getting the Venusaur right where he doesn't want to see it, and his Obstagoon just getting stuck on things that doesn't want to be stuck on.
Yeah, I believe the main reason we probably saw that shield of the wild charge on the onto the Azumarill, the Azu, thank you, was because potentially they were worried about having their own Azu in the back, and that would have been hard for Charizard to manage. Even up a shield, still going to be really difficult, the full HP Azu. But there was the Venu, and I mean, Venu almost won that matchup because the Sludge Bomb absolutely tore shreds off of that Charizard.
Well, let's welcome back Steve and Debbie to get their thoughts on what was an exhilarating Bout 4 match. Steve, you're muted, mate.
Steve.
Okay, I fixed it now, guys. We had to get one in there. I think, honestly, there was a Pokemon I was sleeping on before this round, and that Pokemon's name is Obstagoon. I think Obstagoon is actually a half decent mon. Like, you've got that counter damage that can really add up. Obviously, we didn't clutch out the win in that last game there. The Azurian was able to sort of put the punch on, but I think it actually looks okay against all of the, again, Lickitung on about half of teams, Umbreon on about half of teams. Got some playback against a lot of these other sort of picks that have a little bit more of a neutral matchup like Noctowl, because Obscure doesn't have that fighting typing, whereas other Pokemon like Medicham do. So I think it's sort of an interesting pick. Obviously there was the opportunity for the Gunk Shot, which would have been probably a little bit too far out there. I think Obstagoon on its own is really far out there enough, but I kind of like it as a pick, and I sort of wish there was more Obstagoon action going on.
What can I say, Steve? Gunk Shot would have probably won Jesus that round, but playing it safe with Cross Chop. Maybe next time.
Maybe next time. Well. As he lives another day.
Yeah.
I like
it
all. Wow, wait a second. I know you're pro Fairy, Debbie, and that's fine, but you're also pro Azumarill?
It was one of the last mons I made out of the CP 1500 and below, fairy mons. Azu is just one of those that I was like, it's too basic. But I did eventually make one, and it's shiny, so
It's a nice little flex.
Yeah, that's a nice flex.
I heard shiny has a 10% attack and defense buff. Is that right?
Let me just check my notes. Yeah, that is completely accurate.
Yeah, awesome, great.
So build up those shiny Azumarill as soon as you possibly can. But one thing we can sort of take a little bit of a look at, sort of coming off of that battle, is sort of the next slot in the line. We've sort of actually been keeping up a pretty solid pace of, taking a look at a slot after each round, and it seems to be working out time-wise pretty decently. So let's take a look at the sort of slot 4 picks. Now, this is the slot that we're seeing a whole lot of Galarian Stunfisk in, over half of teams, and it's been over half of teams through the North American regional, continental, as well. Although admittedly was actually down at about 40% for the European one, but definitely and by far a very clear favourite for this slot. And for reasons that we can all attest to, there's a reason that it completely changed Go Battle League as soon as it was released, because it is such an impressive Pokemon, both in terms of its typing and its coverage in moveset. It's a very, very strong Pokemon. But outside of Galarian Stunfisk, what are we sort of liking here?
Sableye.
I think Frostlass could have a really nice spot, but it doesn't seem like anyone's brought it.
I think I counted 3 Frostlasses in this tournament.
Yeah, because it's one of those, obviously, Silph staples, Frostlass, where whenever you have it in a position where you can get energy or shield advantage, it just hits so hard and can really flip a lot of backlines. And a lot of these picks take a lot of damage here from this Frostlass, so I would love to see some more Frostlass usage.
Yeah, it's a little bit sad. And I do think that a large part of it is, 2 Pokemon in particular, both of which are very massive in this meta, being Umbreon and Lickitung. Both, each themselves on about half of teams. And so when you've got a Pokemon that loses pretty solidly to both of those two, it gets a little bit rough. I suppose its matchup against Lickitung isn't actually that bad because you aren't actually doing any super effective charge moves from Lickitung onto the Frostlass. Body Slam being resisted, you're sort of forced to go up for those Power Whips every time. But, it still does a pretty decent job with just the lick damage alone. I mean, to a point that you can actually sort of, throw some Body Slams into the mix as real damage to try and take it down. But I mean, even though it's down at number 4, 5, 6, 7 on the list, below Frostlass, the Pokemon that's got like the second highest usage rate is that Lantern. Now, obviously, it sort of acts as two slightly different Pokemon in terms of whether it's running the Water Gun moveset or the Spark moveset. But it's, a very interesting. It's a little interesting that it is so high. I mean, Debbie, in terms of like some of the other Pokemon that have been showing themselves as pretty good, why is Lantern being picked by roughly 1 in 5 people in this particular Continental?
Well, I think there's just a whole lot of flyers. And also having that choice of Water Gun or Spark, you have variable play with Lantern, and Lantern is also quite bulky as well. It can take quite a bit. So there could be, like, depending on shields, a lot of things can be really flipped with Lantern. So I think there's a lot of play behind it. And a lot of times people can also use Lantern to get out of situations as well. So I think it's quite a good backup / variable, like just to have on your team. So and plus, like, it has been used a lot in the just normal GBL format as well. So a lot of people are familiar with Lantern. So I think it's just definitely a favorite, hence why it deserves its place up there.
I definitely like the Lantern pick a lot. The anti-water, anti-flyer, and it's a fish. It doesn't quite have legs, unfortunately, but it is a very, very strong Pokemon. And it's something that I've always enjoyed bringing to Silph metas, and I have brought it outside of Silph as well in things like the Play Pokemon series. And I think it's just such a strong, bulky pick with, now that it has Surf, ability to spam out those charge moves is really, really beneficial. It can flip a lot of its if some are poorer matchups as well.
Yeah, I mean, it does so well. It beats Noctowl, beats Charizard. It can pressure the Stun Fisk. Like, some of those top meta picks, it puts work into. So that's why it's been given the respect and been picked by a few people.
Yeah, I mean, there's not really a whole lot in this meta that hard counters the Lantern. It's really just like people that are packing the grass starters, which are definitely in the minority.
Yeah. Venusaur, come on, bro. That's every grass.
Sorry to the single digits of Chestnut that I can count on one hand, but they do okay as well. Although even then, they don't do that well against Lantern in the grand scheme of things. Venusaur's got a pretty clear advantage when compared to Chestnut against Lantern. Lantern's still able to add a little bit of damage, especially with shields. But, it's okay. But, yeah, unless you're against a Venusaur team, Lantern is pretty well unopposed, especially when, you think about what is the biggest ground type in this meta, Galarian Stunfisk. When you even have that counterplay against them with the Surf damage, you're pretty good. It's just a very safe pick that counters some of the other big Pokemon in the meta. You're generally going to lose a fair few of those neutral matchups. For example, when you're up against Metacham, it can be a little bit hecky, especially after you get hit by a Psychic. But, you've got play against everything. So it's a very, very safe pick if you're just trying to build out a well-rounded, sort of bulky team, and that's your sort of play style. The same type of person that is going to bring in a Lickitung. Just safety.
Oh, we don't judge Steve here, right? There's no need to fire shots like that.
Sorry. You're allowed to bring a Lickitung and a Lantern if you want,
Yeah, it's okay.
Perfectly allowed.
Well, they actually cover each other reasonably well with the Lickitung having that access to grass and pretty much neutral everywhere else. And they're both going to put a bit of pressure on anything that's a ghost type, especially your Frostlasses. But really, yeah, I'm actually surprised at the lack of Sableye in this meta. In these tournaments, it's there for a few people who love it, but I think G-Fist is just so hard for people to get away with. And I mean, there's some fan favorites down here in some of the other more self-restricted metas, like your Escavalier is such a popular pick. I mean, you've got your Credilli there, which, I mean, Credilli is actually really slept on in a lot of the Silph metas as well. And it's not until sort of what I found is later in those metas, once you've seen people battling a lot with it, and potentially some people who are putting out videos showing how good Credilli is, and then everyone jumps on the Credilli bandwagon like, oh yeah, that's great. But yeah, it is really quite a good dominant Pokemon, and gets to move very fast with the Bullet Seed, and yeah, has some great play.
Yeah, and really nice coverage too, just in terms of, you've got those grass. No, actually, what did it get buffed with in this last season?
Rock Slide.
Oh, Rock Slide. Oh, it didn't have. Wait, what did it have for Stone Edge? It had before.
Stone Edge.
Yeah, so it's slightly quicker on the rock damage, and then also having that Seed Bomb for the water coverage as well to take out all of those lanterns that are running around. It is a very interesting pick, and certainly a Pokemon that I've had a lot of fun with playing in the Silph Arena. I don't know if I would bring it into this meta, just because it feels like you can get a little bit of a similar role from Galarian Stunfisk. Like, I feel like I'm going to pick Galarian Stunfisk over Credilli 9 times out of 10, just because you still get that rock damage. You've got the rock slides going through with a pretty quick charging mud shot, but then you also have the big nuky earthquake that just sort of hits everything that you're not hitting with rock slide. Combine that with a really solid typing of steel and ground as opposed to the grass rock typing. I think you just have to go with Galarian Stunfisk. I think it's a little bit of a slot killer in a sense. Like, why go elsewhere?
But you don't have to build your team that way. There are other ways to build your team. Like Tamari Yamik from Japan has run the Credilli, but he's also rolling it with the Alolan, Sandslash, Cofagrigus, and Tapu Fini. So it has a steel type there. It's got other things to manage the fairies. It's got stuff to manage the fighters with the Charizard and a Medicham as well. Like, there's plenty of other ways to team build rather than just taking the number one pick and building around that.
But it's also pretty
Let
safe
me
to
write
go
this
with
down.
the number one. Nice and easy, just to pick number one from each slot. I think that was my strategy back in the day with was it Commander Cup? One of those where you had slot based. So what's the best in each slot?
Oh, Prismatic, I bet you're talking about.
Oh, that's the one, Prismatic. Yep.
You just go to pvpoke.com/rankings and pick, done.
That's 6 Pokemon. Great.
I'm sure they'll cover each other well enough.
Yeah, that's right. They're all rock types, but that doesn't matter, surely.
I mean, I think in this meta, you'd sort of, like, if you just went and picked the top one from each, you'd sort of end up with an okay team. And maybe I'm talking a little bit more about usage than I'm about the PV Poke rankings. Should probably factor, because like Scrafty was looking pretty high, so maybe that's actually completely bonkers wrong, and he'll actually be totally in wacko land. But
it's not the worst, Steve. So you'll have a Shadow Swampert, a Bastiodon, a Scrafty, a G-Fisk, a Pelipper, and a Cresselia. So slightly weak to Venusaur. But you've got Pelipper, Basti. I mean,
short of the Scrafty, it's not a bad team.
Whoa! Why are you going to do my boy Scrafty like that? What other? You need a fighter. You need something to counter. What else are you going to put in slot 3?
You know exactly why I'm dissing on Scrafty. It doesn't have to be in slot 3.
Is there a story here?
Yeah, please do tell.
No, it just, if someone wins, a continental championship with a Scrafty, I'll eat my hat. Like, it's just not going to happen, quite frankly. I think we saw, not last season, the season before, Dunebug did win Worlds with some incredible Scrafty play. But that was very much meta dependent. When you're in this meta, when you've got all of those Medichams running around, you've got all of those Charizards running around, you've got all of those Alolan Ninetales running around, I just don't think there's room. I think you just have to leave it at home, and you're better off building a team around a different fighter. But,
you
maybe
could say the same for
top
you could say the same for Obstagoon, but I think Jesus AWC is making that work quite well. So there's always room. There's always room to move.
I prefer Obstagoon over Scrafty because you don't have the fighting typing. And I think that weakness holds Scrafty back a little bit more than it might otherwise.
Interesting.
Yeah, who wants stab counters, right? The best mission.
That's right.
I'm now exclusively cheering for Trap Pain and Murkrow Asylum, who are the only two competitors who have brought Scrafty. I'm now going to do my best to channel my energy to get those two over the line and get to the victory. And now I've said that, I need to go and see how many points they have.
Each of them has at least 2 losses at this stage.
That's fine. They can come back. There's still more games to be played, surely.
You just wait. They'll figure it out. I believe.
They'll get there.
Now, one Pokemon that is on this graphic that, is something that has had one very specific limited stint in the play Pokemon circuit is Primeape down in that last slot. That is a little bit of an interesting Pokemon in that it has access to a lot of different charge moves. One of them that could be relatively useful in this meta being the Ice Punch. I don't know what you'd run entirely. Like maybe you go for Ice Punch close combat. Unfortunately, it no longer has Water Weather Ball in its moveset, which would have been quite nice. What a good couple of hours that was. But I think that it's just, I guess it's just a squishier Metacham, isn't it? You're really only picking it if you're stuck picking a counter user in slot 4.
Look, I actually think that I think Primeape has the ability to do like what Surfetch does, where you don't actually need the fighting charged move. You could run, because it has Night Slash, you can run Night Slash Ice Punch. Stupidly, it beats Frostlass I think it needs the 2 shields. But yeah, you could, because you access Night Slash faster than they get to the Avalanche. So you'll outpace. Plus, even though counter's resisted, it still hits so hard. So, there's times and places for it. And while I'll agree that this may not be the one, don't sleep on Primeape.
I mean, just look at that stat product, though. Under 1,600, that's just woeful. Like, that's... I mean, even Raichu has more stat product, and that thing is as squishy as anything. So,
what it lacks in
so
stats, it makes up for in aggression.
That's right. It's the epitome of glass cannon. It just hits hard and then dies real quick.
Look, I'm waiting for the day that they bring Ash Hat Primeape into the mix. Then maybe I'll build one for these tournaments. But until then, I think Primeape can pretty comfortably just sit on the sidelines this time around. And another really unfortunate thing, and this actually reminds me of when it was first released in the game, Unova Stunfisk. When Unova Stunfisk was released, it was touted as this like game changer in PvP. It was going to be huge. This ground electric type with Mud Bomb and Discharge, absolutely game changing. But then like immediately they released Galarian Stunfisk, like so soon after, and it completely just flipped the script and rechanged the game and annihilated Unova Stunfisk out of the meta entirely. No one is running that Unova Stunfisk. And in saying that, part of that is because in the Go Battle League, you aren't able to bring 2 Pokemon with the same Pokedex number. So it was actually impossible to use both Unova Stunfisk and Galarian Stunfisk. And so people are generally going to go for the one that has better coverage. And the exact same thing is happening here because you cannot bring both of them. You're going to bring Galarian Stunfisk. There is not one human being that is going to bring Unova Stunfisk.
Well,
I know, Trotter, you love your flappy fish, but...
Steve, pump the brakes, right?
Wait, don't tell me. Pump
the brakes. You're getting a little bit aggressive here. Whilst I agree in this current meta with all of the things that are available, you would probably not take Unova Stunfisk. I just want to let everyone know that currently, right at the moment, in Remix Cup, where Galarian Stunfisk is not available, I'm currently running a Unova Stunfisk in the back line. So the Flappy Fish lives on. It's still got plenty of play in the game. I have spoken.
Okay, in these very specific metas where Galarian Stunfisk is not eligible, then Unova Stunfisk can come out to play.
I mean, it's just being buffed with a Mud Bomb boost, so it must be meta now. That's how it works.
It,
Just
It
like
is a
how
lot better.
Flygon is now meta with Boom Burst. That's just how it works.
I'm glad we've got some real PvP experts in here to talk about what makes a Pokemon meta, because all you Flygon users out there are probably cheering after everyone's been sleeping on talking about how meta it is. I'm just,
Well, that's right. It's got Mud Shot. It's got Boom Burst. It's got to be the quickest Boom Burst user in the meta, has it not?
does.
surely.
Surely
I just hope
someone's using it.
I just hope Steve went and Elite TM'd all his Charizards to have Air Slash now.
Like, oh, I heard that Air Slash was the move to go for. Elite team me up, guys. I mean, to be honest with you, I'm sitting on so many Elite TMs just unused that I'm sure I could go ahead. It'd be just
Please
fine.
share. I would appreciate one of those.
Anytime. Just get me a powered up Pokemon from Stumpy and we'll be good.
I can wrangle that for sure.
I need to win more of the Debbie Pebble PvP or the codes, in-game codes, to get some better items. I enter all the competitions and I don't win anything, Debbie. I mean, I enter them all.
Yeah, they're random.
You're trying to put your hand on the scale? Is that what's going on? Trying to sweet talk our lovely Debbie Pebble? That's all I'm hearing.
Won't work.
Okay. Now, so it actually looks like the tournament has progressed on to round 5. Sorry, we've gone back in time to round 4. So it looks like we're actually going to be jumping back into the number 1 seed, taking a look at Inner Bloom versus Dinosuke 216. Two of the only remaining battlers of the 4 remaining battlers that are undefeated. So, we're going to go down from 4 to 2. Both of these battlers currently at 4 to 0. I am, obviously, the 4 of us being Aussies, we've obviously got, some love for Inner Bloom. The man did steal my top 8 mat from Play Pokemon, so I don't know how much I trust the man, but maybe I'll be rooting for the man on the other side. Regardless, though, I think that I'm a little bit biased towards Inner Bloom because of how cool his team is. I really love the Quagsire and I really love the Dragonite. But, Dinosuke 216 is doing really well with a little bit more of a meta team. And I think Inner Bloom is definitely going to be tested this round to see if his sort of off-meta team stacks up.
Yeah, I tend to agree. Dinosuke is looking quite strong. He's got the Umbreon, he's got the Lickitung, he's got the Medicham and the DD. It's all very, very hyper meta. But, it's meta for a reason, as some of our other casters would say. But, yeah, it's going to be a very, very entertaining battle to watch.
Absolutely. So we'll shoo away these, 2 people below me that probably think that Quagsire is a fish. But, me and Debbie will get into it. So see you soon, guys.
I thought it was a fish. Okay.
Sorry, do we have a one caster screen? Is okay. That's all right. We'll let it slide. So yeah, we're going to be going into Inner Bloom versus Dinosuke. Inner Bloom. We can get the teams up soon enough, but Inner Bloom is going to be coming back in with the Venusaur starter, which was already sort of tickling Fishy Legs' fancy. But also running the Quagsire, the Shadow Roller Ninetales, the Galarian Sunfisk, the Shadow Dragonite, and the Defense Deoxys. And what have we got over on the other side, Debbie?
With Dino, we have the Shadow Charizard. We've got Medicham, we've got Umbreon, Lantern, Lickitung, and Defense Deoxys.
So yeah, as Fishy said, definitely a lot more meta. It's sort of more, we've got Charizard is the biggest, or the second biggest starter pick. We have the Medicham is the biggest slot 2. Umbreon is the biggest slot 3. Lantern is in second, so they've decided to ditch the Galarian Stunfisk, but then bringing in the Lickitung, which is the top pick in slot 5. And slot 6, I'm actually not sure what the biggest in this particular tournament is. it's been swinging between the last couple of tournaments between Defense Deoxys and Tapu Fini and Cresselia, actually. All three are sort of in play. So I would have to fact check which one is the biggest in this particular tournament for slot 6. But, both of these battles have brought in that Defense Deoxys. But, Debbie, I'm going to ask you the age-old question. What are you sort of seeing between these two teams that sort of might give someone a little bit of an edge over the other? What might we see very shortly?
Well, I think that with Inner Bloom's team, we have that Venusaur, and in Dinosuke's team, we've got that Shadow Charizard. And Shadow Charizard, as we know now as well, like it's just with shields and it just can spam out so much, and it's just so strong. Even against a lot of the team as well. But in saying that, with Dinosuke's team, it is very meta. So there is a lot of things that are quite rounded in that team as well. Both running the Defense Deoxys as their legendary / mythical choice. But yeah, it would be really interesting to see how Inner Bloom plays against such a meta team.
Yeah, now you've pointed out that Shadow Charizard over on Dinosuke's side, and it certainly got some pretty solid play against Inner Bloom's team, assuming that Dinosuke can sort of get that shield or energy advantage, being able to perform quite well against Alolan Ninetales and the Venusaur, Blastburn doing a lot to the Galarian Stunfisk, and Dragonclaw doing a whole lot to that Shadow Dragonite. It really sort of leaves the Defense Deoxys and the Quagsires, the sort of only two ways to escape. And even then, the Blastburns still do a lot of damage. So I really think that for Inner Bloom, it's going to be a little bit of a game of just avoiding the scenario that there's a runaway Charizard in the back with a ton of energy, with a 2-0 shield advantage, just some way for that Charizard to get a foothold. Inner Bloom just has to make sure that doesn't happen. So whether that's sort of just stocking up, keeping a Quagsire in the back just for good measure, getting a Stone Edge sort of ready to go, assuming that he's running the sort of that Stone Edge Mud Bomb moveset. And then, of course, we have the other picks here that can come in, like the Lantern, which I feel like you have to leave Lantern at home on Dinosuke's side, because we're seeing not only the Venusaur, not only the Quagsire, the Galarian Stunfisk as well. And there's not really anything that you're hard winning against as the Lantern. You do pretty well against the Dragonite, but Dragonite can do so much damage back to you, especially the Shadow Dragonite, that it's still a little bit risky, and Lantern can be a little bit slow. So I feel like Lantern is just going to have to stay at home, which means that Dinosuke is already potentially down to sort of 5 main picks, which having to build around that Charizard, I mean, what does Dinosuke really have to use against the Quagsire?
Yeah, good point through there. I think with the Quagsire, you've got that Lickitung that could obviously, power whip the Quagsire, but with Quagsire's just so bulky as well. So I think even with possibly even with an Umbreon, although more of a neutral matchup, they just battle the bulk through there. But yeah, I would be probably probably leaning towards the Lickitung here.
Yeah, which is a little bit rough, especially because now with the Mud Bomb buff, those Mud Bombs can really add up onto the Lickitung, which is a little bit unfortunate. But Lickitung still being able to throw a fair few body slams sort of their way as well. So I think that Lickitung is probably a must bring. You could probably also lean into the Umbreon a little bit. But what you're sort of ending up with if you start to go that route is you become a little bit weak to that Defense Deoxys. Now, Defense Deoxys, well, it's sort of weird because it's one of those cases where both Pokemon are doing super effective damage to each other. Deoxys is doing super effective counter damage to both Lickitung and Umbreon, while Umbreon and Lickitung are doing super effective Dark and Ghost type damage respectively to the Defense Deoxys. All three of the Pokemon being relatively bulky as well, it sort of creates this weird mishmash where I feel like generally Umbreon is able to take the Defense Deoxys out, whereas something like Lickitung, because the Psycho Boost does still do neutral damage with the same type attack bonus as well, Psycho Boost can really start to add up on that Lickitung a little bit more than Deoxys' secondary charge move on the Umbreon. So, in saying that, I'm starting to think that it might be difficult for Inner Bloom to bring the Deoxys at all, just because it's sort of like, again, there's sort of no hard wins. It feels like this is a very neutral team versus neutral team, where there's certainly some clear wins and losses built in there, but at the same time, there's a lot that it becomes a lot more murky. And potentially this is how Inner Bloom has built his team, right? He's sort of come through with these weird picks that are a little bit off the wall. The Quagsires, the Dragonites that people might not have been exactly super prepared for, and just forcing his opponent to play in ways that they maybe weren't expecting. But how do you sort of feel about the Alolan Ninetales from Inner Bloom going into Dinosuke's team?
Um, now you have to remind me. Is the Alolan Ninetales running Powder Snow or Charm?
We've seen multiple. My memory is so poor.
That's all right. We'll leave it for now. But I mean, if we do, I think it was Powder Snow. But if it is running that, we do have some play with the Charizard and the Medicham and the Umbreon, so it's potential. But I think it's going to be a bit difficult regardless. I think, like you said, with the teams that are currently presented, it really, I think it will be a little bit down to luck. There is a lot of neutral plays, as you said, and it's going to be a little bit difficult to kind of even run a line. I think there's nothing that's outstanding, let's put it that way.
Yeah, it's going to feel a little bit risky regardless of what you bring in. You have to really think about what might come out here or there. Now, it actually turns out that we've got the confirmation. The reason that memory was poor is because we have not seen the Alolan Ninetales moveset yet. There was nothing to remember at all. So it's still that mystery of whether it is that Charm or that Powder Snow. Potentially Charm with a little bit more play into this team in particular. But at the same time, the weather balls come out so quickly when you have that Powder Snow moveset that you can sort of put a lot of pressure onto a lot of different Pokemon. I'm kind of wondering if you just bring Dragonite from Inner Bloom's side for the heck of it. Like, again, it's one of these Pokemon that there's just no hard counters. You're still doing a lot of damage to all 6 of these Pokemon. With I think Charizard is probably one of the largest counters, only because it gets to those Dragon Claws that do so much more damage to you than you can sort of pump back out. And I guess Defense Deoxys, because we don't know that moveset yet on the other side. Like, if they have Rock Slide, that could be pretty devastating for the Dragonite. Whereas that, Thunderbolt takes a little bit longer to get to. The Psycho Boosts are also not quite giving that one-hit KO as well, and then also reducing your attack afterwards. So, I don't know. It feels so neutral around, Debbie. Like, I don't know if I had to make a prediction what either of these two players are going to bring. I feel like the Quagsire is likely to come out from Inner Bloom's side. Past that, it becomes a little bit murky.
Yeah, I agree. I think with the Dragonite, obviously, like you mentioned, with the Charizard, with the Dragon Claws through there, whether it's Rock Slide through Deoxys, and maybe like Ice Punch from Medicham, but it's it is quite neutral. I mean, there's no fairies. Excuse me.
What the heck, guys?
Where was the Whimsicott here? No, I'm kidding. But there's nothing there. So I think it would be a pretty safe play to bring that in with that Shadow Dragonite. I agree with that. And beyond that, like you said, Quag, even Venusaur, I'm just not sure. It will be very much a shield situation with that Venusaur, but otherwise, and Dinosuke is probably not going to bring that Lantern. So would you really want to bring the Venusaur anyway? It's really all up in the air, actually.
Yeah, that is a really good point, though. With Lantern potentially being slightly unlikely, the Venusaur becomes less useful than it might be otherwise. Because I think if the Lantern was sort of still in play, you'd have Lantern being your sort of primary, I am dominating this matchup, but also a lot of other neutral matchups. But it looks like we are going to be getting into the first battle of the round here with Inner Bloom versus Dinosuke 216 momentarily. And we're going to be going in with Inner Bloom having the Shadow Dragonite in the lead into Dinosuke's Lickitung. And this is not a spot that Lickitung is going to want to see a superpower. So it is going to be all about shields and who wants to switch. Oh!
Well,
Straight
Inner
away.
Bloom going for the switch and taking that body slam onto the Galarian Stunfisk comfortably through there. And now Dinosuke going for the switch himself and into the Medicham over there.
Yeah, this isn't a great spot for Inner Bloom to be in. Obviously, catching the body slam was fantastic because you're saving all of that damage onto the Dragonite. You're taking it resisted onto the Steel-typed Galarian Stunfisk. But now you have to face this Medicham. Now, while an Earthquake, if it connects, is going to do a lot of damage, and we see an instant no-shield from Dinosuke, Medicham is still going to be able to quite comfortably counter down here because of landing that Ice Punch. So Galarian Stunfisk will get this last second Rock Slide through, but is now going to have to use either the Defense Deoxys or the Dragonite that does have energy to take this Medicham out. And maybe it's just a quick Dragon Claw.
Maybe it is through there. It decides to bring out the Deoxys through here, and now going for that Psychic straight into the Deoxys.
Yeah, that is so oh my gosh, and the 1 in 10 defense debuff as well. That is such a disaster for Inner Bloom. It was looking so good, Debbie. It was looking so masterful. Another catch, a resisted move, a really high energy move as well. But unfortunately, that defense debuff comes through, which could put Inner Bloom in a little bit of a tricky spot, but it's all cleared out now. Hopefully not too much of a disadvantage there, but we're now seeing the Dragon Claw come out that will be enough to KO this Lickitung. So Dinosuke deciding they need to shield to preserve the Lickitung.
Preserving the Lickitung and now going for that body slap. Inner Bloom also realizing keeping that Dragonite in and shielding himself.
Yeah, is now going to be able to comfortably fast move all the way down. Has to be scared of a Medicham attempted catch, but the switch time is not quite up yet. So throwing the Dragon Claw straight away into this Defense Deoxys, it will certainly add up thanks to that Shadow bonus. Has to be really careful of the switch timer here because that Medicham is only a moment away. Inner Bloom making the decision here. Do they want to let the Dragonite go? And they do not. They want this Dragonite in action. And here's the Medicham. And here's the Ice Punch. Oh my gosh, the combo play in action. That is devastating for Inner Bloom.
Yeah, with that shield and shielding and then straight into the Ice Punch. That was quite painful through there. And the Deoxys countering down the Medicham. And now it's just Deoxys versus Deoxys.
Yeah, now different move sets here, and it could actually be quite interesting. Inner Bloom carrying the slightly lower energy Rock Slide, getting the shield out of Dinosuke, and potentially could get to another charge move first. Looks like it's actually going to be, oh no, it's not a CMP tie. Inner Bloom lets it go. With Inner Bloom actually letting the Thunderbolt come through onto his own Defense Deoxys, but it is not enough to KO, and now farming up more and more and more energy. This Rock Slide, is this going to be enough, Debbie?
Oh, I'm not sure. It might be on the sliver, but we'll see how it goes. And it's just on a little bit.
Oh my gosh. Don't tell me this is a simultaneous.
Is it?
Is it?
Oh
my gosh.
A DKO?
Wow. Oh, that's insane. Wow. Dinosuke coming back from what looked like, to me, but able to get that Ice Punch off onto the Dragonite. That was absolutely key. Without that Ice Punch landing onto that Dragonite, there's no shot that Dinosuke took that game out. So really, really solid identification. Being able to get that shield out of Inner Bloom and then being able to come into that Dragonite to get the Ice Punch through. That's huge.
Yeah, it was brilliant play from Dinosuke's side to play that out in that sequence as well. And, you know, on paper, it just seemed like Inner Bloom could have just walked through that. But it's just because, like, the Medicham having that Ice Punch and just landing it on the Shadow Dragonite. It was beautifully played, and for a DK like a double knockout, that's just incredible.
I mean, look, that's the sort of excitement that you're expecting when you come into a Silph Arena Continentals, right? That is just the high-level plays. Both of these players knowing their counts, knowing how much damage things are going to do, knowing when they need to throw and how, and also like just knowing what moves to throw and when in terms of. We're going straight in. And we've got that Defense Deoxys with a quick swap into the Lickitung there as well. And we're going to see Inner Bloom farming up a fair bit of energy. Obviously doesn't want to debuff themselves with a Psycho Boost too early. Going for the Rock Slide, but I think this is a pretty easy call for Dinosuke and no need to shield there.
No need to shield there. Now, the Lickitung is now going for that Body Slam, and we know that the Defense Deoxys can take this comfortably as well, but it'll be a bit tough through the Deoxys here, obviously taking all that lick damage, going for the Psycho Boost here, and seeing Dinosuke deciding to shield.
Yeah, that's a little bit unfortunate for Inner Bloom. Definitely did not want to see that. I was hoping that Psycho Boost would be able to get through the Keeper, but instead we're seeing Dinosuke cleverly farm up some more energy before throwing the Body Slam, taking out the Defense Deoxys, and now we see the Galarian Stunfisk actually coming in. Now, this is an interesting spot where while the Dragonite would have been able to KO the Lickitung a lot sooner with more fast moves, by bringing in Galarian Stunfisk, you're able to soak up a lot of this energy that this Lickitung has already farmed and is continuing to farm before needing to throw a Rock Slide to try and take it out. And while there's potentially a chance that we see a shield coming through from Dinosuke, I think it's quite unlikely because they're quite confident in being able to lose this Lickitung and still with double counter users in the back. So we see an instant swap into that Dragonite. And so now, Debbie, it's really giving me a question of can this Dragonite power through both fighters with the potential for a catch onto that G-Fisk in the back?
Oh, I think it's going to be pretty tight and pretty close through here. But that Dragon Breath is just so oppressive. You can see that Medicham just whittling down into the yellow now. And with this stab Dragon Claw, it's going to take this Medicham to the red.
Yeah, getting really low now, but needs to burn the shield here because this Ice Punch would be a one-hit KO onto that dragon-flying Shadow Dragonite. It's hard to get less bulky than that, but here comes the Defense Deoxys from the back, farming up as much energy as possible before that Psycho Boost, potentially hoping that the switch timer can all be used up now, and is entirely Inner Bloom needs to hope that they were able to get a catch onto the back there, but it's just the switch time is not up. We see the tap of the CMP. I don't know if it went through.
Don't think it did. And now we've got the last shield being used by Dinosuke through here, and now able to land that Thunderbolt straight onto the Shadow Dragonite.
While this Thunderbolt is going to be enough to KO the Dragonite, Galarian Stunfisk is going to be able to get to the Earthquake, and this is going to be enough to KO the Defense Deoxys. And oh my gosh, Inner Bloom going for the bad manners play, going for the Rock Slide, just because he knows he can after going for those extra Rock Slides. Oh wait, we've actually still got the Meta. Never mind. Somehow I'd forgotten that a Medicham was just sitting there in the back, and it was actually very important that Inner Bloom got all of that extra energy to throw the back-to-back Rock Slides. My bad, yeah. Inner Bloom. Apologies. He would never do something like that. Not my Inner Bloom. Well,
maybe he deserved your map. But yeah, banking on those double Rock Slides just to have a really clean win through there. I think the MVP for that match was definitely the Shadow Dragonite. It was just so powerful and just lays on so much of that pressure onto the opponent. And it's just, with shields, my goodness, it can do a lot.
Absolutely. It really is just that Metacham's Ice Punches that you have to be scared of. But if you keep both of your shields for that matchup, like we saw Inner Bloom do, you can really just force yourself through and, get to that Defense Deoxys on the other side. And with Defense Deoxys, again, not having that Rock Slide, it's a little bit slower, a little bit clunkier, and not quite as efficient when having to face that Dragonite either. So it sort of really worked out in Inner Bloom's favor, that opposing Defense Deoxys' moveset. But yeah, really well played from both battlers. I think that was actually quite, really quite well played. And I think that Dragonite sort of will make itself very clear that it is the Pokemon to beat, which means that Dinosuke needs to again think about how to sort of take it out, because it's just so tricky. It feels like you almost want to go for that Charizard to just try for the Dragon Claws, but at that point you're just so low on health, like you don't have a lot of bulk in that Charizard, so it becomes really difficult to sort of be able to get the energy, get the shields to push through. You're sort of forcing yourself to burn all of your shields just to try and beat this one Pokemon. But I mean, we're just going to have to wait and see, because we are going to be going into battle number 2 with what we're going to see is a Galarian Stunfisk versus a Lickitung.
And we know that this one is a little bit drawn out, but we'll see how it all goes through here. Lickitung with the licks and the mud shots down through here. Now we can see that Innerbloom going straight for the Earthquake here, and Dinosuke just comfortably not shielding, knowing that this Lickitung won't be taken out by it, and it will just tickle a little.
Yeah, potentially. Oh, we actually see a quick swap into the Medicham. So now we see Innerbloom going into that Defense Deoxys. Innerbloom probably actually really happy with this, because what this means is that Ice Punching Medicham is not facing the Dragonite. So Innerbloom can try and put as much energy and resources into taking this Medicham out as possible, and then hopefully sort of clear the runway for that Dragonite to really go on essentially unstopped. Because even like one superpower from a Shadow Dragonite does a whole lot to that Lickitung that is in the back for Dinosuke. So we see this Medicham and these Deoxys just keep punching each other, and we're going to be here for a while.
We will be here for a little bit. But currently with all shields in play, if that Shadow Dragonite has those 2 shields at the end, it could just run away with this game. So it'll be interesting to see how it'll play out in the end. Innerbloom now going for its first Psycho Boost through here, and Dinosuke not shielding.
Ooh, that's a lot of damage onto that Medicham, and here comes the second one, and this will be enough to KO. So Dinosuke deciding to shield this one. Again, always unfortunate when you shield the second of 2 moves back to back where the first one debuffs. But we see a quick swap into Lickitung and another catch from Innerbloom. This Galarian Stunfisk apparently just a body slam trap, eating up all of these resisted damage into that Galarian Stunfisk, and now there is no opportunity for a swap into Medicham this time. So instead, just going up for that Earthquake. Looks like it might have been a tap there, but going to have to look at this Power Whip coming through first up.
The Galarian Stunfisk now into the red, and farming up still a little bit more through here. Now going for that Earthquake. We'll see if Dinosuke opting not to shield. So this Earthquake will connect.
Takes out the Lickitung. So we're back down to those 2 counter users. Will be able to get to a Rock Slide to just try and chip a little bit of damage off here. But this isn't ideal for Innerbloom, because what we're seeing is Defense Deoxys getting a real opportunity to farm up some energy while that Dragonite is not on the battlefield. Now, that Defense Deoxys on Innerbloom side is really sitting there as a potential sort of third shield, if you will, while the Medicham on Dinosuke side is doing the exact same thing. But when you're in that 2 shield scenario, you're in a bit of a different situation. But we see an attempted catch into the Defense Deoxys, but unfortunately for Innerbloom, does not work. But what it means, able to get some more damage off onto the opposing Deoxys first up, which is actually really vital.
Yeah, chipping away a little bit in that health there as well. Opting to just let his Deoxys go through here as this Thunderbolt connects. And Thunderbolt is a lot of damage as well.
Yeah, the unfortunate thing is that there's a whole lot of energy, but now we do see that Deoxys is not going to be able to get to a Thunderbolt, so instead going for that Psycho Boost and getting the shield out of Innerbloom's Dragonite. And now Dragonite going to... Oh, here comes the combo play again. But Innerbloom this time has got the shield in tow, and I think this is going to be an easy couple of taps. Oh no, it has it back to back! Oh no. No.
Will this take it out?
With a double super effective Ice Punch into a Shadow Dragonite that
Oh
is
my
going to be
goodness.
enough to take it out. Dinosuke coming back. Oh my gosh, Debbie.
What a pivot from Dinosuke. Very well played there. It was just basically, you know what? You double Rock Slide me at the end, I'll double Ice Punch you in this one. So it was, beautifully played. I did not expect that at all. And how much did that Ice Punch hit hard on that Shadow Dragonite? Like triple, quadruple super effective and Shadow. Just, well played.
at the end of that last game, sort of mentioned, what do you do to counter Dragonite? That's what you do to counter Dragonite. Have an Ice Punch ready to go into a no shield scenario. That was absolutely dominant. And I was sitting over here chiseling Dinosuke's name into the gravestone, thinking that Inner Bloom had this thing easy. But no, Dinosuke ready, sort of just calm, confident, keeping the energy in the back, ready to go into it. But it looks like we might. Okay, we're bringing the teams back up here. Now, I really think that Meta Champ just proves itself as even more vital for Dinosuke. But that makes me start to think, do you try and go a little bit RPS, and do you try and just knock it out with the Alolan Ninetales, or do you just stay calm? Like Inner Bloom, he was in a pretty good spot in the first tied game, and he was in a really good spot in game 2. If he sort of, goes into the next game and plays well, like he can take the win. We're not seeing RPS scenarios. We're very much seeing games being won on team composition and on skill, especially like the amount of safe catches we've been seeing in these last couple of games. Like, even though we saw that defense drop coming through on the defense Deoxys that one time, but hard to predict a 1 in 10 move. I do feel like both battlers can potentially pull it out, and they only have to do it one more time, because these two battlers are 2 of the only 4 remaining that went into this round undefeated, and they really want to try and keep that streak going for as long as possible to try and make sure that they get that World Championship invitation right.
Absolutely, and it's going to be... Now we're into really like pseudo game 3, right? Because we had the double knockout in game 1. So what do you do here? And I think we still haven't figured out, and it hasn't been revealed, whether it's Charm or Powder Snow, Shadow Alolan Ninetales, which could be the key to game 3. Because that we know how strong that Medicham is now, and also leading, and just how strong it played in even both of the last 2 matches as well, even though Dinosuke lost that first match, but that Medicham was still so strong. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Inner Bloom pivots into game 3.
Oh my gosh! Speaking of the pivot, here's the Alolan Ninetales, the Charm Alolan Ninetales revealed into the Umbreon. What an absolutely wild lead for Inner Bloom there. We see that swap out into Lickitung, and now we see a swap out into Venusaur. What is this lineup from Inner Bloom, going for the complete surprise play against Dinosuke?
Definitely pivoting, is changing it up and just seeing how this runs through. It is the normal Venusaur, so not the Shadow 1-3 here. So opting to shield this body slam and just like finding out that energy. And yeah, well, going beyond what it's already capable of. So it's maybe going to double Frenzy from here, and we see him going through the Frenzy where that Lickitung is already on a body slam.
Yeah, Venusaur going to win CMP there, and that is enough to take out the Lickitung because of the no shield there. And now here comes back Umbreon, trying to use it in a spot that it isn't going to get charmed down. But Dinosuke, I mean, look at what Pokemon they've got left. Now that Lickitung is gone, it is Umbreon Medicham. This is a Charm Alolan Ninetales dream. Inner Bloom has been keeping this Ninetales in the back for a reason, and it is exactly for this moment here. Can really just do as much damage as he's sort of comfortable with the Venusaur. Can bring in the Alolan Ninetales, and really, I mean, I guess Inner Bloom at this stage does not know that it is the Medicham in the back, but he can certainly have some guesses, and we don't know if he realizes how important this Alolan Ninetales is going to be.
Absolutely. Dinosuke opting to shield here because he has to. I think knowing that this Alolan Ninetales is going to possibly see that Medicham at the back, using its last result, but it goes into the yellow. And now going both switching into the Shadow Dragonite and the Medicham. The Medicham's been revealed. Inner Bloom probably sitting in the back going, I've got this.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to call it too quickly, because these Ice Punches are definitely going to start to add up. Really interesting play with the shield up of the Dragon Claw, wanting to keep this Medicham alive for as long as possible, potentially farm up to 2 Ice Punches, because that is what's going to be needed to take this Dragonite out. 1 to get this last shield, 1 to KO the Dragonite, and they're not that far off. It's going to be a race to the charge move though, and we actually see the Ice Punch coming through first, which means that this Alolan Ninetales is going to need to KO this Medicham in with no shields in tow, and then take out the Umbreon in the back as well. And this Ninetales is getting quite low.
It is getting quite low, but we are on that weather ball and is managing to get through. So this stab weather ball, will it be enough to take out this Umbreon? Umbreon known for its bulkiness as well.
Oh, the 20% shadow bonus does it. What a clutch game from Inner Bloom 94. Oh, I mean, that was such a hard pivot to such a wildly different line from Inner Bloom. Venusaur and Alolan Ninetales coming in. Absolutely wild. And that could not have been a better team lineup for Inner Bloom there. Insane.
Absolutely. And I'm smiling ear to ear. I mean, like, Charm, Alolan Ninetales, it's a dream for me. But we could just see, like, he kept that in the back. He kept that away from everyone just to bring out this, like, trick cards and just be like, yep, I'm bringing it out. Let's do it. And, like, you just saw how much, like, it was only, like, 2 charms that took out the rest of that Medicham just to build up enough for that weather ball and to land it on that Umbreon that is known for its bulk. So very, very clean and well executed game from Inner Bloom there.
Oh, absolutely. Some really great stuff to see. Now let's bring back our other 2 casters, Dr. Trotter and Fishy Legs 2, because that was truly an incredible battle to watch. I'm like, is that hands shaking or is that just a double hello?
It's a double hello to both of my fabulous casters above me.
So you're raving the roofs.
Are you trying to like, push us out? Is that what's happening?
All I'm going to say is ABA weak to Charm and leads a Charmer. Like, it's just like, oh my goodness. It doesn't get any better than that if you're running in a Shadow Alolan Ninetales. Crazy.
That was intense battling between those 2 trainers. That was unbelievable gameplay. That's our first 4-game round we've seen as well, but just so backwards and forwards between the 2 of them, making excellent catches left and right, and just those combo plays. Oh, chef's kiss.
Yeah, really, really, just well played stuff all around. I don't know what to say. It's just so clean, like, and so unexpected from Inner Bloom in the last complete mind swap. And that's one of those things that I think that people who are, not at this tippy top level of PvP, just going with similar lines all 3 games, they don't sort of keep their strategies. They look at the 2 teams of 6 and they go, this strategy seems to work. Let's keep trying this. And they use it all 3 games. Inner Bloom has intentionally changed the formula. They've changed the expectation. Dinosuke was sitting there going, I feel comfortable bringing in team ABA weak to Charm because that Alolan Ninetales might not even have Charm. Like, the moveset was completely hidden. And so that's like just a real heads up play from Inner Bloom. And I think really does show his talent as a battler, being able to adapt in that incredibly different way and bring in the Venusaur as well, just for extra style points. Like, really well played from Inner Bloom.
Yeah, and that brings us down to, like, there's only now 2 undefeated battlers in this tournament now. Inner Bloom and I'm going to Nyan Kake. I've surely butchered that pronunciation. If you can correct me.
Nyan Kake, I would go with, but I'm no expert when it comes to Japanese.
Been there once many years ago. I had a great time. Drank way too much sake and had fun on the slopes. That's what an Aussie in Japan is all about, right?
Yeah, that's it.
We'll find out in 3 weeks.
Yeah.
Oh, so jealous. The 3 of you leaving. I'll hold the fort, guys.
Yeah, you hold it down for us while we're off exploring.
Yeah. We'll go and try and find the sake in the slopes. But regardless, it looks like we have actually gone into round 6 of this tournament. So we're 5 rounds in. We've got those 2 battles left to go, which I'm assuming we're going to be trying and seeing that top seed battle. And I'm terribly scared, guys, because this could entirely mean that we're going to start heading towards a spot where we might have a tiebreaker, which it's happened for both of the last 2 Continentals. It could happen again. So whichever one of these battlers sort of takes out this round, I think I'm going to be rooting them to take out round 7 as well. As much as it's always good to see some really high class quality battles. I think MissMystic deserves some sleep, guys.
She lives for this.
With 3
She's
continents.
her life goals.
Okay, it actually looks like we're going to be going to take a look at matchup number 2. So unfortunately, we're not going to see the Inner Bloom versus Nyan matchup. We're going to see Harish 118 versus Prathamax, which again, the top 3 battlers progress through to the World Championships. So this isn't an inconsequential matchup by any means, even if someone is able to go through and sweep the entire tournament. So definitely looking forward to seeing these new battlers. But before we get into it, we can actually take a little bit of a look at the next slot in the order, right? We can take a look at slot 5 in this tournament, which is the last slot that is based on a Silph Arena season. It is that sort of season 4 it was focused on. So we've got picks like the Pelipper, the Lickitung, the Dragonite in here as well. Picks from the 2022 season of the Silph Arena. And, I think it's already pretty clear which Pokemon is the sort of the big winner of this group. But, I mean, Fishy, is there something that sort of stands out to you that isn't named Lickitung?
I've been a proponent of the Pelipper since the beginning of this meta. I think it's really good. Obviously, it's got that spammy Weather Ball and that huge Hurricane coverage as well. I think it's a great option, but it's hard to beat the reliability of the Lickitung, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, there's a reason that it's been the number 1 picked Pokemon in this slot for all 3 Continental so far. And I'm willing to put money on the fact that it's probably going to be the top pick for this slot in the 4th as well tomorrow. But it's actually a really interestingly centralized pick, but in a sort of weird way. So for the APAC region, actually for the European region, because I've got the full stats on that one, we had 53% of people running Lickitung, which, is a lot. The next most popular, I believe, was Pelipper with 11%. Way, way, way down there. And then we've got like Walrein with 9%, Machamp with 7%. It's a lot of these sort of like not very highly used Pokemon, but Pokemon that are sort of making a little bit of an appearance. And it feels a little bit more like if you aren't using this slot for Lickitung, you're kind of just using it to round out your team from a team building based perspective. So maybe you don't have your Alolan Sandslash or the Alolan Ninetales. You need an Ice type, so you bring in that Shadow Walrein for that sort of coverage that you might be missing. And the Pelipper usage is actually higher in this tournament than it has been in the last 2. Pelipper was only at 11% in the first tournament, up to 16% in North America, and now it's up past 20% in this tournament. So it's actually increasing more and more, which, I mean, I get your point, Fishy Legs, that Pelipper is definitely quite a strong Pokemon in terms of it having that water weather ball, but also the Hurricane. But, I really think you need to have it work in your team as opposed to something like Lickitung that I think is a little bit, you can sort of plug and play it a little bit more. Like, I don't think you need to have built Lickitung into your fully rounded out team as much because it sort of rounds itself out. Right.
Well, the other thing with Lickitung, though, is it's a bit harder to access given that you do require an XL version of the Lickitung. So as players who don't quite have the resources to build a Lickitung may opt to build their team differently and have something like a Noctowl or an Umbreon in the slot of the Lickitung, and then bring something that's a little less common like the Pelipper or the Walrein or the Dragonite in Inner Bloom's case, of course. So I definitely think while it's probably the best, well, I don't want to say best, but the highest used pick, there's definitely other options in this slot 5.
Yeah, I mean, if there's only 2 people left undefeated and one of them is running Dragonite in this slot, I think it's pretty easy to say that, you don't have to go with the sort of most big. Oh, really?
Yeah. So
wow.
Actually, maybe not. That could be a lie. But there is one around.
Someone's got a Walrein. I think Well, there's 2 War Rains. Chung TK is running one, and we are going to see one in this next round. So it's in the 2nd seed matchup from Prathamex.
That's what I was thinking of.
So, actually, never mind. It looks like plans have changed, and we're not seeing that matchup either. I guess the War Rain just wanted to keep hidden for a little bit longer. We're waiting to see more Lickitungs. Unfortunately, we won't be seeing any more Dragonites because there literally aren't any. But that's quite all right. I mean, Debbie, what's sort of catching your eye in this slot 5? And I mean, I have a guess.
Is it bottom middle? We have a Dedenne and we've got Slurpuff, both cute fairy types that I would probably bring, but probably would not do very well against this meta. Shout out to Zoe 2 Dots with the Dedenne. And yeah, look, Dedenne can take quite a bit. I think it's a bit unassuming. People kind of look, oh, it's a small little cute thing. Yeah, it won't take a lot. It does. It can. It can do quite a bit. Slurpuff, I'm still working on my Slurpuff, but I know in certain leagues, like Ultra League, it does really well. It does have, I believe, Flamethrower as well, so it is you rarely see. But yeah, again, if I was playing, I wouldn't bring it into slot 5. But if I was just doing it for spice and just for fun, absolutely would.
Yeah, I mean, rarely Brung is right. It is 0 usage out of 3 Continentals tournaments. So far, maybe someone in Latin America is just as much of a Slurpuff fan. We'll just have to wait and see. But Energy Ball Flamethrower, it is just a little bit slow to run as a convenient moveset. You could potentially make a bit more of an argument for Dedenne, but I don't think that we're seeing any Dedenne either, unfortunately. One Pokemon that I actually think...
Sorry, Steve. Just to butt in. Does Silph have Fairy Wings now?
I think so. I think it just got it.
So it may actually have a little bit of play with that moveset. So be spamming out some of those really interesting coverage moves with the Flamethrower and Energy Ball.
It does have access to Fairy Wind. Fairy Wind, Charm, and
There you
Tackle.
go. Excellent.
Watch out for Tackle Slurpuff, guys.
It's an interesting one that you can save swap, draw out your anti-charm or anti-fairy user, and if it's a steel type, for example, you can then Flamethrower it, get to maybe multiple, and then your A9 in back is safe, for example.
It is a very bulky Pokemon as well. It can take a hit. It's not like your a lot of the fairies are pretty bulky, but yeah, got plenty in the back. At the least.
It's pretty bulky.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's definitely a lot of interesting picks in this one. I feel like in that Astralis Shield tournament that we've sort of mentioned a few times, which was essentially just a practice tournament using this meta in Australia, I feel like Lurantis was an interesting Pokemon. It has interesting potential where you've got access to that superpower to do super effective to things like the Lickitung and the Umbreon. You've got that Leaf Blade to hit things like the Lantern. You've got the Fury Cutter to charge up energy fast while also doing super effective damage to the Darks and the Psychics. But, I'm very much a fan of, as much as I love the Spice picks, I think that Lurantis would have to be very specifically built around. I don't know if anyone can just plug it into their team as the sort of fighting role, for example. Especially when I think you probably lose to every other fighter. Maybe if you land a superpower on Obstagoon, you do okay. But
Lurantis, actually one of Rocket Claire's favorites.
Okay. Now, we're going to pass it over to Dr. Trotter and Fishy Legs 2 because we now actually do have our pair that is going to be streamed for round 6. But I'll let Trotter and Fishy Legs sort of take it away themselves. So see you in a bit, guys.
All right. Well, it looks like we have Master Mihir back again versus Backbencher 3 for this round, and an Indian duo standoff here. So let's go and have a quick squiz at these teams.
Yeah, they do look nice and even. I think this is probably one of the more even matchups that we've seen so far today. Like there's nothing that's got no coverage here. Possibly you might argue that the DD's a little bit more free than all of the other mons, but I mean that Liquor Tongue, the Licks, even the neutral Cresselia, Azu, like there's plenty of neutrality there. But first quick glance, yeah, it looks nice and even.
Yeah, something that's really interesting here is how neutral that Cresselia looks in my mind. Aside from the Venusaur, it's not really particularly hard walled by anything. I think we saw earlier in the stream that it is in fact a Grass Knot and Moonblast Cresselia, although I could be wrong on that recollection there. But from memory, it was the Moonblast, so it gives a bit of play into the Umbreon. And then in return, that Umbreon does look rather safe aside from the Azumarill.
Sorry, I need to quickly text Mrs. Trotter, who is holding down the fort with the two little ones. So thank you for that.
So the other thing that I'm looking at is that the backbencher only has the Deoxys defense to put pressure onto the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, which otherwise looks rather free to roam, having a lot of charge move pressure against things like the Venusaur and the Galarian Stunfisk, and even the Pelipper as well.
Yes, I mean those Pelipper, it will only be neutral ice punches, so but I mean again, but it's resisted wing attacks, so it's a backwards and forwards one that's going to not depend on the starting, from the start. It's going to be later down the track who's got more energy, who's got more shields, who's played the entirety of the matchup better rather than just A, B, C, stay in, whatever happens. And I think these teams will allow each other a bit of flexibility, and energy will be at a premium here. Does look really kind of threatening for Master here to bring that Charizard having two water types and a Stunfisk, which potentially can KO with the Rock Slides, and a DD. Not sure what backbencher moveset wise has on the DD, but you'd assume it would have at least a Rock Slide or a Thunderbolt.
Yeah, absolutely. And the other thing is that Umbreon is really quite tanky and can develop those spammy foul plays to put a lot of pressure on the Charizard as well. So it's one of those sort of bit more neutral matchups where you really need to be landing a couple of blast burns on that Umbreon if you want to take it out. But aside from that, I think that there's certainly a lot of play here from a neutral sense for Master Mahir's Galarian Stunfisk. Even in its bad matchups, such as the Azumarill or the Venusaur, it still has a lot of capacity to hit back at those two, and can often flip those matchups if it lands the Earthquake.
That's why G-Fix is such a good Pokemon. Not even just in this meta, it's just everywhere. It's so handy and so useful. So I'm expecting a lot of Umbreon, Pelipper, G-Fisk, Azu. Everything's on the table. That's why this matchup's great. We've seen previously, like in that last match that Inner Bloom played, really went different in the game 4, not game 3, game 4. It switched up and it ended up being quite close, but it felt very dominant towards that Charmaine. So I think we'll see a lot of moving of teams. I don't think any of these two battlers will just settle on their 3 and sort of rotate between, because everything here has so much sort of flexibility in their movesets and everything. With probably the exception, I think, backbenchers bringing that Umbreon almost every game.
Yeah, and just going to be hoping he doesn't get aligned to that Azumarill. But other than that, it is really free to roam. And even then, it still does that good neutral coverage with the last resort into the Azumarill, which end up making it a little bit uncomfortable, especially if the Azu doesn't have Play Rough. It can make that rather close. But yeah, excited to see what these trainers pick for their lines of 3. It's going to be some really intense battlers. As we see now that the battles are actually locking in for game 1, so we're getting underway really soon. All right, and we have Umbreon into the Galarian Stunfisk, a really neutral lead.
Oh, and looking at the backlines, this winning switch is going to be really important in this matchup, because we've got Venusaur Azu and Azu Charizard. So here comes the first Earthquake. This will do a good amount of damage and immediately unshielded. Happy to take this Earthquake. Does not even put it into the yellow HP and is loaded up with 2 and a bit foul plays here on this Umbreon. So
Yeah,
the
Backbencher
Snarls
going
just...
to 100 energy here and just starting to fire moves away, but he switches into the Venusaur and is met by the Charizard. Oh, this is really bad for Backbencher now. Backbencher going for the Frenzy Plant, does get the shield off the Charizard. You've got to respect that huge hitting Sludge Bomb, but this is really going to allow this Charizard to start over-farming on heaps of energy.
Yeah, and there comes in the Dragon Claw. It is at 2, so you'd expect a no shield and just to let this one go. And yes, Backbencher chooses to do that. Potentially really seeing the errors of their ways, bringing that in. Oh, it's a tight one from here. What do you come into?
Well, you've got energy on the Umbreon, so do you try and get rid of those shields? No, you come in with the Azu, knowing that you resist all of the charge move pressure here, and you can sort of just soak up this energy.
Soaking it, but oof, it's insane how much that does resisted to a Pokemon as bulky as Azumarill. And here comes number 2.
Yeah, this is, has to be shielded now because this Azumarill's in the yellow and it will get really low if it doesn't start to shield. Now comes the Stunfisk, saving the Charizard in the back, not letting it go down just yet.
No, but this is looking really positive for Master Mihir. I mean, that switch in just really gave such a measure. And out comes the EQ. Only 1 shield remaining on Backbencher's side of the battle and lets it go through. This Earthquake puts it deep into the red. Is this going for a mud shot down now?
Well, if he wants the mud shot down, he's going to have to shield, and he elects not to. This Ice Beam will KO the Galarian Stunfisk, and then it's going to be all on the back of Master Mihir's own... Oh, he comes back in for the Charizard! I was expecting the Azu, but now the foul play is coming through and will take out this Charizard as it is unshielded.
Yeah, potentially a deliberate play there to let the Charizard just soak up that energy, knowing that the Azu's like 2 bubbles away from death, and then you've got your Azu into the Umbreon, which is pretty much the best spot for Master Mihir's Azu to be in this matchup. So in comes the player with no shield.
The power off, and it KOs Umbreon. Umbreon is down, and this Azu is so low now, it doesn't stand a chance of getting to enough moves that would KO over Master Mihir's Azumarill, and takes game 1 almost comfortably, I would say.
Yeah, I think Backbencher realized that at that point, the error was made. Don't safe swap Venusaur when the opponent has a Charizard.
It's
I'm expecting to see...
Definitely a risky play. It didn't quite pull off for Backbencher, but who knows? The Venusaur that might be safer in the games to come.
Venusaur definitely has plenty of play, but just probably not as the safe swap in this matchup. There's plenty of good things that it can do there. Like, it's got great play almost everywhere else, to be honest. But that's the one spot you don't want it to be. So expect Backbencher to fix that up here as we get into game number 2 now.
And as you said, Trotter, Venusaur not in the safe swap, in the lead, and this is a fairly good lead now for this Venusaur. Those Frenzy Plants do huge amounts of damage to the Galarian Stunfisk, and a Rock Slide is not enough to one-shot, so you really have to be pressured into throwing an Earthquake at some stage.
And CMP tying this Frenzy Plant, no shield coming on Master Mihir's side, and throwing the Rock Slide bait. Will this take the shield from the Venusaur? Because it's really hard not to respect that Earthquake.
And it does get the shield. So now Master Mihir is at a shield advantage and is able to get to the second Rock Slide before the next Frenzy Plant comes through. Was this going to get back-to-back shielded? No. Backbencher realizing just the Rock Slide, I can tank this, and continues on with farming up extra energy.
And potentially for a farm down. Oh, no. Chooses to throw instead of going for the farm down. Out comes the Frenzy Plant. This will put the G-Fisk well beyond its use-by date. Now comes that Charizard. What do you do here? Oh, and I switch into the Azu.
Managed to preserve that Venusaur with about 1 HP left. And now we see that Azumarill mirror Charizard able to bank a little bit of energy as well. And this is going to come down to a battle of the bunnies here as they throw play roughs back and forward.
Yep, no spice in these move sets, just both running the Ice Beam play rough variants. Usually three play roughs plus the bubbles for the KO in these matchups, Fishy.
I think it would be somewhat close to that. The play roughs really look like they tickle when they come through, only doing around that 30% mark. And the bubbles obviously don't add up much at all, especially since that bubble nerf many seasons ago.
Yeah, but the critical thing here is, can G-Fist get enough energy to take out the Charizard? Charizard did leave with a few wing attacks in its favor. Oh, and a catch!
Oh,
They've gone for it!
A great catch here by Backbencher, catching the resisted play rough. This isn't going to do much damage at all.
And here comes the Charizard. Now we're off to the races.
It really is going to be a race here of who can get the most amount of charge attacks off before the other one gets KO'd. But Master Me here has the advantage with having 2 shields in the tank still.
It will be a large advantage, especially if I believe if they both throw on timing, the next move will be a CMP tie, which will be in Charizard's favor. But we'll just need to see who gets there. And yes, it does look like a CMP tie. So Charizard will be nuking this poor little G-Fisk out of existence here. And now both Mons pretty low on HP.
Yeah, this is really tough now for Backbencher, as he's out of shields and he's not really got much HP left to work with. Charizard is going to respect the Ice Beam.
The combo play.
Going for the combo play.
Oh, it catches!
Look at that. What a spectacular combo from both players there. Both recognizing what they had to do. But as we can see, Master Me here has come away with the goods and has managed to catch the combo onto his Azumarill.
Oh, wait, though. Will the Dragon Claw be enough to take out? There's an Ice Beam there. Is this Ice Beam going to do enough? I don't feel like it's quite enough in this scenario.
Oh,
does put it deep into the red. How many bubbles? The Dragon Claw's there. Oh, goes for the blast burn.
Oh, wow. And Master Me here with a last-second blast burn just to really make sure this Azumarill stays knocked out this time. That is an amazing finale to that game too. Master Me here sealing the best of 3. That was some really high-paced action towards the end there, Dr. Trotter.
Oh, so close there. Like, there were moves. Unfortunately, the Venusaur did not have that Sludge Bomb banked. It needed one more Vine Whip before it could get to it to take out the Charizard, which gave the time for Master Me here to switch and catch on the Azu. Very well played.
That was, unbelievable. I mean, that game could have gone any which way with just one fast move of difference, and it was an excellent showcase of reflexes and knowledge of energy counts and so on between those two battlers. But Master Me here once again coming away with a clean 2-0 so far, and up to Backbencher to see whether he can claw back the game 3 to keep himself afloat in this Swiss bracket of Championship Continentals.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind seeing that DD from Backbencher. It's just got a bit more bulk. It can fire off moves that are going to hurt everything. Right? It's got a super effective move for Charizard, counters for G-Fisk, A-Slash, and your Lickitung. A little bit less for the Azu if it doesn't have the Thunderbolt. And Cresselia is kind of neutral there as well. But it's useful for the mons that we're seeing.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And I think that's a good call. I think that the Geoxys defense has plenty of play. Nothing seems to be hard countering it, that's for sure. But these battlers are not messing around. They're actually locked in their teams for game 3 already. And we see the Geoxys defense come out. Trotter, you were right on the money. Again.
Boom, boom! Oh, miracles do happen. It must happen in 3-3. So It's still an intriguing matchup in the opening stanza, I guess, because those counters are great, but these charge moves are going to do nothing for the DD. Whereas on the flip side, these charge moves do plenty of work for this G-Stick. And the Earthquake lands, and it is into the yellow straight away.
And if you're
what
the
moves
Jux's
are they going to
defense,
throw?
you do have
Psycho
to throw
Boost.
the Psycho Boost here because that D-Bolt does nothing. So you see your backbench is built to 2 moves. He's thrown the first one, and we see a swap into the mirror now behind on energy. This is some risky play.
It is risky, but if you look at the team that Backbench has brought, he's brought 3 Mons that can do something against Charizard. That feels very deliberate.
Oh, I definitely think it is. We see now attempted catch on the Azumarill, but Backbencher holds his nerve, builds up to the Earthquake, almost at 100 energy, and is now letting that Earthquake rip into that Azumarill, but met by a shield.
That is actually not the worst thing in the world for a Backbencher to get that move shielded, because it really means that there's 1 less shield for this assumed Charizard in the back. Now, Backbencher's really making a big assumption that Charizard's there, and in this case, has got it right.
I think it's a fairly safe assumption too, given how games 1 and 2 have gone with that Charizard being so dominant. But we now see that the Azumarill is going for an Ice Beam, putting this Galarian Stunfisk into the red. But this G-Fisk is going to bank an Earthquake and switch into the Deoxys defense to fire off a Thunderbolt. What a lovely combo play.
Very lovely. And because not only does that energy for the Earthquake there, but the energy is there for double Rock Slides against the Charizard. So really nicely done. And sneaking in a Psycho Boost that will KO this this Azu.
Yeah, risks the debuff, but is so low in health now that it's not going to get really to another move. And this Charizard farms it down, coming out with almost a Dragon Claw to spare. Oh, we see the Rock Slide coming in now. Master here elects to shield, but does have the Dragon Claw stored. Will he be able to get this off into the Galarian Stunfisk before the next Rock Slide comes through? And,
I believe that was a CMP tie here, and an instant shield, so this Rock Slide will go through onto this Charizard. Oh, and low battery! No, we don't want low battery!
Oh no, the low battery coming through is super effective onto Master Here's Charizard, and boom, it's out of here as we see the Azu now coming in to clean up this Galarian Stunfisk, and this is looking like a nice comeback for Backbencher to wrap up Game 3 and prevent himself from being swept.
Yeah, and that's a really nice play, just bringing 3 Mons that can pressure that Charizard. And not only are they, but they're really high sort of HP mods, so they can do a bit of everything to anything in this battle. So cornering the Charizard really ended up going well into Backbencher's favor.
Yeah, no, that was a great set for both battlers. They both played really well and really made the most of those Azumarils and those Galarian Stunfisk coming every game. It was just a matter of where do we line up our starter picks, really. And for Master Mihir, he was able to get that right for the first 2 games and progressing himself further along this tournament series, definitely still keeping himself within the running. He has, I believe, only dropped 1 or 2 rounds at this point, and he's putting out a really strong performance.
And that's what these really large tournaments are about. You may lose a round, but you're not just going to the losers bracket. Everyone's on the same footing. So in these Swiss-style brackets, you've still got plenty of time to sort of fight your way back up. And potentially, if you continue to win all the way through, you might face that undefeated person in the final round and can force the draw for you. And then if you have more overall wins, you might even just take it straight out, and you don't even have to worry about the old tiebreaker playoff thing because you have those total wins well ahead of them.
Absolutely right. Well, let's welcome back our lovely co-casters, Steve and Debbie. Hello again.
Welcome back, friends.
Hello.
Double wave always works. That low connection, so tricky. The most effective move of all.
the low battery coming in clutch there.
So someone needs to tell him to charge his phone.
I reckon he's raced to the charger right now.
I mean, with one more round to go, maybe, unless we go to a tiebreaker, it is definitely going to be pretty close at this point. Because again, they want to get into that top 3 slots to get themselves into the World Championships in 2 weeks. So it's all going to be pretty tight from here on. And it looks like we've actually, on the back end, Inner Bloom has gone ahead to become the only battler left on 6-0.
Wow.
So Inner Bloom is going to be defending in round 7 whether he can keep on to the Continental Championship title. But, you know, if I'm not sure who's going to take him on. I think if Harish wins in the 2nd seed, I think that it'll be Harish taking on Inner Bloom. And so if Inner Bloom is defeated in round 7, then we will be going to a tiebreaker where anyone who is on 6-1 will progress into it. Sort of not round robin, into a single elimination tiebreaker bracket. So whoever is on the top of the leaderboard will get, as we sort of mentioned a lot earlier in the stream, whoever is on the top will sort of get a bye through the first round of the thingo, depending on how many people we've got. But regardless, we'll just have to wait and see how things go. But we are going to take a quick little break before getting into round 7. Don't go anywhere because we are getting into sort of the match of all matches, and we'll be back before you know it. But looking forward to potentially crowning an APAC Continental Champion in the very, very near future.
Stay tuned.
Dun, dun, dun. And we're back. Thanks for waiting, everyone. We're ready to sort of rock and roll into the potentially final round of the final ever APAC Continental Championship with round 7. At the moment, Inner Bloom 94 is the only battler remaining with a 6-0 score and only needs to win one more round to cement himself as the Continental Champion of the APAC region for now and forever, as Silph shuts it down. But of course, there is a challenger with Harish 118 being the presumptive player to have to take on Inner Bloom and try and stop the full sweep, so that we'll then go into a tiebreak situation. But as we sort of wait for all of that to sort of get set up, we'll take a little bit of a quick look at sort of what we're seeing in slot 6, which is the only slot we haven't gone through today, which is the legendaries and the mythicals, which is a bit of an interesting slot, because when it was first announced, I was kind of like, there aren't that many legendaries and mythicals that are going to be that good in this meta. So I was sort of expecting it to be very condensed. But in a weird way, it's not the most condensed in this meta, and it's actually quite evenly distributed over a couple of different picks. But I mean, Debbie, I'll sort of let you kick it off. What's sort of catching your eye in slot 6?
Oh man, I love Feeny.
Don't we all?
Yeah, like I mentioned earlier in the stream, I still don't have one. I would love one. Tapu Fini, that water fairy type in slot 6. And yeah, I think having a look at the teams for this tournament, a good portion of players have brought it in. So obviously they are Tapu Fini lovers and also lucky to trade it and get it under 1,500.
Very lucky indeed. It's probably the biggest barrier. And by the looks of it, this is actually, we had a bit of an increase in Tapu Fini usage in the North American tournament. It got up to roughly 28% usage, so a little bit over a quarter. But it's actually dropped back down for the APAC region down to about 23%, so a little bit under a quarter. And so it's actually in third place behind two other picks. Those picks, interestingly, are definitely not being Guzzlord. That is somehow put above Tapu Fini on this graphic. Although I think there is one Guzzlord in the running. I'm not sure how well it's performing, but if it's doing well, I have to assume that it is not the Guzzlord that is doing that carry.
I don't know. Guzzlord is it's a pretty good mon when it's not up against something that hard counters it like a fairy. But aside from that,
unfortunately, Guzzlord went 1-4 and then dropped out of the tournament after round 5. So I think Guzzlord was not a success.
Man, yep. Steve, tone down the hate.
Come on, man.
Look, I think the Guzzlord looks very cool in battle. I'll give it that. If we were giving away Continental Championships based on coolness, Guzzlord team wins every time.
I think a Buzzwall team is up there too.
That's true.
Cool.
That's true. And I think
I did see
yeah, we've got at least one.
It's an interesting pick as well. Another one of those fighters that resists opposing fighting type moves. Can do a lot of damage back to the Metacham with those lunges. And those superpowers hit so hard when they're either neutral or super effective. So I think Buzzball is a really interesting pick if you have plenty of bulk elsewhere on your team.
Does also have the ability to fight back against those psychic types with those lunges, you know, and they're not just lunges, they're stab. They do a lot of damage.
Do you want me to tell you how the two Buzzwall teams have performed?
If it's going to be Nick, Steve, we don't want to hear it from you.
Okay,
let's keep it positive.
I won't look.
Remember, Pokemon doesn't make it the team. The team is more than just one Pokemon, right?
Maybe.
Okay, it's just, you know, if 100% of the teams that...
Come on, here's the bad news.
How'd the one Regirock team... No, I want to hear about the Regirock. How'd the one Regirock team go?
Look, I will say the only Buzzwole that is still in the tournament is currently 1-5. That's all right. They'll get 2-5 for sure. Now, actually, very good point from Dr. Trotter, and we actually have a Regirock that is going to be facing Inner Bloom. We actually don't have our
Wow.
presumption was incorrect. We've actually got the name that we were scared to say earlier because we weren't quite sure how to say it.
Oh no.
Rifki Aditya 23 potentially will be taking on Inner Bloom 94, and Riff is running the Regirock. So we've got some excitement coming in here.
It's the
That Regirock's going to
pseudo
pose a few
Registeel.
problems.
I don't
Yeah,
know.
with Registeel being banned from slot 6, Regirock is a nice little substitute, I guess you could say, with still having access to Focus Blast. But then it has the cheaper and spammier Stone Edge, which, oh, geez, it comes out so quick with those lock-on fast moves.
It really
You
pumps
say
everything
that,
out with
Dave.
those lock-ons.
And then we've got
Please,
the
fish
access to the Shadow version of the Regirock now as well, which hits even harder, and I think in some situations does a little bit better than the regular because it has more opportunity to one-hit KO Pokemon, whereas the regular form does not.
Yeah, I mean, look, my personal opinion is probably I like the non-shadow, just because it's a Pokemon that you're relying on those big fast moves, big charge moves, sorry, and they're really big and nuky. It sort of feels like you might want that little bit of extra bulk to try and get to potentially 2 big nuky charge moves, even though they'll do like slightly more damage. I feel like. And I mean, this is definitely the case for Registeel, but I sort of feel the same about Regirock, that you might prefer to try and get multiple moves off rather than going for that extra 20% damage, just in case that 20% defense drop is a little bit disadvantageous.
Yeah, the only counter to that point, Steve, is that if the Stone Edge only is required 1 to KO, you don't have to have the extra bulk to get to 2.
That's true. That's true. Because, yeah, you're right. If a Stone Edge isn't enough, it's unlikely that you're going to be lock-oning down.
That's right.
All I hear is Steve's scared of shadows and won't fight them.
Trotter, I just really dislike the fact that the law in Pokemon Go states that a shadow Pokemon is suffering. We should be purifying these Pokemon, guys. Like, the Niantic told us themselves that they are suffering. They're suffering while that purple flame is going around them. So I'm just sort of someone that doesn't want Pokemon to suffer. And if that makes me a bad, negative guy, then so be it. Team purification.
Look, Niantic's definitely making something suffer, but I don't think it's the shadow Pokemon.
No.
Oh, it actually looks like
dear.
it looks like we're getting set up to sort of to get some battles sorted for this round of 7 of the tournament. So we might sort of get ourselves into it. It looks like me and Debbie are going to be the ones casting this potentially final battle of the Continentals. So Trotter and Fishy, we'll double wave you away, and then we'll double wave you back in a little bit later. But we'll see you on the other side.
I hope someone screenshot that.
We can go back. We can go back. But we've got the very final. Well, I keep saying very final, potentially very final battle here with Inner Bloom,
Yes.
94 versus. I need to relook at this. Rifki Aditya 23. Well, I think it's an I. Like we were reading it as an L before, but I think on the Silph page it seems to be an I. So I think Riff.
Glasses.
We can go with Riff.
Riff it is.
Right. Riff it is. So we can bring up the teams for these 2 battlers because these are 2 wild teams. Like this is actually absolutely insane. This is not your this isn't your mum and pop's teams that are up on the screen. And apparently we've got a change in the script. Inner Bloom apparently already being deemed to get 2-0. That's not true. It is 0-0 at the moment. We've got the 2 teams up on the screen now. And look, we've seen Inner Bloom's team a couple of times now with that Venusaur, Quagsire, Shadow Ninetales, Galarian Stunfisk, Shadow Dragonite, and Deoxys. But oh my gosh, Rift's team, Debbie. Look at that thing. It is monstrous.
Yes, indeed. The Regirock is the first thing that kind of stares out to me going, wow, okay. It brought the big brother rock. So it will be really interesting to see how he maneuvers that around. And Meganium being a very, very interesting choice out of out of the grass types that were available. But Meganium having Frenzy Plant and Earthquake, both both really good moves within this meta.
Yeah, that's a very polite way to put it. Interesting. I think it's actually quite unfortunate for Riff here. Well, it might have done quite well for them through the first 6 rounds of the tournament. Going into Inner Bloom's team, something like a Venusaur would have been vastly more useful by the seams of it, because you had that Venusaur has that counterplay against Alolan Ninetales that Meganium does not. And also Quagsire is pretty decent for Meganium still. But then you don't have play against the Dragonite either, because Dragonite has that flying typing, and you don't have the Sludge Bomb that sort of does okay. In saying that, Frenzy Plant is definitely one of the best charge moves in the game, so you're definitely not up a creek if you don't have that sort of coverage move. You can just go for those Frenzy Plants, even though it is resisted by both the Dragon and the Flying typing, which is a little bit unfortunate for that Meganium. But it looks like a Meganium is only on 5 teams in this tournament, when Regirock is on 3 teams. So it's actually so exciting to me that the sort of top 2 teams coming into this round 7 finals have some of the most unique picks in the entire tournament. It's absolutely wild. Like that's really wacky to me. And I think it really, again, highlights the fact that this is the Silph Arena. This is where you see picks that might not be useful elsewhere come out and shine. It's where the spice picks come to play, and where you can really win with anything except maybe a Guzzlord. But outside of that, we've got lots of very interesting picks here, with the only Pokemon that these two Pokemon that these two teams share are that Galarian Stunfisk and, of course, that Shadow Alolan Ninetales. But the question comes up, Debbie: Charm or Powder Snow from Riff? We know Inner Blooms is Charm.
We know that Inner Blooms is Charm. So Riff, we don't know information just yet in regards to whether he is running Powder Snow or Charm. And I think it would be probably better if he was with Powder Snow. But we'll see. I mean, like, he might be spicy and go for Charm. Charm definitely does do a lot of damage, as we've seen how Inner Bloom has played his last match with it. But I think coming up to against Inner Bloom's team, I would definitely opt for Powder Snow if that was, if you could change your fast move now, but not right now.
Yeah, maybe if we were in factions that would be okay, but not the case here. We're just going to have to jump into it and take a look in this very first battle of round 7, where we have Defense Deoxys from Inner Bloom going into Pelipper from Riff. Very interesting matchup, and one that you're sort of preferring to have that Thunderbolt, which is where this Rock Slide Psycho Boost moveset is a little bit underwhelming, but going to charge up a little bit past before throwing regardless, and hoping maybe that this Pelipper does in fact shield.
The Pelipper does shield here, and so opting to protect that Pelipper. Now, Riff going for the Hurricane. Will Inner Bloom shield here?
This is a really risky spot, and no shield from Inner Bloom. That does so much damage. Luckily, this Deoxys is still going to get to a Psycho Boost here, but I don't think this is enough to KO the Pelipper. So we actually see no shield from Rift 23's side, and that Pelipper is going to be... we're going to see a quick swap into Venusaur. It's not every day you see a Venusaur swap into a Flyer, but we have the Powder Snow Alolan Ninetales coming through. Actually, not Shadow, but does mean that these Weather Balls are going to come out really, really fast against this Venusaur, and it is going to want to take this Ninetales out as soon as possible.
Absolutely. Now, going with the Frenzy Plant, not the Sludge Bomb here, and we'll see if Rift decides to shield or not through here. Opting not to shield and calling the bait through there. However, the Alolan Ninetales is now into the red. If it was Shadow, it would definitely probably be knocked out by now. But now we see this Weather Ball go through, and then it takes that Venusaur out.
Yeah, this puts Inner Bloom in a bit of a tough spot. They will be able to come in and get a little bit of farm on this Alolan Ninetales. The switch timer is not up yet on Rift's side, so they're just going to have to sit here and let this Galarian Stunfisk mudshot all the way. unfortunately is going to have to eat an ice weather ball, but that isn't the end of the world here especially because this is not a shadow Alola Ninetales, it doesn't do too much damage. And we actually see a masterful catch from Inner Bloom, the water weather ball coming through here on the defense Deoxys, really tightly played from Inner Bloom, and actually a nice undercharge to get one wing attack back as well on Pelipper.
Absolutely. And now the Pelipper can go for the weather ball here, and Inner Bloom opting to shield. I believe that possibly was CMP there.
It looked like it to me, and it was. That is so unfortunate for Inner Bloom. Does mean that he's actually going to try and undercharge here, try and get a little bit of farm back. But it's really risky when you're up against a Pelipper who can get to those weather balls pretty quick. But it looks like Inner Bloom has done a pretty solid job here. Oh no, he was just short. Oh no.
So short. It was on a sliver of health there. And this weather ball does go through, so it means that Galarian Stunfisk is into the red and opting going for their own Galarian Stunfisk here and going for the Rock Slide.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, there is not a lot left to do for Inner Bloom here. Needs to take out, no shield as well. Needed to take out a shield as well as a full Galarian Stunfisk from Rift's side. It was definitely going to be tricky, and even with a little bit of health in the back on Rift's side as well. So Inner Bloom definitely in a real tricky spot. Unfortunate, is going to be taken out there, which means that Rift is now only one battle away from pushing this tournament into a tiebreaker. Inner Bloom needs to win both of the next two battles to secure that Continental Championship title, or else there, I think, might be 2 rounds left to fight through. That was definitely tight, Debbie. I was sort of thinking that Inner Bloom might have had it there, but unfortunately, just so many calls going the wrong way. The Frenzy Plant called. The Rock Slide called at the end, but that was sort of a Hail Mary play, I think. But also, like, at the very start of the game as well, the big move called as well. Definitely sort of an unfortunate set of events for Inner Bloom.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think with that first Hurricane call that and not shielding that, the pressure was already on. And then when the Alola Ninetales was revealed and it had Powder Snow, and those weather balls were just stacking up and just really applying that pressure on, and also not being shadow, so it actually could tank quite a bit as well. So a lot of the battles, the matchups really depended on just that 1 HP in that first match.
No, you're absolutely right. And that sort of decision of Charm versus Powder Snow and also Shadow versus Non-Shadow turned out to be incredibly consequential questions for Rift in sort of the build of this team here. And so it sort of put the two battles in an interesting spot where they now know that Inner Bloom knows that Rift's Alola Ninetales is packing that Powder Snow, which means that Inner Bloom has to really consider that a very real threat. You can't just sort of run around expecting you to be sort of okay in that matchup. Venusaur goes from an okay position to a little bit of a worse position unless you already have a little bit of energy. I do actually still really like Inner Bloom's Venusaur against Rift's team. As much as that Alola Ninetales acts as a little bit of a counter, you still have that ability to try and get that Sludge Bomb through, while also having play against every other Pokemon on Rift's team. Even a Frenzy Plant doing a fair chunk of damage up against that Pelipper because it's a little bit squishy and it does pack that water typing in addition to the flying typing. Galarian Stunfisk is a little bit on the rough side, but you still do pretty decently, again, just because Frenzy Plant is such a high damage move. So I sort of feel like Venusaur continues to be a must bring. It's just a question of how Inner Bloom sort of maneuvers it around to try and, I mean, are there other ways? Does he have to try and get the Galarian Stunfisk onto the Ninetales?
I think that, yeah, it will still be a very, like, somewhat of an uncomfortable situation, but definitely something that could be into the play. And we're straight into the second battle here. Inner Bloom opting for his Shadow, Dragonite, leading, and Rift going into his Pelipper here.
Yeah, it looks like Inner Bloom going for that pick that he's a little bit more comfortable with, but can throw people off, instantly getting a shield out of Riff on the Pelipper there. We do see that both battlers have brought in that Galarian Stunfisk in the back as well. So, but Pelipper throwing that water weather ball that will be resisted. So Inner Bloom making the brave call to let that come through, and now going to presumably try and throw another move into this Pelipper. And we do see it come through here, which means that Riff would need to burn both shields to win switch advantage here, which is not what he was going for at all.
No, that Shadow Dragonite just on a sliver of health there, but managed to keep switch through there. Now Riv has to decide which one to bring through here. That Shadow Dragonite will go down to whatever is brought out, but it gives him a bit of thinking time of going, oh, how do I address Riv's backline?
Yeah, now this is an interesting spot here where Inner Bloom gets to bring out the defense Deoxys. Deoxys is doing super effective counter damage to this Stunfisk, and we can see that in the back there is that Stunfisk sort of just waiting on Inner Bloom. Inner Bloom does not want to be in a position where his Galarian Stunfisk is at an energy disadvantage against the other side. Looks like that might have been potentially a low battery. I'm not sure what that notification was, but it looks like, unfortunately, Riff losing a couple of fast moves there. Deoxys, potentially, hopefully it might not matter, but getting that Psycho Boost onto the Galarian Stunfisk, and now G-Fisk going for another Earthquake onto this Deoxys, but it will be able to tank it.
Inner Bloom opting to shield there, protecting this Deoxys, and I think he's trying to go for a counter down here. Nope, deciding going to the Psycho Boost here, and Riff deciding not to shield, so letting this Galarian Stunfisk go.
Now, this is actually a pretty bad spot for Inner Bloom to be in, because he's now got a Galarian Stunfisk up against the Meganium, but the Meganium has a shield and Inner Bloom does not. One Earthquake from that Meganium is going to do a fair amount of damage, and Meganium will quite comfortably be able to tank this Rock Slide from Stunfisk. Meaning that that Meganium is going to be able to throw the Earthquake to try and take out this G-Fisk, and then stack up even more energy to try and take out the defense Deoxys in the back for Inner Bloom. So this potentially, I mean, we still have some time here. We're not going to get up to 2 Rock Slides because that Frenzy Plant is going to come through too quickly. But we'll just have to wait and see if Riff potentially gets a bit greedy trying to go for the double Frenzy Plant.
Yeah, through there. The Galarian Stunfisk goes down here, so all Inner Bloom has is this defense Deoxys. Now, this Frenzy Plant will go through. This Deoxys will be able to still hang on, but it's really difficult from this point onwards.
Inner Bloom going straight for the Psycho Boost. Really interesting play here. And that Meganium not close to the charge move, but wants to get this Meganium out of here as fast as possible because there is still damage to do in the back. So going back to back Psycho Boosts, double debuffing Defense Deoxys attack, which means these counters will do less and less damage, but able to actually take out the tournament, the battle. For some reason, I thought there was still that low health Galarian Stunfisk in the back, but Inner Bloom actually able to tie it up with all of that energy on the defense Deoxys. That was definitely a really close spot to be in because that Meganium was looking quite scary for Inner Bloom.
Yeah, it was definitely applying that pressure onto Inner Bloom there. Inner Bloom coming very well with that pivot. So now into a score of 1-1. So we're going into the third battle. And to really just to see if Inner Bloom can do the sweep through here. I think, what do you think, Steve? Who was the MVP there for Inner Bloom's battle in that second round?
Oh, I mean, honestly, it's hard to say. I feel like the fact that defense Deoxys was sort of able to not only absorb the Frenzy Plant from the Meganium, but then be able to put out enough damage to sort of pressure it and take it down and put it back into that Pokeball was quite key for Inner Bloom there. I definitely don't think that he was expecting the Meganium in the back. Otherwise, he might not have spent so much effort in preserving the Pokemon that he did. I feel like Defense Deoxys might have been a little bit more useful than potentially the G-Fisk would have been. Although, in saying that, the fact that G-Fisk was able to take the Earthquake from Meganium was quite, well, it wasn't super helpful, I suppose, because he still ended up getting farmed down by the Meganium. But I think it's quite clear that Riff has sort of shown that the Meganium is a little bit of a threat. As much as I was sort of, I wasn't clowning on it, but I was sort of not giving it as much respect at the start of this round because I was kind of like, well, it's not as good as a Venusaur would be into Inner Bloom's team. it has done absolutely fine up against Inner Bloom's team there. Unfortunately, not getting the win in this game too, but it does put us into a 1-to-1 scenario where, again, if Inner Bloom wins this next battle, then he will be the Silph Arena APAC Continental Champion, and we'll see who gets those invitations to the World Championships. But if Riff pushes back, if Rip swaps that momentum over and puts it back into a 2-1 scenario, we will be going to the tiebreaker, and we will have to see these battlers face off for even more battles to try and claw their way into the 2023 World Championships. So there is a lot on the line in this one particular battle. So Debbie, I'm going to ask you one important question. Actually, we don't have time. I was going to ask you to predict the leads that we might see here, but it's too late because we are going into the final battle of the round, and we have a G-Fisk mirror match. What else?
Oh, G-Fisk mirror. So now it's a battle of the baits when it comes to a G-Fisk mirror. So both of them will farm up to an Earthquake, and we can see that Inner Bloom does have probably a little bit more attack weighted, therefore gets his move off first. Earthquake, and it goes through. Riff opting not to shield there. Also now going for their own Earthquake. Does Inner Bloom shield here?
This is a really tough spot, and Inner Bloom correctly shielding the Earthquake. This is absolutely devastating for Riff here. We can see in the back line that they do actually have the Alolan Ninetales, which could match up really well into Inner Bloom's Dragonite. So it's actually really important for Inner Bloom to try and win switch advantage here to make sure that Ninetales ends up nowhere near that Dragonite, but now has to make a call. Does he want to shield again? And he doesn't.
Wow.
He lets the Earthquake come through. That is really going to hurt. And oh my gosh, switch advantage has gone to Riff.
That was out of the blue through there. Riff holding on tight. Obviously, that Chief is just a little bit more health than Inner Bloom's. Now we have this Deoxys against that Meganium again. Inner Bloom opting going for the Psycho Boost here, and Riff deciding not to shield.
This is not a good... Oh, no. Here's the swap into Dragonite. Here's the swap into that Ice Weather Ball, Alolan Ninetales. This is not where Dragonite wants to be, but is going to be able to get a superpower off. This is not going to be nearly enough to KO, but it will do a lot of damage unshielded here into that Ninetales, down into the yellow, and now it is all up to Deoxys. Can Deoxys fight through the red health on the Alolan Ninetales and then push through a Meganium in the back as well? I don't know if he can do it, Debbie.
It's really quite difficult from here. Shielding the Dazzling Gleam from the Alolan Ninetales, but Alolan Ninetales may be able to get to another Weather Ball at this point. And it does! This Weather Ball will connect to this Deoxys, and it will probably bring it into the yellow. Not quite, still in the green. So doing quite well through there, gathering as much energy as possible, but the Frenzy Plant will connect.
Yeah, this won't be enough to KO. Defense Deoxys really needing to get as much damage off as possible, as soon as possible. Does not want to get fast move down here. Needs to burn the shield off of Riff. But one Rock Slide isn't going to be enough to KO this Meganium. Needs additional counter damage on top of this next Rock Slide. Instead, going for that Psycho Boost. Really trying to do as much damage as possible onto this Meganium. This will connect the Meganium, and it looks like it is not a KO. We get the Frenzy Plant. Oh my gosh, we're going to a tiebreaker.
We are going to a tiebreaker. Well played from both players there. Down to the smallest, a little bit of bittiest of health through there. And what a battle. What a battle of in round 3. And well done. To both of our players there. I mean, like, that potentially could have been the final, but now we're into a tiebreaker.
Yeah, Riff sort of defending the valor of everyone who is currently sitting on 6-1, giving them another shot at the Continental Champion title. And so it does mean that we're sort of looking towards, I think that it works out to another 2 battles, although admittedly I am doing that a little bit of quick maths based on how it was at the start of the round. Maybe it's changed a little bit, but regardless, we're going to bring back in our co-casters before we get into this tiebreaker, Dr. Trotter and Fishy Legs 2. Welcome back, gentlemen. We aren't done yet.
Mate, that was tight. That was very tight.
It always seems to be, but Riff just riding the back of that Meganium like a bantha and pulling it through with an impressive Game 3 win.
Yeah, no, exactly right. I mean, took out that early game 1 victory, and then Innerbloom sort of clawing back in that game 2. Unfortunately, we didn't see Innerbloom do what he did in that earlier round up against Dinosuke, and to see him sort of go for a complete mind flip and throw everything out of order. In fact, it was Rifki who sort of was able to land that Alolan Ninetales onto the Dragonite and really put Innerbloom in such an incredibly tough position. Like, it was going to be difficult to come back from, especially after losing that switch advantage on the Galarian Stunfisk mirror. It is one of those cases that IVs don't matter until they do, and because Innerbloom's Stunfisk was not able to survive as long as Rifts with that Earthquake landing on both sides, unfortunately, Innerbloom was just in a really tough position to fight through.
And I think if it had gone in the Bloom's way, that would just about change the outcome of the entire match, given that you'd then have the switch advantage and the alignment that you're looking for, Dragonite into Meganium, and the GD into the A9 as well. So yeah, it was just the slightest of margins that decided the outcome of that game 3 there, and has put us through to the tiebreaker.
Especially when you had that rock slide on the DD, like you had the right moveset, everything was lining up right until there was one mud shot difference in the HP, even though both battlers obviously throwing the same number of moves. Yeah, IVs do occasionally matter.
And I mean, Innerbloom must just be kicking himself now at the IVs of his Stunfisk. If he'd just gone for one that had a slightly higher, higher rank, instead he's gone for one that is quite common in Galarian Stunfisks, and gone for one that wins CMP. Because so often you get in those situations where you've got the Stunfisk versus Stunfisk, you want your Earthquake to sort of take priority. So you want that slightly higher attack stat. But in this case, while he might have been able to win CMP, it was not enough to win the battle, and means that Innerbloom now has to fight through some more battles to be able to claim that Continental Championship, and also to be able to... Oh, we actually have an update. Okay, it looks like... It actually looks like we aren't going to need a tiebreaker for the World's Invitations, potentially. Actually, never mind. It looks like that was a total oopsie. That doesn't seem to be the case at all. We are going to have 4 battlers that are on 6-1. And so we are going to have a 2-round tiebreaker. So we're going to have a round 8 and a round 9 with Innerbloom, Riff, Neon Kake, and... we don't know who the 4th is actually going to be. It's going to be either Chiodo SH01 or Master Mahir 295. Whoever is the winner of between those 2 battlers is going to be progressing through to this top 4 as well. But I mean, essentially what they're fighting for is there's only going to be one person in this top 4 who does not get the invitation to the World Championship. So it's going to be some really tight battles in this next 2 round for sure.
So
yeah, that's a lot.
You just have to win one of those 2 battles and you'll be fine, right?
Yep. If you win round 1 of this tiebreaker, the effective round 8, you are into the World Championships.
There's a lot on the line for this tiebreaker, that's for sure. Having that one person miss out, geez, none of those trainers are going to want to be at number 4, so they're all going to be putting their best foot forward, that's for sure.
Absolutely. It's going to be a tough one. They're going to be putting it all on the line to try and just fight through. Again, if they just win this one next round, they are guaranteed into the World Championships. So it all really comes down to this. Innerbloom with his spicy Dragonite and the Quagsire. Of course, we also have the very spicy Regirock and Meganium combo coming through, seeing success to bring it back down to the 6-1. I'm not sure if we have any... we have... Neon Kake, who doesn't necessarily have any spice. But then on the other side, we have Chiodo. Oh my gosh. Chiodo, one of the potential top 4s, has a Bastiodon and a Wigglytuff on their team. But they've actually got Bastiodon and G-Fisk on the same team alongside the Wigglytuff.
Oh my gosh.
This is wild.
Trainer has no fear.
Somebody loves rolling the dice.
This person didn't just go through the top of each one in PvPoke today and pick number 1 in each slot. I think just about everyone except the Wigglytuff is ranked 1 for their respective spots, are they not?
Actually, you might be right. I forgot that Baxidon was sitting there at that sort of top pick. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Wigglytuff is pretty well not in. If I go to slot 3, Wigglytuff is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 in slot 3.
Wow.
So they've really wanted to bring that charm action in.
We don't judge a Pokemon based on its rank, right, Debbie?
Nope, not at all.
We base it on how cute it is, and
Mm-hmm.
Wigglytuff is getting marks.
It's
That's
it's tanky. I mean, it's got disarming voice now, so you know, you will see.
It's. I mean, it's.
I'm trying to convince myself. Let's be honest.
I don't know if we're buying it, Debbie, but continue on the trajectory that you are.
It has charm.
It does have charm. It does have charm. Cannot
Just
deny.
give it 2 shields and then win, right, Debbie?
Yep.
Well, when you've got Bastiodon and G-Fisk on your team, maybe you don't need shields for those guys. Maybe you can just keep them all for that Wigglytuff. Either way, we are looking at a 50-50 shot as to whether this Bastiodon G-Fisk Wigglytuff team comes through into the tiebreaker top 4, which is also kind of awesome.
I mean, keep in mind,
amazing.
as important as the World Invite might be, there's still a fair bit of honour in being the APAC Continental Champion as well. So even if you do win your first match, I guarantee you the people in the top of the bracket will be fighting just as hard as the people in the bottom.
Oh, absolutely. It's going to be a real tough one. And there isn't. So the way that the tiebreaker works is that we don't have a third place match. So after it's sort of single Elium on the tiebreaker, and then after being knocked out, I think it reverts back to sort of looking at the tiebreaker sort of scores. I'm not entirely confident on the exact specifics of that working, but I am confident enough to say that there isn't a third place match at the very least. So they will sort of, even if they lose the first round, they're going to be fighting really hard to get that sort of 2-1 as opposed to the 3-0 to try and get every battle win possible, just in case it sort of pushes them over the line to that third place position. So it's going to be stressful if it's not already going into like round 7.
Yeah, and having that single elimination is also like, you know, you've just had all these like best of 3s, and now just being like, oh, it's all down to the line for just one battle. Even if you fumble, that's it.
It is still best of 3s going into the next couple rounds. But if you lose your best of 3, you are out. Which in some ways is sort of how the tournament's been working a little bit. Like obviously, if you currently have 1 loss, you're still in. But if you're at 2 losses, you won't be in for the tiebreakers and aren't in the top 3 to be able to get the World's invite. So it's been a little bit double elim-ish up to this point. But it does now mean that with all of these battlers having lost once already, that they are at that sort of double Elium point where they are all in the losers bracket and can only lose 1 more time before being knocked out of the running. So it's interesting how that sort of works.
It's definitely going to be high stress, high nervousness coming into these battles. And it's really hard to remain calm under the pressure of knowing that this is it for you. The nerves start kicking in. You might do something crazy like switch your knockdown into a Bastiodon, and then completely throw an entire game because you're just so caught up in the moment. So it's this is where the cracks start to show, and the skilled and tried and true battlers show their worth in remaining calm and remaining collected enough to be able to push through with those smart, clean plays and not give any free win cons away.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean,
I definitely feel like fatigue is definitely a factor. Like they've been battling. I mean, I've only done 7 battles, but it's been going for like 6 hours now. It's quite an effort to put that in. So as much as everybody might be feeling it a little bit, the extra stress on these battlers makes it that much harder. So it's really going to be up to these guys just to focus down for 1 or 2 more battles, and because they need to take the crown.
It is very
Absolutely.
much a marathon, I think, when it comes to like you said, it's been 6 hours from the beginning of the day to now, and just to retain that mental clarity, just to go into now the finals, it can wear people down. So they might be making misplays, and they might be, not thinking too far ahead, and just, where this chess game does come across, and where they might be like, oh, I'm just going to think about the next move and not think so far ahead into the whole battle itself. So it'll be interesting to see how it all pans out. And it is endurance at the end of the day. Like, you could be the best battler, but if your endurance isn't there, I'm sorry, it's just, someone will out endure you, and will be playing better on that last battle.
And it's tough because, like, even though, like, we're 6 hours in, but, like, it's at that point where the stakes are as high as they've been in this entire tournament. It's like, it's literally all coming down to this. The pressure isn't, I can still lose a round and then try and, win my next ones. It is this next immediate round or nothing. And that's a lot of pressure to deal with, in addition to the sort of having been battling for 6 hours now. And, potentially, like, we haven't actually started the new round yet. We still have to wait for this last pair to finish. Actually, we have just got, Chiodo has come through with the Wigglytuff Basidon Chiefist team and is going into the top 4 as well. Debbie just...
Yeah, look, I've got like a little Jigglypuff over here. Like, so if the Wigglytuff's in, I'm in. Team Wigglytuff.
Well, that means there's at least 2 Charmers into the top 4 here, with the Shadowella and Ninetales from Interbloom as well. So, good chance for a Charmer to come out on top here.
Very good chance. I mean, at least one of them's getting through to Worlds. So, and worth noting as well, but again,
there we go.
Well, the World Championship meta is the same as the Continentals meta. So these battlers are sort of going to use what they learned through this tournament and the other 3 Continentals to sort of, potentially rejig their teams a bit going into the last one. Of course, there's that sort of, you could play some serious mind games. And for example, you could bring in Alolan Ninetales again, but swap the moveset from Powder Snow to Charm or Charm to Powder Snow, and really throw people off that might be expecting, might be studying, your sort of moves through this tournament from when you're on stream. And so it sort of creates this interesting, do I just use the same thing? And just because I'm comfortable with it, I know it works, it's gotten me to the World Championships, it's all hunky-dory? Or do we try and improve? Do we try and build something new and do a lot of practice over the next 2 weeks? Because I think that a lot of battlers sort of fill into 2 different camps. And to be honest, something that I've personally been hearing a lot from the people who are succeeding at play Pokemon tournaments is that they perform really well when they deal with the Pokemon that they're comfortable with. And so I almost wonder if it might be the case that people might potentially lean back towards that, just using the same 6 they've done in this tournament, as opposed to sort of having to rebuild their team into something a little bit more, a little bit different. Unless, for example, there's still time to change from Meganium to Venusaur. All I can say.
I don't know if people will be rushing to do that, but there's certainly been a case made for it, that's for sure.
I think more people will be rushing to make the change than those who'll be rushing to make the change the other way to Meganium.
We may see a rise in Samurai, you never know.
Samurai time, baby.
So what I'm hearing is Samurott stocks. Like, is it we investing in now? Buy it when it's low, sell it when it's high.
That's right.
Samurott,
you can always Megahorn the Meganium,
The stocks can't get much lower, so good time to buy.
Unless like Silph comes in and removes it from the slot entirely, I think that we're set for at least an increase. And if it doesn't increase, you can just sell your stocks back at the end of the Latin America one. Just net easy. It's fine. Give Samurai a go. What's the worst that could happen? Or that everyone could just decide to run it in the World Championships. agreement, all 16 people going in.
A gentleman's
time.
agreement, as they say.
Does it even have the icon in Silph, or is it just a promo pass?
That's what I really want to see. I want to see everyone run Proba Pass going into Worlds. Give it the respect it deserves.
Yeah.
I mean, after 11 people ran it in the European tournament, whew, must be good.
That's
I
what
think we'd
happens,
all just
definitely.
we'd all just rather see Worlds go into like a little cup, right? 500 CP and under.
Yeah.
And only shadows. You can only use shadow 500 CP Pokemon, and they have to all be Charmers.
Okay, I didn't realize
Hey.
Debbie Pebble was taking charge here.
Who's taking my ideas?
I saw a note somewhere. I'm sure I had probably just read it.
She was working really hard on that idea, actually. Was about to propose it at the end of this tournament. It's like, Silph, I've got this great idea for Worlds.
Idea stolen again.
I think the scariest part is our brains were working the same, Debbie. That's the scary part of this.
Yeah.
Maybe after 6 hours of battles, our minds just meld together and we just become one entity, the APAC casting entity. Gosh, I hope not for your sakes. But it looks like we are going to be showing Inner Bloom versus Chiodo on stream for this first round of the tiebreak, and then Nian, Kake, and Riff are going to be battling sort of on the side. So we don't really know how it's going to work results-wise in terms of who is going to end up with Worlds invites and who is not, depending on sort of who wins and loses, other than the fact that if they win this matchup, they are guaranteed a spot. So, I mean, my recommendation is to try and win. That's my top tier PvP advice. I've sort of been working the lab. I've been really studying my notes here, and that's what I've come up with. Any dissenting thoughts?
Just win.
Yeah. There's the notes. It just says win.
Yeah.
I heard some really sage advice once. Just win lead, just win switch, and just win at the end as well.
Yeah, that's true. If you just keep shield advantage and switch advantage and Pokemon advantage.
What can you do other than win? That's it.
Are we just comparing notes?
Am I the only one not taking notes? What's going on?
I mean,
fish don't have
We're all
hands.
just trying to figure out how to win on the background.
It takes me back to my uni days of not taking notes.
And who needs it now?
That's right. Just win. I can remember that.
Just win. Only 2 words you have to remember. 1, if you're really good at extrapolating data. I do love a good underline, but we can get away with it. Okay, now, I think we can probably take a look at the 2 teams, and I believe it's going to be Dr. Trotter and Fishy Legs taking it away for this first round of the tiebreaker. So of course, we'll do our double wave to get rid of us, but we'll see you on the other side with 2 Worlds contenders.
All right, so the first tiebreaker round, we will have Inner Bloom 94 and Chiodo Show 1.
Yeah, I mean, this is something we haven't seen yet tonight, the double tank team. You see it absolutely. A lot elsewhere, but
it's a bit more common in Open GBL, that's for sure. But what's really standing out to me is the fact that not only does Chiodo have double steel, but also the Wigglytuff, and that screams stay at home, Dragonite. Don't bother coming because you're not going to have a good time.
Yeah, I mean, and you would assume that Cresselia is going to have a Moonblast too, and it's going to be bulky. Yeah, I mean, Bloom has led Dragonite, I think, once or twice. At least twice that he's been on stream, open with it. But yeah, Dragonite is getting put on the bench. This can be a very polarizing matchup, though. If that G-Fist doesn't land on the Swampert, or even the opposing G-Fisk for Bloom, it is going to be able to go to town on that Wigglytuff into that Bastiodon. That Bastiodon, I think, is super, super risky, considering D-Knight is so likely to be benched. And then you've got Quagsire, you've got a DD, you've got a G-Fisk, you've got a Venusaur. All of those things really just put Bastiodon on the bench, probably just as much as the D-Knight gets put onto the bench.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that sentiment. That I mean, if we look at it, the Quagsire actually looks really good here. Quite neutral. It really only wants to steer clear of that Cresselia with the Grass Knot up its sleeve. But I can definitely see a case for double ground boys coming from Inner Bloom to try and capitalize on those, taking the most out of those double steel types from Chiodo, and then you could probably follow that up with a Venusaur just to have a little bit of counterage for the Swampert and the Cresselia.
But oddly enough, outside of those two steel boys, the charm of the Ninetales is going to put in a lot of work.
Yeah, definitely will. Even with the regular Swampert, it's not going to want to take too many of those charms. The Charm Mirror is always an interesting one. Generally goes to the more bulky Charmer, which in this case I believe is the Wigglytuff. Definitely has a lot more HP. But even still, it's not going to do super well into the Cresselia unless it has shield advantage.
And then there's nothing that can really hit Inner Bloom's DD for super effective damage either. So that does have a lot of play with the two steals, but it looks like we got some opponents locked in and we're getting ready to go into game number 1.
And we have the Galarian Stunfisk into the Venusaur. This is a really neutral matchup like we had earlier tonight. It could go either way, but Inner Bloom switching straight out into the Deoxys defense.
Yeah, has just said, no, my Venusaur's better elsewhere. I don't want to waste it here against a Galarian Stunfisk. Earthquake, we know how much this does. Does a good, healthy chunk, put this deep into the yellow. And there it is, no shield.
Yeah, but this is an awkward spot now for Inner Bloom because he can't use any charge move pressure into this Galarian Stunfisk with all this resisted damage. So Chiodo happy to let this go. Stunfisk tanking it comfortably and does get to the next Earthquake, but is met by a Psycho Boost prior to that.
Now, this goes through. Are we looking at a farm down here on the Venusaur if this is the Earthquake? It is the Earthquake. So this G-Fisk is now going to be dry, sacrificing the Defense Deoxys here. But
Yeah,
what comes
this
in?
actually- This looks really good for the Venusaur now because up on energy, it can put in a lot of work against the Pelipper and the Cresselia.
Can do. He's going to have to eat a Rock Slide for its troubles. Oh, well, gets to the
no.
Earthquake. Oh, no. Throwing.
It's
Throwing,
a
my
CMP tie
goodness.
on the Earthquake. Oh, and Chiodo elects to shield it, knowing that he can get this Earthquake off. What will Inner Bloom do here? Has he been counted correctly? And he has. He's going for the shield.
That is very good counting. This time in the evening, it's not easy to get those counts right. And down it goes. Now, what do you bring in? Pelipper? Yeah, the Pelly comes in.
Yeah, but once again, this matchup, the Frenzy Plants hit so hard that you'd almost get the advantage here to Venusaur because it can spam those Frenzy Plants. Look at that damage, almost putting
And
it
does it catch?
Pelipper
No!
straight out.
No! But out comes the Cresselia. And this Quag is going to go down with one Grass Knot. Or is Quagsire bulky enough? I think Quagsire might be bulky enough to take a Grass Knot.
I think it'll take one, but the problem is then that the Cresselia will be able to farm it down and have some energy for the Venusaur. As we see the Grass Knot coming through now, Inner Bloom, he's thinking about it. No, not going to shield. Lets it go. He does tank it with a little bit of HP. He's going to allow him to get to a couple more mud bombs and put this Cresselia quite low.
This is going to be a tough... He probably wants to have a little bit of farm on this Cresselia. He will get some farm on the Venusaur here. And here comes the Grass Knot. That is a lot for Venusaur to farm down, though.
Yeah, I think the fast move pressure now is going to start adding up into this Venusaur because it's taking super effective damage from both the Cresselia and the Pelipper. So we see the Moonblast queued up by Chiodo. Venusaur elects to shield. Ninabloom down 0 shields to 1 now and is in a tough spot.
No, very tough spot here. Now comes the Grass Knot, but this won't KO. This might be just the win condition that Bloom needs. Can he get the farm down here before the Pelipper comes out? The Pelipper is loaded. Oh no, it was. I think he was predicting a swap in there. It was trying to catch it on the swap.
Pelipper, being patient, does get to the Weather Ball, and this will be enough to KO this very low health Venusaur and seals a great game 1 from Chiodo there. Really well played. Managed his energy spectacularly.
Indeed. Potentially now DD is Innerbloom is thinking about his DD going, was that the best use of my DD?
Yeah, well, it's hard, isn't it? Because even into the Cresselia, it doesn't do that well. Like it's just so tanky that the Rock Slides don't do much at all, and the Moon Blasts, firing back do considerably more. But if you had it aligned to the Pelipper, you're in good stead.
Yeah, and only bringing the single steel type. So the Bastiodon, like we predicted, didn't really have anywhere to come even against that team. So Bastiodon put on the bench. That
was the triple hard counter line to Basti with double ground and the counter as well. So I think Innerbloom's gone, I don't want to see that Basti. And if he does bring it, well, he's in a tough spot.
Yes. I do think Bloom has an opportunity to run his Stunfisk here. It does sit quite nicely. Even the Pelipper's kind of neutral, but 2 charge moves will take out the Pelipper, 2 Rock Slides. Mostly just wants to avoid that Swampert. And everywhere else, Stunfisk is just as comfortable as any Pokemon in the world.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. And once again, I feel like that Venusaur is probably going to be making a return for Innerbloom, given how safe it is. Really has to only worry about that Pelipper, and like we mentioned earlier, that Pelipper needs the Hurricane to get a secure amount of charge move damage off. Although the wing attacks do add up quite quickly. It'd be interesting to see what sort of adjustments both of our battlers make here. With Chiodo claiming game 1, does he run the same line or does he switch it up a little?
I think Chiodo probably sits comfortably on that same line of the G-Fist, Pelly, Cresselia. It doesn't need to vastly change. And I don't think Bloom did all that much wrong. But we'll see how these guys go. It looks like they've got a lock in here. And we'll be flipping over once the screens pop up. Here we go. And we've got the G-Fisk in the mirror. How many G-Fisk mirrors have we seen tonight?
Well, here's one more. And it's just enough. Always going to be that matchup where it's just completely bait dependent. We've seen Innerbloom do a various amount of things, but this is the first time we've seen him go for the Rock Slide first up, and it does get a shield from Chiodo.
That is absolutely fantastic. There's nothing better than seeing your opponent shield the bait move when you're in the G-Fist mirror. And now the questions come out. And it's a shield. It's fantastic bait. And now we go for the CMP tie. Oh, no, Bloom going over for the extra. So you assume we get a shield here. And indeed we do.
Yeah, Innerbloom, respecting the Earthquake, does shield it correctly. He's going to keep building up a little bit more energy, and before he throws his own Earthquake, does Chiodo respect it? No, he does not. He's letting it go. This is going to be massive.
Massive damage here. How many more mud shots? 1, 2, and it's down. Wow. Innerbloom down shields, but has energy. And look how healthy that G-Fisk is.
Yeah,
it chooses to bring the Pelly.
This Pelipper isn't going to be able to KO this Stunfisk with one Weather Ball either, and this Stunfisk has energy to threaten this Pelipper, so Pelipper's got a lot of work cut out for it.
Yes, indeed, Pelipper does. And here comes the Weather Ball. Weather Ball will not KO this Stunfisk, so potentially getting the last shield here, or what seems most likely is that they'll let this go and put it all onto the Cresselia.
That's a big ask for the Cresselia, given that we've got 2 fairly neutral checks to it in the back with the Venusaur and the Deoxys defense. But no, gets the shield out of Chiodo, and he's going for the Weather Ball, not letting that next Rock Slide come through, and will be KOing this Galarian Stunfisk finally.
Here it goes now. What mon does Bloom come in with? Yes, the correct play here is to come in with this thing. Now, are they going to go for the switch? It is going for the catch, and out comes the Venusaur. And without the Future Sight, Venusaur is in a really strong spot here, Fishy.
Yeah, this Venusaur is ready to rip into this Cresselia. It's going to be firing off these Frenzy Plants super quickly. And look how much damage that does. It's already in the yellow, and this Cresselia going for the Moonblast now. It's going to have to hope for an attack drop if it wants any chance of staying alive.
That is a great point. The attack drop would probably mean it survives the next one. And no attack drop there, so the next Frenzy Plant will KO. Ooh.
Blue here electing to let this move come through. I believe this is intentional so that the Pelipper doesn't get too much farm onto the Venusaur at the end of this matchup. He's going to keep going up to 2 Frenzy Plants.
2.
Wow. Look at that timing there from Inner Bloom. Really knowing his Pokemon super well, not letting that Venusaur get farmed down. Has the Frenzy Plant, and it will be KOing this Pelipper and sending us to a game number 3.
Very good adjustments there from Inner Bloom. And yes, unknowing the Psycho Cut damage. Look at that Venusaur surviving with 1 sliver of health. Great play there in match number 2. So we're down to the wire now. It's been close matchups. Winning lead has been absolutely key so far in these 2 games we've seen. Probably, I don't know, I almost get the feeling that Chiodo, thank you. Chiodo may not even change things up and just run those same 3 again. Or will we see that Swampert come in to sort of check that G-Fisk?
Yeah, it's definitely a mental game here now with the selections from both trainers. Like Swampert does, it just feels so hard to bring with that Venusaur that's been coming both games, and even the Deoxys defense having that neutral counter damage and Psycho Boost putting pressure on it. It would be a risky play, but the reward would be really high if it does get aligned correctly.
Sure would. This is when you got to make those hard decisions, I think. Chiodo needs to win this to go to get that spot secured into Worlds. Bloom also in the same position. Japan versus Australia. I feel like we've got like a soccer World Cup vibe happening all over again. They need the win to qualify.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. And look, the way these 2 battlers are being playing tonight, it could go either way, and we really won't know until that final matchup is completed. These trainers have been battling some of the best in the APAC region and coming out on top and just putting in stellar performances. There's no luck involved in that. It's all skill, and these trainers are going to be putting that on display for us tonight.
And I think the thing I've noticed as well as the evening's gone on is there haven't been many catches. And that's not because people aren't attempting them. It's because people are holding their nerve when the catch is the win con and they're keeping that fast move. They're not throwing on timing. They're throwing just off. Maybe they'll wait for a fast move and then throw. It's not because of the lack of trying with catches, and it's not because it's not the right time. It's just the people who they're playing against aren't throwing on that expected timing, which is really something that's hard to do. You've got to hold your nerve.
Yeah, it's really interesting the way that the catch mechanics work. With some of the players who are just starting to get a grasp on the technicality of this game will often go for those catches, as the Pokemon gets to the move. But as you go higher up the skill levels, you tend to see less and less catches, but they do come when they're most needed. And when they work, they are a super effective strategy of denying your opponent all of their energy in one turn. But at the same time, they can be so polarizing if you fail a catch, allowing the opponent to overfarm and really flipping a matchup.
Yeah, it's that you could throw the dice It's like, okay, this is my win con. It's a catch con. I have to do it. And sometimes it pays off, but then what we're seeing here is the opponent's like, that's their only win con is to catch. So I'll just wait it out, get to 1.5 rock slides, and then catch or throw. Hey, Stumpy.
Stumpy loves the old Schroeder catch, that's for sure. The other thing that we see some of these high-level players do is wait a turn to make sure that the opponent is actually throwing a fast move before they throw their charge move to deny the possibility of a catch as well. But here we have game number 3 coming in. We've got the Deoxys defense into the Cresselia. What a neutral lead to start with.
Yeah, very neutral here. And whoa, an insta-swap into the G-Fisk here. And no answer to this insta-swap from Chiodo. Just happy to throw the grass nuts.
Chiodo going for the grass knot. Will he stay in here or will he switch out? Looks like he's electing to stay in. He's going to wear an earthquake. Now comes a decision, whether you shield or not, and no, Chiodo does not want to shield just yet, letting the Cresselia just absorb this damage. Not even in half health yet.
No, it is a very neutral matchup, but it gets to the point where Chiodo is just going to be throwing the grass knots, but once the health gets low enough, G-Fisk can start throwing rock slides and you have to shield them, and that's not where you want to be when you're playing the Cresselia.
It always feels bad to have to shield those rock slides when you get too low because you haven't shielded an earthquake. But once again, Chiodo letting this go is right deep into the red now. Gets to this final grass knot. Inner Bloom, knowing no shield here. Will he survive this grass knot? Yes, just
this is so close. Is it a mud shot down? What's happening? Oh, it's a double KO.
Oh, double KO. Now the decision is made. Do you bring in what you led with, or do you bring in a different one, predicting something in the back? This is decisions, and we see the Venu coming into the Stunfisk.
This is probably where Bloom wants this matchup to be. Has the DD left for the Pelipper in the back? Or does someone try and get cute and make a catch here? This is huge. In comes the Frenzy Plant.
Frenzy Plant getting shielded by Chiodo, knowing that he's going to have to shield one of these if he wants to try and get some move. Oh, we see a catch into the Deoxys defense. The rock slide's being thrown. But this is going to be wasted energy into the Deoxys because it's not going to do much at all.
But now Chiodo can stay in knowing that there's the Pelipper in the back against the Venusaur.
But the Venusaur is loaded on energy, so it does have that advantage over the Pelipper. G-Fisk now going for the Earthquake. Inner Bloom finally decides to use a shield and has made the right call.
That is a really good shield.
That's a great shield. But now going for the Psycho Boost. This won't KO the Galarian Stunfisk, but he's going to put it low.
It will put it low. And can DD... Oh, it's going to be hard now. It's debuff to get the farm down from this earthquake.
Going to have to wear another earthquake here. Puts it into the red, but the Pelipper comes in, knowing that this now debuffed Deoxys is going to only throw significantly less damage from this rock slide, and elects to no shield, and he's going to try and get ahead on energy, but no, coming into the Venusaur.
Venusaur is going to be ahead on energy and does have a little bit more HP. And what comes in first? It is the Weather Ball. Does Bloom shield this, or is it going to be... Oh, it gets shielded!
Bloom electing to shield, but he does have almost back-to-back Frenzy Plants. Here comes the first Frenzy. This has to get the shield from Chiodo, surely. And there we see the shield going up. It's going to be a race to the next charge move. Oh, we see a CMP tie. Is this Weather Ball enough to KO the Venusaur from this health range? It is not. No. The Frenzy is going to be coming through. This surely will KO the Pelipper from here.
This is 100% KOing the Pelipper, but it's all down to can Chiodo mudshot down this Venusaur or get to a move to take out the DD. If it has to throw, it has to throw. Oh. It's thrown the move. This will definitely KO.
But the DD in back still has a couple of HP. It's going to be a race now. Who will come down
two
first?
Two counters, one mudshot. Two.
Oh,
Bloom!
We see Inner Bloom coming away with it. Congratulations to Inner Bloom. He has secured his invites to the World Championship with an impressive Game 3 win there. There were swaps and catches, and that was just an incredibly fast-paced final game.
Yeah, all of those Pokemon having really quick access to those charge moves. Venusaur, right? It came in clutch. It was so clutch there, even against the Pelipper, which is probably one of the hardest counters that Kyoto Show has against the Venusaur. But with energy, you saw just how devastating it can be.
No, you're 100% right. The Frenzy Plant still do a significant amount of damage to that Pelipper because it is the water flying typing, takes neutral damage as opposed to resisted, like something like a knockdown would be, allowing the Venusaur to often make advantage of that matchup if it has energy.
Exactly. So I just want to congratulate Kyoto Show on a very great tournament. 6-1 in this is nothing to be scoffed at all. There is no shame losing by one mud shot either in a super close matchup against Inner Bloom. But yeah, also congratulations to Inner Bloom, who has secured their invitation to Worlds in 2 weeks' time. But let's throw back to our other casters, Steve and Debbie, and see if they enjoyed that match as much as we did.
What a tight set.
Oh,
That was an insane final battle. Just the back and the forth. And is this enough? Can we go for the debuffs here? Are we going to get to this move? Are we going to survive? That was just... I was on the edge of my seat the whole time. That was an incredible battle for Inner Bloom to secure his World Championship invite. That's for sure.
I don't know if you two could tell, but I was feeling stressed watching those battles, let alone the players themselves trying to make their way through those incredibly tight matches.
absolutely. I was, same with Steve, edge of my seat. I may have said some words. I'm glad I'm muted, but it was like, this is what we expect in the top echelon of players, right? This is like, it was like, PvP at its best. And congratulations to both players. They just both played incredibly well. And it was just riveting to watch.
It was just one of those absolute great matchups, like very unique teams, very different teams, but they also had those similarities there with the Galarian Stunfisks. And I don't know if this is the fourth or fifth time that we've seen a Galarian Stunfisk mirror in this tournament, and every time it feels like it's been played differently. It's just it's always one of those tricky matchups, and both players there just making some spectacular calls at the right times, and just you couldn't pick a winner until that final bell rang at the end there. It was just so tight.
I was sitting there going like in the last sort of 10 seconds, and I was like, Inner Bloom does have this, right? Like, I think it works out. And then, like, the G-Fix versus Deoxys came out, and I was like, he's got enough health to survive the Mudcots, right?
Squinting at that HP bar, going like, come on.
Don't tell me we're going to have another tied game. I don't think I can handle that. I don't think we can go to game 4 in here. Oh, but, Inner Bloom, incredibly strong performance. And, of course, is now guaranteed a spot in the World Championships for the second year in a row, I believe. So really, really incredible stuff from Inner Bloom, and definitely proving that he is one of the best in the world.
Yeah, well done, Inner Bloom.
And we weren't biased at all, being all Australian. No bias, none.
No, again, I'm the anti-bias. That Inner Bloom guy.
Did you find your mount?
I'm waiting. Inner Bloom says it's around there somewhere, but I don't know. It looks like we do have the final two. We can see that Nyan Kake has taken out Riff Aditya 23, and now we have two battlers who are not only confirmed to be battling in the World Championships, not only have that 1 in 2 shot of being the Continental Champion, the last ever, but this is also a rematch from round 5. Round 6, actually, I believe it was.
Yeah.
Where Inner Bloom and Nyan Kake played a little bit earlier. And in that game, Inner Bloom was able to take it out 2-1. But it was not a dominant performance by any means. Nyan Kake still played really well, and it was definitely anyone's game. So I wouldn't take the Inner Bloom's W as any sort of indicator as to what we can expect going into this one. I think that we're really going to see another tight set again, and one of these two is going to come away as the last ever APAC Continental Champion. All right. It looks like we'll be going in for the round 9, the last round of the tournament now. So we'll say one last double wave to Trotter and Fishy Legs before we get into it. But here we go, Debbie. We're right on the precipice of having a continental champion. It's going to be Australia versus Japan with Inner Bloom versus Neon Kake. All comes down to this.
It does. I think we need to take a big breath. It's like, although it is a rematch of round 5, I think both have gathered information for this round 9 battle. Now, like, Nyan Kake knows that Inner Bloom is running that charm, Alola Ninetales, and Inner Bloom also knowing what Nyan Kake is bringing as well. So it's going to be really interesting how they go from, if they even remember round 5, which was probably like 3 hours ago, right? So it'll be really interesting to see how these players go. Like I said earlier, it's a game of endurance, and now we're like, closing in on that 7-hour mark. I'm excited, but I'm also really interested to see how these two pivot and try and win this APAC Championship.
No, absolutely. With only a single best of 3 left to go, it comes down to the 6 Pokemon that they've been riding all the way through this tournament. Now, there's obviously some instant thoughts like, well, Inner Bloom's Venusaur was really nice up against that Swampert. It's got play against the Lickitung, against the Deoxys, against the Stunfisk, against the Ninetales, that Noctowl being the big thing, walling it away. But even Nyan Kake's Alola Ninetales are being able to put a little bit of pressure onto that Venusaur as well. I still do think that Inner Bloom's Venusaur remains an incredibly important Pokemon in this set of 3, and I think it is really going to be a case of Nyan Kake to sort of maneuver around that sort of one more time. Just needs to get 2 wins out of 3 to become the APAC Continental Champion for the rest of history in the Silph Arena. But I'm still staring at that Dragonite going like, can we see that come out again? There's 2 normal types. There's 2 things weak to fighting, Lickitung and Galarian Stunfisk. But the Dragonclaw not as useful in this matchup as it has been in the past.
Absolutely. I think also that when it comes down to it, I think we always try and pick things that we're comfortable with and what we're going to lean into. And he has leaned into that Shadow Dragonite quite a bit through these matches. So I think potentially he might be going, you know what? I know what it can handle. I've brought it out before. I can confidently bring that in. So that might be a key factor into playing into this round 9.
No, absolutely. I mean, just round 9, it sounds so long. These guys have been battling for 6.5 hours. And that's after sort of being awake, preparing their teams, registering their teams, checking in before the tournament starts, filling in the form with all of their moves, and then getting in that zone, ready to face each other through this tournament and having to play through 8 rounds of opponents. Both of these players currently 7-1, but only one of them is going to be able to get to that 8-1 spot and become the APAC Continental Champion. I'm really excited to see these battles with some very interesting sort of similar picks. Both battlers bringing in the Alola Ninetales, bringing in the Galarian Stunfisk, bringing in the Defense Deoxys, with I think Nyan Kake bringing in a little bit more bulk in the form of the Noctowl, in the form of the Lickitung, and Swampert not being too bad on the bulk front as well, whereas Inner Bloom has gone a little bit the reverse way in a Dragonite being about as far away from bulky as you can go, with it being that Shadow Dragonite. And that Quagsire, actually not in a... Quagsire is interesting because it's only like super like insta-death to grass-type charge moves. And the only one on Nyan Kake's side is that Power Whip from the Lickitung, which is a pretty tricky one to get up to. Can take a while to get there, but by the same token, that Lickitung is not too bad up against Inner Bloom's team. So I think that the bottom line, and Trotter's sort of saying this in the chat as well, they just have to implement the one true strategy: just win. They just need to win, Debbie, and then they will become the APAC Continental Champion. It's that simple. Whichever one of these two sort of implements that strategy, it's GG's.
Yeah, we just need to switch that on. It's just a button, right? You just win. You just need to just make sure that's just connect it together and just win. Yeah, that's simple. Simple.
Yeah,
Please.
if they can just activate the win button, if you can sort of find your way to that, that'd be fantastic. Either one of you. Because of course, it is worth remembering for everyone who has just joined in the last couple of minutes, is that both of these battlers have qualified for the Silph World Championships in 2 weeks' time. We are just now fighting for that Continental Champion title, and potentially, I'm not entirely sure how the World Championships is going to work, but potentially a higher seeding as well, if that's something that's going to take place. But either way, I do believe that both will be competing in the World Championships as a part of the top 16, alongside 3 battlers from each of the other continentals. But it looks like we are going into it. Game 1 of the final round of the APAC Continental Championships, and we have Defense Deoxys into that Lickitung. A bit of a battle of attrition with their super effective counters going against that super effective lick damage. This could really, we have to wait and see who burns shields, who decides to swap out at what point, but we might have a bit of time in our hands, Debbie.
Yeah, both very, very bulky Pokemon, so both of them will be able to comfortably take these charge attacks, vice versa through here. Inner Bloom opting for the Psycho Boost here, which will definitely bring the Lickitung into the yellow, but not switching out. Oh, there we go, for the switch. Classic Inner Bloom, bringing in that Galarian Stunfisk to absorb that Body Slam once again.
This has got to be the 12th time that Inner Bloom has done that in this tournament, catching a body slam onto that ground steel type Galarian Stunfisk. But this is a really bad spot because now that Shadow Swampert has come in to the Galarian Stunfisk, and Inner Bloom actually tapped on the Rock Slide there, going for the bait, which sort of made me think that he might be trying to preserve that Galarian Stunfisk, but not the case at all, deciding to let it go and now has to take out this Swampert and half a Lickitung and an Alolan Ninetales with a little bit of a Deoxys plus that Quagsire. So going to go straight for the Psycho Boost to try and do as much damage as possible, but this is not going to be enough to be a one-hit KO.
Not at all there. He did wait the switch clock just a little bit, and so I think he's going to go for the second Psycho Boost here. However, the Swampert is able to get this Hydro Cannon off, and Inner Bloom opting not to shield.
Yeah, letting the Deoxys go is putting all of his chips onto that Quagsire in the back. Quagsire definitely getting to those mud bombs relatively quickly, but burning a shield on the Shadow Hydro Cannon that would definitely do a large amount of damage to this Quagsire. Doesn't know that there is an Alolan Ninetales in the back, but this is looking really scary for the Quagsire. This mud bomb will be enough to take the Swampert out, and it looks like it is going to connect. So it is now a question of whether Neon Karke brings in that Alolan Ninetales, if they try and do some chip with and we are seeing the Charm come out onto the field. This is a very scary spot when there is 2 shields in tow on that Charm Ninetales.
Absolutely. That Charm has already brought that Quagsire into the yellow, and this Mud Bomb will get shielded. However, those Charms are just going to come through, and it might just be a Charm down here.
Yeah, Inner Bloom's going for a last second Stone Edge just in case it happens to land, just in case Neon Karke goes for the bad manners play and lets it go through, but unfortunately not going to be the case here and able to charm all the way down there. Inner Bloom now going down 1 game. This is a best of 3, so Neon Karke only needs to win 1 more battle to become the APAC Continental Champion, the second from Japan ever if they pass through. Inner Bloom really fighting for that first Aussie representation on that Continental Championship stage. Obviously, no bias between us, right?
No bias at all. Absolutely not. Not at all. No, yeah.
APAC, we really need to sort of band together to fight against all of the APAC haters out there. So it's important that we have a united front.
Oh, bless. But yes, I mean, look, it was such a quick battle. Let's be honest. That was really, really quickly done. The fast move pressure was just so intense. And the fact that that Charm, Alolan Ninetales came up, 2 shields, say no more. Yeah, it will be interesting to see how Inner Bloom adjusts for match number 2 to at least have a chance for that championship to keep going on.
Look, the only thing I can say is I really hope that Inner Bloom does not bring that Dragonite now, because that Ninetales is way too scary. But we're going in for yet another Galarian Stunfisk mirror match. How many of these can we fit into one stream, Debbie? This is absolutely insane. And of course, we've seen like every way this matchup can play out. Which way are we going to see this time?
Inner Bloom going for the rock slide bait this time. We will see if Nyan Kake decides to shoot, opting for a shield from this bait.
Really nice start for Inner Bloom there, but we see Nyan Kake going for the Earthquake and no shield from Inner Bloom. This is disastrous there, taking a lot of health, and now Inner Bloom just has to go straight for that Earthquake, and it's going to be a question of CMP ties. Oh no, my gosh, the catch of the Earthquake into the Noctowl. That is devastating for Inner Bloom. That is so much energy being thrown down the drain to do absolutely nothing. And now Deoxys has to come out to face this Noctowl with that dapper top hat. This is not good for Inner Bloom at all, Debbie.
Not at all. Not even shielding the Shadow Ball from this dapper Noctowl.
Oh.
The Deoxys is into the yellow here, and it is going to be a real tough uphill battle for Inner Bloom here.
Look, this Rock Slide is going to connect from the defense. Deoxys landing into that Noctowl with that big, super effective damage. Doesn't quite take it out, but oh my gosh. Noctowl even able to get to one more Sky Attack. Inner Bloom letting this Deoxys go down. Inner Bloom really needing to put all of his marbles onto that Venusaur to try and take this game out, which not impossible because this Venusaur will have 2 shields, plus that potential of the Galarian Stunfisk third shield as a sacrificial swap. Venusaur, not with a terrible matchup up against Lickitung, and with that shield advantage, may be able to push through this plus the Galarian Stunfisk, although it will definitely be tough fought either way.
Absolutely. This Frenzy Plant is going to land on this Lickitung, bringing it into the yellow, but as we know, Lickitung can take a lot. Now Nyan Kake going for that Body Slam, which Inner Bloom has to shield to protect this Venusaur.
Yeah, there's not a lot of health on that Venusaur, and you need to protect every single little sliver that these licks are taking off to potentially an attempted catch into Galarian Stunfisk here, but now going for the Earthquake. This will be absolutely devastating if Inner Bloom does not shield, and he shields the Earthquake, and that just seals the deal here. This Stunfisk going to get mud shot down, and Nyan Kake is your APAC Continental Champion, taking out Inner Bloom with a clean 2-0 after losing to Inner Bloom earlier in the tournament 2-1. Nyan Kake running away with that 8-1 win rate. Absolutely insane levels of performance there. Nyan Kake succeeding in becoming the Continental Champion. Massive congratulations there.
Massive congratulations to Nyan Kake from Japan winning the regional, being the regional champion. And also our qualifying world champions include Inner Bloom and Rifki as well.
Of course, Inner Bloom, we knew was going through either way into the World Championships in that top 16 for, again, the second year in a row, which is really some incredible performance there. But of course, we do also see Rifkia, DTIA 23, coming through from Indonesia as well with that third place spot. So all 3 of these battlers will be going through from the APAC region into the World Championships. Of course, alongside Vroom Vroom Pow with their reigning World Championship title, which I think makes 4 people from APAC competing in that top 16, pending the 2 invites to go out for the top world ranked battlers. But I think that they'll be going to North America and Europe. I think, or potentially both to North America, but not APAC. So I think we've got our rounded out 4 representatives. But Nyan Kake just playing really well in that last battle. And like Inner Bloom performed so well throughout the entire tournament, only making a few little mistakes throughout the entire thing. And unfortunately, in that last battle there, just had to eat that Earthquake into the Galarian Stunfisk. And is that where most of Inner Bloom's losses have come from? Just not misplays, but unfortunate outcomes of a Galarian Stunfisk mirror match?
I think you might be having dreams about that tonight, let's be honest.
Oh, well, we'll bring back in our other 2 casters, Dr. Trotter and Fishy Legs. What a final set. We'll bring our double waves back in. Welcome back in, guys. Nyan Kake, APAC Continental World Champion. How is that?
It was an incredible final matchup between those 2 supremely talented battlers. It was just an absolute masterclass. And that game 3 play by Nyan Kake to catch that Earthquake, like it was just
Chef's kiss,
Yeah.
love it.
No, really well done, Nyankake, avenging the loss earlier in the round. So the only loss they had was against Inner Bloom in round 6, like we saw, and then avenging it in round 200. Felt like we've done a fair few rounds tonight. But yeah, massive congrats and all the competitors. And I mean, amazing. There's no better feeling than what you get when you qualify for Worlds. I'm sure Bloom would be disappointed losing that matchup and not gaining the title of APAC Continental's winner, but still has the opportunity for just going one step further and winning the whole Worlds.
Yeah,
That would make up for it, I would think.
I think that would be an okay consolation prize. I don't know about you. I mean, it is the case that both of the last two world champions did not win their continentals on their way to the world championship. And it was only the case in season 2 that the world champion was a continental champion because the world championships only invited the 4 continental champions. So it was forced. So any time that non-continental champions have been brought into the fold, they have been able to take out the tournament. So, maybe that's a bad sign for Nyankake going in as the continental champion. Maybe the omens are bad. But either way, all 3 alongside Rifki going through into the World Championships with a really strong performance there.
Yeah, the entire night was stacked full of incredible plays and some really high tier battling from all of the competitors that we saw on stream. And I'm sure the ones that we didn't see on stream were playing just as well. Like, it was just really awesome to see some of APAC's best and brightest battlers in the Silph arena just duke it out for us, and super entertaining stuff.
It was fantastic. And now we get to listen to Amanda Lundberger's predictions on Worlds. I'm sure she'll be just as rude to the APAC as she's been in the past. But I'm glad we're there to fight back. We'll be there to fight back, Amanda, don't you worry. We love being the underdog. Trash us all you want.
I mean, look, the APAC region definitely a group that has to stick together on this front, but really nice to sort of, I think the APAC region generally doesn't get as much love on streams, doesn't get shown off as much, so it is nice to be able to show off this Continental Championship here. But that does bring us to the end. So first off, we have to give an absolutely massive shout out to MissMystic for not only, staying up for the last 7 hours running this stream, but also running the North American stream before that, and also running the European before that, and upcoming in just a number of hours, we'll be running the Latin American continental stream as well. It looks like about 6 hours away. So really, just an incredible just effort coming through from MissMystic. Like the Continental Championships, we're so lucky to be able to sort of stream all of these really exciting battles. And it's entirely because of MissMystic. So we owe a lot to her. So please give some massive shout outs to her in the chat on Twitter or Discord. Please just send her a whole lot of love, but hopefully not too many Discord pings to sort of keep her awake when she's trying to nap between now and the Latin America tournament. But still, a really, just, she's incredible. So massive shout out. But of course, MissMystic, as much as she's doing about 10 people's amount of work, she's not the only person that keeps all of this show running. We've got all of the referees keeping things going on the back end, the TOs, the Silph staff, everyone for handling the disputes and keeping the tournaments running. I really appreciate everyone sort of participating through that in not only this Continentals, but all of the Continentals. And of course, I mean, the three people here also putting in a solid chunk of hours to keep this stream going, keeping those smiling, happy faces for the last very long time as these battles came through. So really appreciate you all being here. It's been a good time.
And also to thank Steve.
Yeah,
Steve.
the face of Silph himself, Mr. PvP Steve.
Oh, so
He pulls all the strings. He's the captain.
Just stand up one more time. Give us a bow while you're in your suit.
Don't show us your Zoom pants.
My shorts can stay down. But you know what? It's late. one last massive congratulations to our new APAC Continental Champion, Nian Kake, and of course to Inner Bloom and Riff as well for going through to the World Championships. And thank you to everyone who has tuned in to watch over the last long period of time as well, because I mean, without you guys, MissMystic's been wasting a lot of time to put all these streams together. So it's for the best that you've been here. Thanks for that. Really appreciate it. But it is a lot of fun. So appreciate everyone for coming out. And with that, and of course, thanks to everyone for sharing their phone screens as well. Because without that, there's also no stream. But before we sort of ride off into the sunset, any last words from everyone?
Samurai
Thank you,
the world.
Silph.
Let's go.
Thanks, everyone. And I feel like I'm going to steal your line, Steve. And very sadly to say, we won't be seeing you in the next one.
Oh, I can't believe that. Oh, wow. What a crushing blow. Thank you, Silph.
Thank you, Silph. We love you.
Well, I guess on that somber note, thank you, Silph, for everything you've done over the past 5 years. And I think the only way to set us out is with one last double wave off into the sunset. So thanks, everyone, for coming out. Good luck, World Championship competitors.